Welcome to Lord of the Rings Lore to Sleep To, a journey through the rich history and mythology of J.R.R. Tolkien's legendary world. Tonight we begin at the very beginning, with the first age of Middle-earth, a time of both unimaginable beauty and profound tragedy, when the world was younger and the light of the stars shone more brightly upon the lands. In this episode, we will explore the earliest days of Arda, from the creation of the world through the music of the Ainur, to the final defeat of Morgoth, the first Dark Lord in the cataclysmic War of Wrath. Along the way, we will witness the awakening of the elves beneath the stars, the creation and theft of the Silmarils, the exile of the Noldor from Valinor, and the establishment of their realms in Beleriand. We will follow the intertwined fates of elves and men as they struggle against the growing shadow of Morgoth, experiencing moments of profound courage and heart-wrenching loss. You will hear tales of legendary heroes like Beren and Lúthien, whose love transcended the boundaries between mortal and immortal, Turambar, whose tragic life was shaped by Morgoth's curse upon his family, and the Eärendil the mariner, whose desperate voyage to seek the aid of the Valar would ultimately turn the tide in the long struggle against darkness. These stories come to us from the pages of the Silmarillion, the Children of Húrin, and various volumes of the history of Middle-earth, works that expand upon the world most readers know from The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. They form the deep background of Tolkien's legendarium, the ancient history that characters like Elrond and Galadriel witnessed firsthand, and which echoes through the events of the later ages. As you listen, allow yourself to be transported to this mythic time, when the Valar walked upon the earth, when the light of the two trees still illuminated Valinor, and when the fate of all of Arda hung in the balance. Let the rise and fall of these ancient tales carry you toward peaceful sleep, surrounded by the beauty, wisdom, and melancholy of Tolkien's earliest and most profound stories. Our journey begins now, with the music of the Ainur and the shaping of the world. Chapter 1. The Beginning of All Things. Welcome to the beginning of our journey through the ancient lore of Middle-earth. As you settle in, allow your mind to wander back to a time before time, to the very origins of all that would come to pass in the world created by J.R.R. Tolkien. This is a tale of creation, of music and light, of divine beings and the first stirrings of the world. Let us begin at the very beginning, in the timeless void where the first thought took shape. In the beginning, there was Eru, the one who in the Elvish tongue is called Ilúvatar, and first Ilúvatar made the Ainur, the Holy Ones, who were the offspring of his thought. They dwelt with him, and he taught them music. In the harmonies of the Ainur, the themes of Ilúvatar's thought were unfolded, and around him they played their great music. Each understood only that part of the mind of Ilúvatar from which they had come, and in the understanding of their brethren, each found delight. Yet, as they listened to one another, new thoughts grew within them, thoughts that were not given to them by Ilúvatar, but which heightened and enriched the music beyond their individual understanding. For a long while, they sang only individually, or in small kindred groups, while the others listened, for each was given to understand but a small part of vast thought of Ilúvatar, and the understanding they had of their brethren's music was slow to grow. Yet ever as they listened, they came more to harmony and understanding, until at last there arose a blending of voices, deeper than the sound of the sea upon the shores of the world. And it came to pass that Ilúvatar called together all the Ainur and declared to them a mighty theme unfolding to them things greater and more wonderful than he had yet revealed. The glory of its beginning and the splendor of its end amazed the Aenir, so that they bowed before Ilúvatar and were silent. Then Ilúvatar said to them, "Of the theme that I have declared to you, I will now that ye make in harmony together a great music, and since I have kindled you with the flame imperishable, ye shall show forth your powers in adorning this theme, each with his own thoughts and devices, if he will, but I will sit and hearken, and be glad that through you great beauty has been wakened into song." Then the voices of the Aenir, like unto harps and lutes, pipes and trumpets, viols and organs, and like unto countless choirs, singing with words, began to fashion the theme of Ilúvatar into a great music. The sound arose of endless interchanging melodies, woven in harmony, that passed beyond hearing into the depths and heights. The dwellings of Ilúvatar were filled to overflowing. The music and the echo of the music went out into the void, and it was not void. The music flowed, a tapestry of sound that told of light and darkness, of the passing of seasons yet unborn, of the slow movement of mountains rising from the earth, and of waters flowing to the sea. In this music was contained all that would ever be. Though the Aenir understood this not, they knew only the beauty of their song and the joy of creation. But as the great theme progressed, a discord arose within the harmony, for among the Aenir was one named Melkor, who had been given gifts of power and knowledge perhaps greater than any other of his kind. Impatient with the slow unfolding of Ilúvatar's design, he sought in the music to increase the power and glory of his own part. He had gone often alone into the void places, seeking the imperishable flame, for desire grew hot within him to bring into being things of his own. In this desire, Melkor began to weave into his music thoughts that were not in accord with the theme of Ilúvatar. Around his discord, certain other Ainur faltered in their singing, becoming attuned to Melkor's thought rather than the original theme. Thus confusion arose in the music, and Ilúvatar smiled sadly. Then Ilúvatar arose, and the Ainur perceived that he smiled, and he lifted up his left hand, and a new theme began, amid the storm of sound, like, and yet unlike, the former theme, and it gathered power, and had new beauty. But the discord of Melkor arose in uproar against it, and there was a war of sound more violent than before, until many of the Ainur were dismayed, and sang no longer, and Melkor had the mastery. Again Ilúvatar arose, and the Ainur perceived that his countenance was stern. He lifted up his right hand, and behold, a third theme grew amid the confusion, and it was unlike the others, for it seemed at first soft and sweet, a mere rippling of gentle sounds in delicate melodies, but it could not be quenched, and it grew ever in strength. At last it seemed there were two musics progressing at one time before the throne of Ilúvatar, and they were utterly at variance. One was deep and wide and beautiful, but slow and blended with immeasurable sorrow, from which its beauty chiefly came. The other was loud and vain and endlessly repeated, and it had little harmony, but rather a clamorous unison, as of many trumpets braying upon a few notes, and it essayed to drown the other music by the violence of its voice, but it seemed that its most triumphant notes were taken by the other and woven into its own solemn pattern. In the midst of this strife, wherein the halls of Ilúvatar shook, and a tremor ran out into the silences yet unmoved, Ilúvatar arose a third time, and his face was terrible to behold. Then he raised up both his hands, and in one chord, deeper than the abyss, higher than the firmament, more glorious than the sun, piercing as the light of the eye of Ilúvatar, the music ceased. Then Ilúvatar spoke, and he said, "Mighty are the Aenor, and mightiest among them is Melkor, but that he may know, and all the Aenor, that I am Ilúvatar. Those things that ye have sung, I will show them forth, that ye may see what ye have done, and thou, Melkor, shalt see that no theme may be played that hath not its uttermost source in me, nor can any alter the music in my despite, for he that attempteth this shall prove but mine instrument in the devising of things more wonderful, which he himself hath not imagined." Then the Aenor were silent, and for an age they did not sing, but listened to the echo of the chord that still trembled in the spaces of the world. But now Ilúvatar took the Aenor with him, and showed to them a vision, giving to them sight where before they had only had hearing. They beheld a new world made visible before them, globed amid the void, and it was sustained therein, but was not of it. And as they looked and wondered, this world began to unfold its history, and it seemed to them that it lived and grew. And when the Aenor had gazed for a while, and were silent, Ilúvatar said again, "Behold your music, this is your minstrelsy, and each of you shall find contained herein, amid the design that I set before you, all those things which it may seem that he himself devised, or added, and thou, Melkor, wilt discover all the secret thoughts of thy mind, and wilt perceive that they are but a part of the whole, and tributary to its glory." The Aenor gazed upon this vision of the world that was to be. They saw first the vastness of the heavens, with their glittering stars, and the turning of the spheres, and the courses set for the moon and sun. Then they saw the blue depths of the seas, and the white foam that crowns the waves breaking upon the shores. They saw the mountains rise from the depths, with their peaks reaching toward the clouds, and the valleys that lay between them, where rivers ran down to meet the sea. And they saw how, from the smallest seed, grew the greatest trees, and how the wind moved through their branches, making music of its own. And they saw the first stirrings of living things, creatures of countless shapes and kinds, each moving according to its nature under the vault of sky. But as they watched, they saw also how Melkor's discord had been woven into the harmony of the world, where he had sought to chill the air. Great mountains of ice formed in the northern regions, where he had sought to kindle great fires. Volcanoes arose, spewing flame and ash, and the seas were more turbulent, the lands more rugged than they might have been. Yet in all these things there was still beauty, and the Aenor saw how Ilúvatar had taken even the discordant notes and made them part of a greater pattern. Many among the Aenor were so enthralled by this vision that they wished nothing more than to enter into this world, to order it and heal its hurts, to watch over the things that were to grow and flourish there. For their love of this vision, they are called the Vala, the powers of the world, and with them went many lesser spirits of their kind, who would later be known as the Maya. But Melkor too desired to enter the world, not out of love for the things that would be, but out of his wish to subdue them to his will, and to be called Lord over all, for he coveted the physical being of the world, which he had observed was a thing apart from the purely spiritual existence of the Aenor. He wished to possess it, and fill it with beings who would call him master. And so it was that when Ilúvatar allowed his vision to fade, and the Aenor found themselves once more in the timeless halls, there was a longing among many of them, and Ilúvatar saw this longing, and understood it, for it was part of his purpose. And he spoke again, saying, "I know the desire of your minds, that what ye have seen should verily be, not only in your thought, but even as ye yourselves are, and yet other. Therefore I say, yes, let these things be, and I will send forth into the void the flame imperishable, and it shall be at the heart of the world, and the world shall be, and those of you that will may go down into it. And suddenly the Ainur saw afar off a light, as it were a cloud, with a living heart of flame, and they knew that this was no vision only, but that Ilúvatar had made a new thing, Asia, the world that is. Thus it came to pass that, of the Ainur, some abode still with Ilúvatar beyond the confines of the world, but others, and among them many of the greatest and most fair, took the leave of Ilúvatar, and descended into it. But this condition Ilúvatar made, or it is the necessity of their love, that their power should thenceforward be contained and bounded in the world, to be within it forever, until it is complete, so that they are its life, and it is theirs, and therefore they are named the Valar, the powers of the world. When the Valar entered into Eärendil, they were at first astounded and dismayed, for it was not as the vision had foretold. The vision had been but a foreshowing of what might be, and was not yet formed, and darkness reigned. They perceived that the world had been given shape, but was not yet fulfilled, and they must labor greatly for its completion. In the midst of this vast hall of darkness, they began their great labors, the shaping of the world, according to the vision granted them by Ilúvatar. Chief among the Valar were 14 powers, 7 lords and 7 queens. Greatest in might and majesty was Manwë, whom Ilúvatar had set to be the first of all kings, lord of the realm of Arda. With him dwelt Vardar, lady of the stars, who knows all the regions of Ithir. Too bright are her eyes for even the elves to look upon, and those who have beheld her splendor shine with the light of her countenance ever thereafter. Third in majesty stood Olmur, lord of waters, who dwells alone in the outer ocean. His spirit runs in all the veins of the world, and he hears all that passes beside every stream, all the way from the highest mountain springs to the depths of the sea. Mighty is Olmur's voice, and he teaches both wisdom and music to all who would hear him. Oswar the smith was fourth in might among the Valar, and his mastery is over all the substances of which Arda is made. He is a maker and a craftsmaster, delighting in all works of skill, small and great alike. It is he who created the mountains and carved the lands. His spouse is Yavanna, the giver of fruits, who oversees all growing things that live upon the earth, trees and herbs, flowers and mosses, beings great and small, all fall under her protection. Then there was Namur, whom men call Mandos, the keeper of the houses of the dead, and the summoner of the spirits of the slain. He forgets nothing, and knows all things that shall be, save only those that lie still in the freedom of Ilúvatar. With him dwelt Vae the weaver, who weaves all things that have ever been in time into her storied webs, and the halls of Mandos expand ever as her tapestries spread, recording the entirety of history. Eärendil, the master of visions and dreams, was the younger brother of Narmo, and together they are called the Foenturi, the masters of spirits. Eärendil's gardens in the land of the Valar are the fairest of all places in the world, filled with many spirits and quiet fountains. His spouse is Este the gentle, healer of hurts and of weariness, whose rest is like a fountain of new life. Last among the great Valar is Tolkas, the strong, the latest to come to Ea. He is the champion of the Valar, strong in arm, but slow to wrath, with a heart that laughs even in the face of battle. His spouse is Nessa the dancer, sister of Orome the huntsman, whose joy is in the dance, and who runs faster than all things that go on feet. Orome the huntsman was a great rider, a lover of the lands of Middle-earth, and he would hunt the monsters of Melkor with his great hound, Hanan, his spouse, Isvanna, the ever-young, in whose gardens golden flowers bloom eternally, for spring does not end in her realm.
Nienna is the last of the queens of the Vala, and she dwells alone. She is acquainted with grief, and mourns for every wound that Arda has suffered in the marring of Melkor, but she does not weep for herself. Those who hearken to her learn pity and endurance in hope. Her tears are not of despair, but bring healing to those who hear them.
And among the Valar was numbered Melkor, the mightiest of those Anna who came into the world. But his name is no longer spoken upon earth, and the elves call him Morgoth, the dark enemy of the world. As the Valar took up their dwelling in Arda, they walked upon the new lands, still forming beneath their feet, and they saw that the world was indeed illuminated only faintly, and there was yet no cycle of day and night, no sequence of seasons by which living things might order their lives, for the world was still dark, save for the stars that Varda had wrought from the silver dews gathered from the pools of Telperion in the days before the first flowering of the trees. In this twilight time, the Valar took counsel among themselves, seeking to recall the vision of Iluvatar, and to shape the world according to the patterns they had seen. Yet not all the Valar were of one mind concerning how this should proceed, nor indeed as to their roles in this yet formless realm. Melkor watched their works, and wherever they would bring order, he sought to undo it or corrupt it to his will. He claimed the earth as his own, and would suffer no rivals. And he gathered to himself spirits from among the Maiar, the lesser beings of the same order as the Valar, those who were drawn to his splendor and the unbridled freedom of his will. He corrupted to his service. Chief among these was the spirit, later known as Sauron, a powerful Maiar who had once been of Erlis people, skilled in craftsmanship and knowledge of the world's fabric. Yet the other Valar worked on, seeking to prepare the world for the coming of the children of Iluvatar, the Firstborn and the followers, elves and men, who were to come from Iluvatar alone, in those first ages of the world, when all things were yet young and the Valar still walked in their full power. They sought to bring light to the darkness of Arda. They built great lamps upon towering pillars, one in the north and one in the south, to shine perpetually. Olay crafted the pillars from mighty stone, raising them high beyond the reach of any save the Valar themselves. Olain was the northern lamp, and Ornmor the southern, and their light mingled in the center of the world. In the light of the lamps, the seeds that Yavanna had sown began to grow and flourish. Grasses and mosses, flowers and herbs, bushes and trees sprang up across the lands. The first forest took root, spreading their branches toward the light. Creatures appeared, at first small and simple, but growing more varied and complex as time passed, and the Valar walked among these growing things, taking joy in the world that was blossoming around them. In the center of the world, where the light of the lamps mingled, the Valar made their dwelling upon the island of Almarin in a great lake. There they had their first habitations, and that early spring of Arda was filled with promise. But Melkor, who had withdrawn to the outer darkness to gather his strength, watched the works of the Valar with growing malice from his fortress of Atumno in the far north, which he had delved deep beneath the mountains. He plotted the destruction of all that the Valar had made. His hatred burned especially hot against the lamps, for he could not bear the light they cast upon his shadow. In secret, Melkor devised his attack, and when the Valar were gathered at a feast upon Almarin, he struck, with servants numerous and terrible. He assailed the pillars of the lamps. He cast them down, and the lamps were broken, spilling their blazing contents across the lands. Great were the fires and conflagrations that followed, and the symmetry of the world was marred. Mountains were thrown down, seas were made where dry land had been, and new lands were raised from the waters. The Valar were unable to prevent this destruction, for all their strength was needed to rescue the living things they had nurtured, and to save themselves from the ruins of Almaran. In the chaos that followed, Melkor retreated to Utumno, and the Valar could not pursue him, for their priority was to stabilize the wounded world. The destruction of the lamps marked the end of the first spring of Arda. Arda, the balanced light, was gone, and with it, the perfect symmetry of the world. The Valadar, weary of the struggle against Melkor, and grieving for the marring of their work, withdrew from Middle-earth. They crossed to the westernmost part of the world, to the great continent of Aman, which they fortified against the assaults of Melkor. There they established the realm of Valinor, raising about it the mountain fence of the Pelori, whose highest peak, Canicirtil, was the seat of Manwë. From that height, he could look out across all the world, and by the shores of Valinor, they established the mighty city of Valamar, with its many bells. Nearby were the pastures of Yavanna and the golden halls of Alluri. Each of the Valinor created their own domains within this blessed land. Yet the Valar did not forsake the outer lands, which they had left to the dominion of Melkor, for they remembered that these lands were destined to be the dwelling place of the children of Iluvatar. But for now they focused their power on creating a place of light and beauty within Aman, a realm where they might dwell in peace until the time came to challenge Melkor once more. And it was in Valinor that Yavanna sang a mighty song, calling upon the power that Iluvatar had granted her. She sat upon a green mound called Izalohar, which stood before the gates of Valamar. As the other Valar listened to her song, from the earth there grew two slender saplings, unlike any plants that had yet been seen in Arda. From one came a soft silver light, and from the other a fierce golden radiance. These were the two trees of Valinor, Telperion the silver and Laurelin the gold. Telperion bore leaves of dark green shining silver beneath, and from his countless flowers a dew of silver light was ever falling. Laurelin had leaves of a young green like the new opened beech. Their edges were of glittering gold, and her flowers were clusters of yellow flame formed of golden dew. Each tree waxed and waned in cycles of 7 hours. For 3.5 hours, Telperion would shine alone, and then both trees would shine together for 1 hour. Then Laurelin would shine alone for 3.5 hours, before another hour of mingled light. Thus began the counting of time in Valinor, with the days of the bliss of the trees. The light of the trees illuminated all of Valinor, making it a realm of perpetual day, though with phases of silver, gold, and mingled light. But this light did not reach beyond the mountains of the Pelodi, save as a faint reflection in the sky, like distant stars seen through mist. Middle-earth remained in twilight, lit only by the stars of Vada, and in Middle-earth, during the sleep of Yavanna, Melkor worked his will. He raised great mountains as strongholds and dwelling places for his servants. He delved deep pits and underground halls where foul things bred in the dark. He gathered to himself spirits of cold and fire, of smoke and shadow, and he corrupted them to his service. From the depths of Utumno and Angamband, his fortresses in the north, he sent forth his power like a black fume, and slowly the shadow of Melkor fell upon Middle-earth. Yet not all of the outer lands fell under his dominion. Lomo, Lord of Waters, remained in Middle-earth, for he had not retreated to Valinor with the other Valar. His spirit ran in all the veins of the world, from the highest mountain springs to the depths of the sea, and through the waters he learned all that happened in Arda, and little escaped his knowledge. Boromir the huntsman also would frequently ride forth from Valinor on his great steed, Nahar, hunting the dark creatures of Melkor. His horn, the Valamerbor, would echo through the mountains, and the servants of Melkor would flee before his wrath. Thus, though Melkor's shadow lengthened, it was not unchallenged, and there remained regions in Middle-earth where beauty still flourished under the stars. In Valinor, the Valinor dwelt in bliss, uncounted. In the light of the trees and the beauty of their own making, they built great mansions of stone and precious metals, adorned with gems that Ole crafted in his forges. Gardens bloomed with flowers of every color, and fountains played among the green lawns. The air was filled with music and laughter, and time seemed to pass gently, unmarred by sorrow or fear. Yet even in the blessed realm, the memory of the marring of Arda remained, and the Velo did not forget the outer lands, or the purpose for which they had been made. They knew that someday the children of Ilúvatar would awaken in Middle-earth, the Firstborn, the elves, and after them, and they wondered how these children would fare in a world where the shadow of Melkor held sway. For many long ages, the Boleti held council in the Ring of Doom, before the gates of Bolomar, discussing what might be done. Some, including Tulkas the Strong, urged an immediate assault upon Melkor to overthrow him before the coming of the children. Others, including Olmo and Yavanna, counseled patience, for they feared that such a war might destroy much of what was fair in Middle-earth. In the end, it was decided that they would wait and watch and prepare. The time would come when Melkor must be confronted, but not yet. And so the years of the trees continued to pass in Valinor, while in Middle-earth, under the stars, life grew and spread, awaiting the spark of consciousness that Ilúvatar alone could grant. It came to pass, at last, that Ilúvatar's design reached its fulfillment. In the east of Middle-earth, beside the waters of Cuiviénen, the starlit lake, the firstborn of Ilúvatar awoke. There were the elves, the Quindi, those who speak with voices. They awoke in the twilight, before dawn, and the first thing they beheld were the stars of Varda shining overhead. For this they ever after loved the night and the stars, and Varda they named Elbereth, the Star Queen. The elves began to make speech and to give names to all things they encountered. They walked the shores of Cuiviénen and ventured into the surrounding forests, learning the ways of the world into which they had awakened. They made music and sang songs beneath the stars, delighting in the beauty of the world, despite the shadows that lay upon it. But they were not alone in Middle-earth. Melkor soon became aware of them, and his spies brought him news of their awakening, and he was filled with new malice, for he feared the children of Ilúvatar and the love that the Valar bore them. In his hatred, he sent shadows and evil spirits to spy on them and waylay them, and it is said that he even captured some of the first elves and took them to Eärendil, where he corrupted them through torment and dark arts, breeding from them the mockery of elves that were later known as orcs. Among the elves at Cuiviénen, rumors began to spread of a rider in the darkness, for Orome the huntsman had also discovered the Firstborn. When he came upon them, some fled in fear, thinking him one of Melkor's hunters, but those who stood their ground perceived the light of Ammon in his face, and knew that he was mighty but not evil. And Orome looked upon the elves, and was filled with wonder, for their coming had been foretold, but their beauty surpassed all expectation. He stayed with them for a time, learning their language and teaching them many things, and he loved them, for they were fair and noble, born of the thought of Ilúvatar. Then Orome returned to Valinor, and brought news to the Valinor, that the Firstborn had at last awakened. Great was the joy in Valinor, but also great was the concern, for the elves had awakened in lands overshadowed by Melkor. The Valley held council once more, and this time there was agreement. They would make war upon Melkor to protect the elves, even though this might mean much destruction in Middle-earth. Thus began the Battle of the Powers, in which the Valley went forth in their might against the strongholds of the enemy. Great was the tumult of that battle. The mountains shook, and the seas were moved. Many regions of the north were utterly transformed. At last, Otormanor was broken, and Melkori was bound with Anganor, a chain forged by Ali. He was brought captive to Valinor, and there sentenced to remain for 3 ages in the halls of Mandos, before his case would be heard again. But though Melkor was captured, not all his servants were found. Many evil things remained hidden in the deep places of the world, including Sauron, Melkor's greatest lieutenant, who had escaped the wrath of the Valar and remained free in Middle-earth, biding his time. After the Battle of the Powers, the Valar became aware of the danger that Middle-earth still posed to the Firstborn. Though Melkor was captured, his influence remained, and many of his servants still lurked in hidden places. And so the Valar decided to invite the elves to come and dwell in the safety and light of Amalman, where they might be protected and taught. Boromir returned to Cuivienen, and from among the elves he chose 3 ambassadors, Ingwe, Finwë, and Elwë. These 3 were brought to Valinor to behold its glory, so that they might return to their people and speak of what they had seen. And when they came to Valinor, they were filled with awe at the beauty and majesty of the blessed realm, and the light of the trees entered their hearts. After a time, they were brought back to Cuivienen, and they spoke to their kindred of the wonders they had beheld. And thus began the great journey, the sundering of the elves, for not all were willing to leave the lands of their awakening. Those who chose to stay became known as the Eve, the unwilling, but the greater part of the elves chose to follow Orome, and they began the long journey westward toward Valinor. These were called the Eldar, the people of the stars. The journey was long and perilous, for Middle-earth was vast, and there were many dangers along the way. The host of the Eldar was divided into 3 groups, each led by one of the ambassadors. The Vandir were led by Ingwe, the Noldor by Finwë, and the Teleri by Elwë. And as they journeyed, some grew weary or afraid, and turned aside from the march. When they came to the great river Anduin and the towering mountains beyond it, some of the Teleri grew fearful and refused to cross. These became known as the Nundor, and they turned south, following the river under the leadership of Lunwë. They would later become the Green Elves of Osirian. The rest of the host continued on, crossing the mountains by a high pass, and came at last to the western shores of Middle-earth. And there the Teleri lingered, for they had grown to love the sea during their journey. But the Bunyar and the Noldor were eager to continue to Valinor, and they were carried across the great sea by Ulmo upon an island that he moved like a ship. The Teleri remained behind, for their leader Elawide had become lost in the forests of Balaradiend. He had encountered Melian, a Maya of great beauty and wisdom, in the forest of Nan Elmoth. So enchanted was he by her presence that he fell into a trance, standing silent and unmoving, with her hand in his for many years. Those of his people who searched for him could not find him, and eventually most of the Teleri also crossed the sea, led by Elawid brother Olawid. But some of the Teleri remained in Middle-earth, still searching for their lost king. These became known as the Sindar, the Grey Elves of Beleriand, and when at last Elwë awoke from his trance, he had been transformed by the light in Melian's eyes. His hair had turned silver, and he was filled with a majesty that none of the Eldar who remained in Middle-earth could match. He established the kingdom of Doriath, with Melian as his queen, and took the name Thingol, which means grey cloak in the language of his people. Meanwhile, in Valinor, the Vanyar and the Noldor were welcomed by the Valar. They dwelt in the light of the two trees, and learned much from the Valar and the Manyar. Ingwed, the High King of all elves, established his people on the slopes of Taniceto, nearest to the halls of Manyor, and Vardar, the Noldor, under Finwë, dwelt in Tirion, upon Tuna, a green hill raised for them by the Valar. There they built a city of white stone, with a high tower called the Mindan Aldaliva, from which a silver lamp shone out toward the sea. The Teleri, when they finally arrived in Aman, did not wish to leave the shores of the sea. With the aid of Osse, a Maya, who served Olmo, they built a city of Pearl Cal Alqualande, the haven of the swans. Upon the coast there they dwelt, building ships in the likeness of swans, and sailing the bay of Eldamar. Thus the Eldar came to dwell in the blessed realm, in the light of the trees. And the years of the trees continued to pass, a time of bliss for the elves who dwelt in Valinor. They grew in wisdom and skill, creating works of beauty that have never since been matched. The Vanir composed songs of such beauty that they could move even the Valinor to tears. The Nordé, tutored by Olir, became great craftsmen, working in metal and stone and gems, and the Teledari created music that echoed the sounds of the sea, playing upon instruments fashioned from pearl and silver. But in the darkness of his prison, Melkor brooded. After 3 ages had passed, as was decreed, he was brought before Manwë. He had spent long years in solitude, with naught but his own thoughts for company, and he had had ample time to nurture his malice, but he hid his true feelings, and feigned repentance. So convincing was his performance, that Manwë, who knew no evil in his own heart, and thus found it difficult to perceive it in others, was moved to pity. Against the counsel of Olno and Torkos, Melkor was granted pardon, and allowed to dwell in Valinor, though he was kept under watch. In Valinor, Melkor appeared humble and helpful, offering his knowledge and service to the Valinor and the Eldar. Many benefited from his teachings, especially among the Noldor, whose thirst for knowledge was great. But in secret, Melkor's hatred festered, particularly toward the elves, whom he envied for the love the Valar bore them, and toward his jailers. Most of all, he coveted the light of the two trees, and the works of the elves, especially the Noldor, who had created many wondrous things during the years of his imprisonment. And as time passed, he began to sow seeds of discontent among them, particularly between the houses of Finwë's sons, Fëanor and Fingolfin. Fëanor, the eldest son of Finwë, was the greatest of the Noldor, unmatched in skill and intellect. It was he who created the Tengwar, the letters with which many tongues would be written, and it was he who discovered how to make gems of unprecedented clarity and inner fire. The greatest of his works were the Silmarils, 3 jewels in which he captured the light of the two trees. So beautiful were these jewels that even the Valar marveled at them, and Vardar hallowed them so that no unclean hand could touch them without being burned. Melkor desired the Silmarils with a desperate longing, but he hid his thoughts behind a mask of friendship, using lies and half-truths. He fostered suspicion between Fëanor and his half-brothers, Fingolfin and Fëanorfin. He whispered to the Noldor of lands in Middle-earth, where they might rule as kings, not subjects. He spoke of how the Valar had brought them to Aman because they feared the elves would grow too mighty if left free in the wider world, and he hinted that men, the second children who were yet to awaken, would be granted Middle-earth as their domain, supplanting the elves who had left it. Many among the Noldor began to listen to these words, and a subtle disquiet grew among them. But Fëanor, though often at odds with his brothers, distrusted Melkor more than any other. Sensing his desire for the Silmarils, he named him Morgoth, the black foe of the world, though few yet understood why. Tensions increased until at last there was a confrontation between Fëanor and Fingolfin. In the halls of Fëanor, Fëanor drew his sword against his brother, an unprecedented act of violence in the peaceful realm of Valinor. For this transgression, the Valan exiled Fëanor to Formenos, in the north of Aman. There he built a stronghold, and with him went his father Fëanor and his 7 sons. The Silmarils were locked in a chamber of iron, and Fëanor's wrath smoldered like a banked fire. The Valar also became aware of Melkor's treachery at this time, but before they could apprehend him, he had fled from Valinor. He vanished into the darkness beyond the mountains of Aman, and for a time his whereabouts were unknown. The Valar strengthened the defenses of their realm, and a watch was kept, but for many years there was no sign of the enemy. In this time of unease, the Valar sought to heal the breach among the Noldor. They held a great feast, to which all were summoned, even Fëanor from his exile. It was the intention of Manwë that at this gathering, Fëanor would extend his hand to Fëanor in forgiveness, and the discord sown by Melkor would be mended. But on the day of the feast, when all had gathered in Valmar, leaving their cities largely unguarded, a darkness came from the north. Melkor had found an ally, Ungoliant, a being of shadow and hunger, who had taken the form of a monstrous spider. Together they approached the 2 trees. Melkor smote the trees with his spear, and Ungoliant drained their sap, poisoning them with her venom. The trees grew sick and dark, their light failing, and all of Valinor was plunged into darkness. In the confusion that followed, Melkor and Ungoliant fled to Formenos. There they slew Finwë, who alone had remained behind, guarding his son's treasures. They broke into the chamber where the Silmarils were kept, and stole them, along with many other gems. Then they escaped northward, crossing the Helcalaise, the grinding ice that connected Aman to Middle-earth in the far north. The death of the 2 trees was a wound to the heart of Valinor. Yavanna examined the trees and said that she might be able to revive them, if only she had a small portion of their light. But that light now lived on only in the Silmarils. Messengers were sent to Fëanor, asking him to surrender the jewels so that the trees might be restored. But the messengers brought grievous news. Formenos had been despoiled, Finwë slain, and the Silmarils were taken. In his grief and rage, Fëanor cursed Melkor, naming him Morgoth, the Black Enemy, a name by which he would ever after be known. And despite his loss, or perhaps because of it, Fëanor refused to give up his claim to the Silmarils, saying that even if he had them still, he would not break them to retake the light, for the light of the trees was in those jewels. Before these thieving gods demanded them of me, and for those jewels alone I would demand vengeance and recompense to the end of the world. Then Fëanor, in his wrath and sorrow, returned to Turin and called the Noldor to him. In a speech of terrible power, he swayed many of them to his cause. He vowed to pursue Morgoth to the ends of the earth, to recover the Silmarils which were rightfully his, and he and his 7 sons swore a terrible oath, calling upon Ilúvatar himself to witness that they would pursue with vengeance and hatred any creature, great or small, good or evil, that should hold or take or keep a Silmaril from their possession. Stirred by his words, the majority of the Noldor prepared to leave Valinor to return to Middle-earth in pursuit of Morgoth, though some, especially among the people of Fingolfin and Finarden, were reluctant. They too joined the host, unwilling to be separated from their kin. Only the Vanir remained unmoved, and they stayed in Valinor with Ingvael their king. The Valar sent word that this course was unwise, but Fëanor was beyond reason. In his grief and anger, he led the host of the Noldor northward, seeking a way to Middle-earth. They came to Alqualund, the haven of the Teleri, and asked for their ships to cross the sea. But the Teleri refused to aid what they saw as a rebellion against the Valar, and they would not part with their beloved ships. Then there was fighting between the Noldor and the Teleri, the first kinslaying among the elves. Many were slain on both sides, but the Noldor, more numerous and driven by the fire of Fëanor's will, prevailed. They took the ships of the Teleri by force and began their journey across the sea. As they journeyed, a solemn figure appeared before them on the shore, a messenger from the Valar. He pronounced the doom of Mandos upon them, declaring death for the spilling of their king's blood, and for their rebellion. Great hardship and tragedy would follow them. Those who continued would be exiled from Valinor, and any who died would remain long in the halls of waiting, rather than being re-embodied as was the custom for elves. The Noldor were warned that their quest was hopeless against the power of Morgoth, and that betrayal would arise from within due to the terrible oath of Fëanor. Upon hearing this doom, Finarfin and many of his people turned back, repenting of their part in the rebellion. They returned to Valinor, where Finarfin was made king of the remnant of the Noldor who remained. But Finarfin and the majority of the host hardened their hearts and continued their journey. The fleet of stolen ships was not large enough to transport all the host of the Noldor at once. Fëanor decided to take his most loyal followers across first, intending to send the ships back for the rest, who were led by Fingolfin. But when they reached the shores of Middle-earth, at the vast bay known as Losgar, Fëanor ordered the ships to be burned. His pride and distrust had overcome whatever brotherly feeling remained in his heart, and he abandoned Fingolfin and his people to either return to Valinor in shame or attempt the deadly crossing of the Helcaraxe, the grinding ice. Fingolfin, seeing the flames on the distant shore and realizing Fëanor's treachery, chose the latter path. He led his people across the grinding ice, a journey of incredible hardship. Many were lost in the crossing, but those who survived developed a strength and resilience that would serve them well in the wars to come. While Fingolfin and his people struggled across the ice, Fëanor pushed inland, eager to confront Morgoth, but he advanced with too much haste and too little caution. Morgoth, aware of his coming, sent a force of orcs to attack the Noldor. Although the elves were victorious in this battle under stars, Fëanor, in his eagerness, pursued the retreating enemy too far. He was surrounded by Balrogs, Morgoth's most terrible servants, and though he fought valiantly, he was mortally wounded. His sons carried him back toward their camp, but Fëanor knew his end was near. As he lay dying, he gazed toward the peaks of Thangradrim, the fortress of Morgoth, and cursed their maker 3 times. Then he made his sons repeat their oath to recover the Silmarils, and he passed from the world. His fiery spirit consumed his body, leaving only ashes. Thus ended the life of Fëanor, greatest of the Noldor, whose passions brought both great achievements and terrible destruction to his people. As we draw this chapter to a close, we see the seeds of many griefs sown in these early days. The rebellion of Melkor against Ilúvatar's harmony has led to discord throughout Arda. The destruction of the two trees has left Valinor in twilight. The theft of the Silmarils has kindled a fire of vengeance in the hearts of Valinor and his sons, leading them to acts of violence against their own kin. And now the Noldor, once blessed above all the children of Ilúvatar, find themselves exiled from Valinor, facing the power of Morgoth in the lands of Middle-earth. Yet even in this darkness, there are glimmers of hope, for though the trees are gone, their last flower and fruit were saved, and from them will come a new light for the world. Though many Noldor have left Valinor, some remain, and the Vanir and Teleri still dwell in the Blessed Realm. And though Morgoth's power seems insurmountable, the courage and strength of the elves, particularly those who endured the crossing of the grinding ice, will prove greater than anyone could have foreseen. In the next chapter, we will follow the Noldor as they establish themselves in Beleriand, the western shores of Middle-earth. We will see the founding of great realms and the beginning of the long siege of Angband, Morgoth's fortress. We will witness the awakening of men, the second children of Ilúvatar, and their alliance with the elves against the darkness. And we will hear the tale of Beren and Lúthien, whose love transcended the boundaries that separated their kinds, and whose deeds struck the first significant blow against Morgoth's power. But for now, rest in the gentle darkness, with the stars of Vardar overhead, keeping watch, as they have since the first awakening of the elves. Though shadows lie upon the world, the light of the stars reminds us that even in the deepest night, beauty and hope endure. Sleep well, and dream of the music of the Ainur, the song from which all things came to be. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Firstborn. As we continue our journey through the ancient days of Arda, let us turn our thoughts eastward, away from the light of Valinor, to the starlit lands of Middle-earth. There, in a time when the world was younger and the shadows deeper, a momentous event was about to unfold, the awakening of the children of Ilúvatar. In the beginning, when the Valar first entered into Ea and began to shape the world according to the vision of Ilúvatar, they did so in anticipation of the coming of these children. For though the Valar had great power and wisdom, they were not granted the ability to create life that possessed independent will. This gift was reserved for Ilúvatar alone, and even the Valar waited in wonder to see what manner of beings would arise from his thought. Two kindreds were promised: the Firstborn, who would be fair and tall, immortal and wise, lovers of beauty and makers of song, and the followers, who would come later, mortal, but endowed with strange gifts, including the freedom to shape their own destinies, beyond the music that had ordained all else. The Firstborn would be the elves, and the followers would be men. After many ages of preparation and struggle against the marring of Melkor, the time finally came for the awakening of the Firstborn. In the east of Middle-earth, in a region far from the watchful eyes of most of the Valar, there lay a quiet day on the shores of a starlit mere, Quyennin, the Water of Awakening. It would later be called a sweet water, reflecting the heavens above, surrounded by shadowy hills and silent forests. It was here, beneath the stars, newly kindled by Vardar, in the darkness, following Melkor's destruction of the lamps, that the first elves opened their eyes. They awoke in small groups, discovering first their own forms, then each other, and finally the world around them. No witness was present to record that moment, save perhaps Ilúvatar himself, when consciousness first stirred in these new beings, and they beheld the beauty of Arda. Their first sight was of the stars, glimmering like countless jewels in the velvet darkness above them. For this reason, the elves ever after loved the night and the stars beyond all other lights, and they named Vada, who made the stars, Elbereth and Jilthanil, Star Queen and Star Kindler, honoring her above all other Vala. These first elves were as children in their understanding, though they were created in the full stature of their kind. They had no language, no knowledge of the wider world or its perils, no awareness of the great powers that watched from afar, or the dark force that would soon be drawn to their awakening. They were innocent, curious, and filled with wonder at all they discovered. Slowly, they began to explore their surroundings. They learned to speak, creating the first language of Ardor, which would later be known as primitive Quendian. They gave names to all that they encountered, the waters and the woods, the hills and the valleys, the beasts and the birds, and they gave names to themselves as well, calling themselves the Quendi, the speakers, for the gift of speech and song seemed to them their most remarkable attribute. As time passed, they developed skills suited to their woodland home. They learned to hunt and gather, to make simple shelters and clothing from what the forest provided. They discovered the joy of music, creating songs that echoed through the trees and across the starlit waters. They began to order themselves into groups based on kinship and affinity, forming the first societies. Three main kindreds emerged among these early elves. The first were led by Ingwe, who was accounted the highest of all the elf lords. His people would later be known as the Vanir, the fair elves, and they were golden-haired and tall, the most beloved by Maniards. Vada, the second kindred, was led by Finwë, whose people would become the Noldor, the deep elves, skilled in craft and knowledge, dark-haired and grey-eyed. The third were led by Elwë and his brother Olwë, whose silver-haired people would be known as the Teleri, the last comers, lovers of the sea and skilled in music and song. For many years, the elves dwelt in peace by the waters of Quivienan, growing in wisdom and skill, though still innocent of the greater world beyond their forest home. But they were not alone in Middle-earth. The shadow of Melkor lay upon many lands, and his servants roamed far and wide, seeking to do their master's will. Eventually, rumor of the awakening of the Quendi reached Melkor in his northern fortress of Uthulnar. He was filled with malice and fear at the news, for he recalled the vision he had been shown in the beginning of how the children of Iluvatar would grow mighty and beautiful if left unchecked, and he was jealous of the love that Iluvatar and the Valar bore for these new beings. So Melkor sent his dark servants to spy upon the elves, and to harass them when possible. Shadows moved among the trees at the edges of their dwellings, and strange cries were heard in the night. Some of the elves who wandered too far from the waters of Quivienan did not return, and fear began to grow among them. It is said that these captured elves were taken to Uthulnar, where Melkor tortured and corrupted them, breeding from them the hideous race of orcs in mockery of the fair elves. This was the most wicked deed of Melkor in all his long tyranny, and the elves would never forgive it. As the shadow of fear grew over Quivienan, the elves became more cautious. They no longer wandered freely as they once had, and they kept watch by night as well as day. But they were not without courage, and some among them, particularly of the kindred of Finwë, began to fashion weapons to defend themselves against these unknown perils. It was during this time of growing unease that a new presence was felt in the woods around Quivienan. The elves became aware of a great rider who came sometimes alone or with a small company to the borders of their realm. Tall he was, and clad in shining armor, riding upon a white horse whose hooves seemed to flash with silver light as they struck the ground. Some of the elves fled at the sight of him, for they thought him another of Melkor's hunters, but others, braver or more curious, remained to observe. Those who did not flee soon realized that this was no servant of the darkness, for the light of his eyes was clear and bright, and the sound of his hunting horn was fair and stirring rather than fearful. This was Orome, the great hunter of the Valar, who often rode in the east of Middle-earth, while his brethren dwelt in the west. He had discovered the elves in his wanderings, and was filled with wonder and joy at the fulfillment of the long-awaited promise. Orome stayed for a time among the elves, learning their language and teaching them many things. He told them of the Valar and of Valinor beyond the great sea, and of the light of the two trees that they had never seen. From him, the elves first learned of the broader world and of the powers that shaped it. Most importantly, they learned that the shadows that had troubled them were servants of Melkor, whom Orome named Morgoth, the dark enemy of the world. After dwelling with the elves for a time, Orome returned to Valinor to bring tidings to the Valador of the awakening of the Firstborn. Great was the joy in Valador the news, but also great was the concern, for the elves had awakened far from the protection of Valinor, in lands where Malakor's influence was strong. The Valar held council to decide what should be done. Some, led by Tulkas and Orome, urged an immediate assault upon Utuna to end Melkor's threat before he could do more harm to the elves. Others, including Mandos and Ulmer, counseled patience, noting that such a war would cause great destruction in Middle-earth, the very lands where the elves now dwelt. But in the end, the decision for war prevailed, for the protection of the Quendi was deemed worth any cost. Thus began the Battle of the Powers, the first great war of the Valar against Melkor. After the marring of Arda, the hosts of Valinor, led by Tulkas and Orome, came forth in their might and assailed the fortress of Autumna. The earth shook with the fury of their assault, and the shape of the lands was changed. Mountains crumbled, and seas were moved, and many fair regions of Middle-earth were marred in the struggle. The Battle of the Powers lasted for years uncounted, but at last the gates of Autumno were broken, and Melkor was defeated. He fled to the deepest pit of his fortress, but Tulkas followed him there and wrestled him to the ground. Then Melkor was bound with the chain Anganor, which Ole had wrought, and he was brought captive to Valinor to face the judgment of Manwë. For his crimes against the world and against the children of Ilúvatar, Melkor was sentenced to imprisonment in the halls of Mandos for 3 ages. Yet the Valar did not find all of his servants, nor did they uncover all the deep places of the world where evil things had hidden. Sauron, lieutenant of Melkor, evaded capture and went into hiding in Middle-earth, biding his time, and in the depths of Angband, Melkor's secondary fortress to the west of Utumno, many Balags and other evil creatures remained concealed, awaiting the return of their master. With the threat of Melkor temporarily removed, the Valar turned their attention back to the Quendi. After much debate, they decided to invite the elves to leave Middle-earth and come to dwell in the light and safety of Valini. Not all the Valar agreed with this plan. Ulmo in particular argued that the elves should be left free in Middle-earth, the land for which they had been designed, but the majority felt that the elves would flourish best under their direct guidance and protection in Aman. Orome was sent back to Cuigenin to extend this invitation, but the elves were hesitant, for they knew nothing of Valinor, save what Orome had told them, and they were afraid to leave the only home they had known. So it was decided that representatives of the elves should be chosen to journey to Valinor and see it with their own eyes, so that they might return and tell their people what they had witnessed. 3 ambassadors were selected: Ingwau of the Vinyar, Finwau of the Noldor, and Elwau of the Tillery. These 3 journeyed with Orome across Middle-earth, seeing much of its vastness and beauty on their way. They crossed great plains and mighty rivers, dark forests, and tall mountains, until at last they came to the shores of the great sea, which none of their kind had ever beheld. Beyond the sea lay a man, the blessed realm, and the three ambassadors were brought across the waters to Valinor. As they approached, they saw first the mighty mountain fence of the Pelori, raised by the Valar to protect their realm, and beyond these mountains they beheld a sight that took their breath away, the light of the two trees, gold and silver, illuminating a land of incredible beauty. In Valinor, the three elf lords were welcomed by the Valar with great honor. They were shown the splendors of Valabuk with its many bells, the mansions of the Valabuk Gardens of Lúthien, where Nestir dwelt, and the halls of Mundors, where the spirits of the dead were gathered. They walked beneath the two trees, and were filled with their light. For a time, the ambassadors remained in Valinor, learning from the Valar, and growing ever more enchanted with the blessed realm. But, at last, they returned to Cuivianen to tell their people of what they had seen. The light of Valinor was in their faces, and their words carried the conviction of those who have witnessed wonders beyond description. Upon their return, the three lords spoke to their people of the glories of Valinor and the invitation of the Valar, and thus began the great journey, the sundering of the elves, for not all were willing to leave their first home. Many were skeptical of the tales they heard, or were unwilling to face the perils of the long journey. Others were simply too attached to the starlit woods and waters where they had awakened. Those who chose to remain in Middle-earth became known as the Avari, the unwilling, and they would play little part in the great deeds of later ages, though their descendants would eventually mingle with other elven kindreds who returned to Middle-earth. But the greater part of the elves chose to follow their lords and undertake the journey westward. These became known as the Eldar, the Star Folk, and their history would be deeply intertwined with the fate of Ardar. The host of the Eldar was great, numbering many thousands, and they set forth from Cuivianen in 3 companies, each led by one of the lords who had been to Valinor. At the forefront went Ingvar with the Vanyar, most eager of all to reach the light of the trees. Behind them came Finwë with the Noldor, and last of all, Elwë, and Olwë led the Teleri, largest but slowest of the 3 kindreds. Orome rode before them on his great steed, Noha guiding them through the unfamiliar lands. The journey was long and arduous, for Middle-earth was vast, and there were many dangers and obstacles along the way. The host traveled only by day, setting up camps at night, where they would gaze at the stars and sing songs of their journey. As they traveled, they gave names to many places and features of the land that had never been named before. But the great journey was marked by several sundrances, for not all who began it completed it. As they traveled through the broad lands east of the Misty Mountains, some of the Teleri grew fearful or weary, and they turned aside from the march. These were led by Lenwë, and they turned south, following the great river Anduin downstream. They would later be known as the Nandor, and they established woodland realms in the east of Middle-earth. The main host continued on, crossing the Misty Mountains. By a high pass discovered by Orome, they descended into the region that would later be called Eärendil, and as they journeyed ever westward, they came at last to another great mountain range, the Blue Mountains, or Eärendil. Beyond these mountains lay Beren, the westernmost region of Middle-earth, which would be the scene of many great deeds and sorrows in the ages to come. The host of the Eldar crossed the Blue Mountains, and in the lands of Beleriand, they first beheld the great sea from the shores of Middle-earth. The sight of the boundless waters stretching to the horizon filled them with awe and longing. For the Teleri, especially sound of the sea stirred something deep within their hearts, and they lingered by the shore while the Bunyard and Noldor prepared to cross to Aman. While the host encamped in Beleriand, a momentous event occurred. Belai, lord of the Teleri, went walking alone in the forests of Nan Elmoth. There, beneath the stars, he encountered Melayan, a Maya of the race of the Valai, who had come to Middle-earth before the captivity of Melkor. So enchanted was Belai by Melayan's beauty and wisdom that he reached out and took her hand, and as their eyes met, a trance fell upon him. He stood silent and unmoving, with Melayan for years uncounted, while his people searched for him in vain. The disappearance of Elwë caused the first major delay in the westward journey. The Tenebrae refused to continue without their lord, and they remained in Beleriand, searching the forests and hills for any sign of him. Meanwhile, the Bornir and Noldor reached the shores of the Great Sea, where Ulmo, Lord of Waters, came to meet them. By his power, an island was moved like a ship to the shores of Middle-earth, and the Bornir and Noldor embarked upon it. Ulmo drew the island across the sea to the shores of Aman, and thus the first two kindreds of the Eldar arrived in the Blessed Realm. In Aman, the Vanir and Noldor were welcomed by the Valar, and they came at last into the light of the two trees that they had heard of only in tales. The Valar gave them lands to dwell in and helped them establish their first settlements. The Vanir, led by Ingwe, settled upon the slopes of Tenicatil, the highest mountain in Arda, upon which stood the halls of Manwë and Vada. There they would remain, seldom venturing back to Middle-earth in the ages that followed. The Noldor, under Finwë, were granted the region of Eldamar, and there they built the city of Tirion upon the hill of Tuna. Tirion was a city of white walls and terraces, with a high tower called the Maindon Elderlava, from which shone a silver lamp that could be seen from far out at sea. The Noldor thrived in Valinor, learning much from Ole the Smith, and becoming renowned for their craftsmanship and their thirst for knowledge. Meanwhile, back in Beleriand, the Teleri continued to search for their lost lord. Eventually, many grew tired of waiting and decided to continue the journey without him. Led by Olwe, brother of Olwe, they came at last to the shores of the sea, only to find the island ferry had already departed with the Vanyar and Noldor. For a time, the Teleri dwelt by the sea, learning its moods and voices, and becoming skilled in shipbuilding and song. Ulmo, seeing their plight, taught them the art of vessel-making, and they built the first ships of Middle-earth, but they were not yet ready to attempt the crossing to Aman without guidance. After many years, Ulmo returned with the island ferry, and many of the Teleri embarked upon it, eager to join their kindred in Valinor. But some remained behind, still loyal to Olawis, unwilling to abandon their search. These became known as the Iglaith, the Forsaken People, and they continued to dwell in the coastal regions of Beleriand. When the Teleri chose to depart, arrived in Aman, they found that they did not wish to live inland, as the Vanyar and Noldor did. Instead, drawn by their love of the sea, they settled on the eastern shores of Aman, where they built the haven of Alqualandi, the harbor of the swans. There they dwelt in houses like great shells, and their ships were crafted in the likeness of swans, with beaks of gold and eyes of jet. Back in Beleriand, Elwë at last awoke from his trance. Many years had passed, and the world had changed around him. His hair had turned silver, as if touched by the light of Tel Perrin from afar, and he was filled with a majesty that none among the Morroquendi, the elves who had never seen the light of the two trees, could match. With Melian as his queen, he established the kingdom of Doriath in the depths of the forest, becoming known as Lúthien the Grey Cloak, king of the Sindar, the Grey Elves of Beleriand. Under the guidance of Melian, who was of the same order as the Valar, though lesser in degree, the Sindar grew in wisdom and skill beyond others. of the Moriquendi. Lúthien taught them much lore, and their language evolved differently from that of their kin in Valinor, becoming Sindarin as opposed to Quenya, the high speech of the Eldar in Aman. Thingol's realm of Duriath became the most powerful elven kingdom in Beleriand. At its heart was Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, a vast underground fortress and palace carved out of living rock by the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, with whom the Sindar had established relations of trade and craftsmanship. The halls of Menegroth were lit with lamps and adorned with carvings of trees and birds and beasts, making it one of the wonders of Beleriand. Around his realm, Lúthien established a girdle of enchantment, an invisible barrier of power that prevented any from entering Duria without Endur's permission. This girdle of Lúthien would protect the realm for many long years to come, keeping it safe from the growing shadow in the north. For though Melikor had been captured and imprisoned in Valinor, many of his servants still lurked in the hidden places of Middle-earth. Sauron, his greatest lieutenant, had escaped the wrath of the Valinor and established himself in dark fortresses in the east. And in the depths of Angband, to the northwest of Beleriand, many evil creatures awaited the return of their master. Not all of the Sindar dwelt in Duriath. Some, particularly those who had originally been of the followings of Olwe, settled in the coastal regions of Beleriand. These were led by Sidon the shipwright, who established the havens of Eglest and Brithambar. Sidon's people were skilled mariners, and they maintained a tenuous connection with the Teleri of Alqualonde across the sea, though they never attempted the crossing themselves. Other Sindar spread throughout Beleriand, establishing smaller realms and settlements in the forests and hills. They lived simply compared to their kin in Valinor, but they developed a deep love for the lands of Middle-earth and a profound understanding of its rhythms and seasons. Ganindor, who had turned aside from the great journey to follow the river Anduin, also established realms in the east. Some later crossed the Blue Mountains and entered Beleriand, becoming known as the Green Elves of Ossiriand, led by Denethor, son of Lenwë. They allied themselves with Thingol and were accounted part of the Sindar, though they maintained their own distinct culture and customs. Thus were established the divisions among the elven kindreds that would persist through the ages. The Calaquendi, the Elves of the Light, who had dwelt in Valinor and seen the light of the two trees, and the Moriquendi, the Elves of Darkness, who had never made the journey or had turned back before reaching the Blessed Realm. Among the Calaquendi were the Vanyar, the Noldor, and those Teleri, who reached Aman. Among the Moriquendi were the Avari, who never left Koivyanen, the Nandor, who turned aside, and the Sindar, who remained in Beleriand. In Valinor, the Eldar flourished under the light of the two trees. The Bunyar closest to the Valinor became poets and scholars, delving into the deep mysteries of Ele. The Nojor, taught by Oli, became craftsmen without peer, creating works of beauty and wonder that have never since been matched. And the Teleri, dwelling by the sea in Alqualonde, became singers and musicians, their voices blending with the sounds of the waves in songs of haunting beauty. The years of the trees continued to pass. In Valinor, a time of bliss for the Eldar who dwelt there. They grew in wisdom and skill, and their joy seemed without end. But in the darkness of his prison, Melikor nursed his malice, and his thoughts turned ever toward revenge. And in Middle-earth, his servant Sauron was not idle, gathering power in the absence of his master. In Beleriand, the Sindar lived in a twilight world, illuminated only by the stars and by what small reflection of the light of the trees filtered through the pillory mountains as a dim glow in the western sky. Yet they did not consider themselves deprived, for they had never known any other light, and they found beauty in the silver radiance of the stars and in the shadowed forests and hills of their home. Under the leadership of Thinglau and the guidance of Lúthien, the Sindar developed a culture distinct from their kin in Valinor. They created their own styles of art and architecture, their own forms of music and poetry. They crafted weapons to defend themselves against the dark creatures that sometimes came from the north, and they established alliances with the dwarves, from whom they learned much of mining and metalwork. One of the most significant developments among the Sindar was their language. Isolated from their kin in Valinor, their speech evolved along different lines, becoming what would later be known as Sindarin. This language was characterized by its musicality and its complex consonant mutations, reflecting the sounds of the forests and streams of Beleriand. It would eventually become the common tongue of all elves in Middle-earth, even those who returned from Valinor, for it was deemed more suitable to the lands east of the sea. In Doriath, Thingol's authority was absolute, but he ruled with wisdom and fairness under the counsel of Melian. The 1,000 caves of Menegroth became a center of Sindarin culture, where artists and craftsmen, singers and lore masters gathered. Though they had not seen the light of the two trees, the Sindari created works of beauty inspired by the forests and rivers, the mountains and stars of Middle-earth. Beyond the borders of Doriath, other Sindarin realms flourished as well. In the west, Círdan the Shipwright maintained the havens of Eglarist and Brethambar, where ships were built to sail the coastal waters, though never out of sight of land. In the east, the green elves of Osiriand lived among the 7 rivers that flowed down from the Blue Mountains, rarely building permanent settlements, preferring instead to move with the seasons through their forest home. In the north, fewer elves dwelt, for that region was closest to the ruins of Angband, where evil things still lurked, despite the defeat of Melkor. Those who did live there kept constant watch, and they were skilled in woodcraft and stealth, able to move unseen through the forests and hills. They were the first to note any stirring of the enemy's servants, and they sent word to Thingol whenever they perceived a new threat. Thus was Beleriand ordered in the years before the return of the Noldor, a land of twilight and stars, of ancient forests and clear rivers, where the Sindar dwelt in harmony with the rhythm of the world. They had no inkling of the doom that would come upon them from both west and north, changing their world forever and leading to both the highest glory and the deepest sorrow of the elven kindreds in Middle-earth. In the depths of the 1,000 caves, Thingol and Lúthien held court, hearing the concerns of their people and making judgments that were deemed fair by all. Their daughter Lúthien was accounted the most beautiful of all the children of Ilúvatar, and her dancing and singing brought joy to all who beheld her. None could have foreseen that this daughter of an elven king and a divine Maya would one day play a crucial role in the fate of Middle-earth. The peace of Beleriand, though occasionally disturbed by incursions from the servants of the enemy, largely held firm during this period. The girdle of Melian protected Doriath from any who would enter unbidden, and the other Sindarin realms maintained vigilant guards against potential threats. Trade flowed between the various elven settlements, and with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, creating a network of relationships that enriched all involved. But far to the west, in Valinor, events were unfolding that would soon shatter this peace. The imprisonment of Melkor was coming to an end, and his false repentance would deceive even the Valar for a time. And among the Noldor, the greatest craftsman of all the Eldar, Feanor, son of Finwë, had created the Silmarils, jewels of unsurpassed beauty that captured the light of the two trees. The doom of the Noldor and the fate of Beleriand were being shaped by these events, though none in Middle-earth yet knew it. The Sindar continued their lives under the stars, developing their culture and deepening their connection to the lands they had chosen over the light of Valinor. But a change was coming, a change that would bring both great light and terrible darkness to the twilight world of Beleriand. As we conclude this chapter on the awakening and sundering of the elves, let us reflect on the choices that shaped their destiny. From a single origin at Cuiviénen, the Firstborn had spread across Arda, diversifying into distinct kindreds with their own languages, customs, and relationships to the world. Some dwelt in the perpetual light of Valinor, learning from the Valar and creating works of wonder. Others remained in the starlit lands of Middle-earth, developing a deeper connection to the forests and rivers, the mountains and plains of the mortal shores. Neither choice was wrong, though each would lead to different fates. The elves of Valinor gained great knowledge and power from their proximity to the Valar, but some would come to feel constrained by the very protection they were offered. The elves of Middle-earth missed the direct teaching of the Valar, but gained a freedom and a connection to the wider world that their kin in Aman would sometimes envy. In the next chapter, we will see how these separate paths converged once more, as the Noldor, driven by pride, desire, and the machinations of Melkor, returned to Middle-earth in pursuit of stolen light and vengeance. We will witness the reunion of the sundered kindreds and the establishment of new realms in Beleriand, and we will begin to understand how the choices made in these early days would echo through all the history of Arda, shaping the destiny not only of the elves, but of all the free peoples of Middle-earth. But for now, rest in the gentle starlight that first awoke the elves by the waters of Cuiviénen. Imagine the wonder of that first awakening, the first glimpse of the star-filled sky, the first sounds of voices rising in spontaneous harmony. In that moment of innocent joy, before the shadow of Melkor touched them, the Firstborn embodied the pure creative intent of Ilúvatar, free from the marring that would later come upon the world. In your dreams, perhaps you may capture an echo of that primal wonder, the beauty of a world newly discovered through eyes seeing for the first time. Chapter 3. The Silmarils and Darkness. In the blessed realm of Valinor, beneath the mingled light of the two trees, the Noldor flourished. Of the three kindreds of the Eldar who journeyed from Cuiviénen, it was the Noldor whose story would become most deeply intertwined with the fate of Middle-earth. For while the Vanir remained in blissful contentment near the halls of Manwë, and the Teleri found joy in their coastal haven of Alqualondë, the Noldor were ever restless, driven by a desire to create, to understand, and to master the materials of Arda. The Noldor dwelt primarily in the city of Túrin upon Túna, a green hill raised by the Valar in the Pass of Light through the Pelori Mountains. Túrin was a city of white walls and marble steps, of crystal stairs and slender towers. At its heart stood the Mandian Eldolieva, the Tower of Ingwe, from which shone a silver lamp, whose light could be seen even from the shores of Middle-earth as a distant star. The streets of Túrin were paved with gems, and fountains played in its squares. It was a city of beauty and learning, of craft and song. The king of the Noldor was Finwë, who had led his people from Cuiviénen across the breadth of Middle-earth to the shores of Aman. He was wise and fair, beloved by his people, and he guided them well in the early years of their dwelling in Valinor. Finwë had taken as his wife Eärendil, the brideress, who was skilled beyond all others in the creation of fine tapestries and delicate embroidery. Together they had a son, who would become the greatest and most tragic figure among the Noldor, Finwë, who would be known by the name his mother gave him, Fëanor, Spirit of Fire. The birth of Fëanor was difficult and drew deeply on Silmarils' strength. After bringing him into the world, she became weary in spirit, desiring only rest. She went to the gardens of Lúthien, where dwelt Ilmo, the master of dreams and visions, and there she lay down to sleep. But her spirit departed from her body, seeking the halls of Mandos, and though her physical form remained unblemished, preserved by the clean air of Aman, she did not return. This was the first death in Valinor, and it was a sign that even in the blessed realm, sorrow could find a way. Finwë mourned deeply for Neville, but in time his heart turned to Indis of the Vimya, golden-haired and gentle, after seeking the counsel of the Vimois, who declared that Neville would not return. Finwë was permitted to take Indis as his second wife, the first and only time such a remarriage occurred among the Eldar. With Indis, Finwë had 2 more sons, Finwë, Timliarfin, and 2 daughters, Findis and Iramir. But Finwë, the child of his first love, held a special place in his heart. Fëanor grew swiftly to maturity, becoming tall and fair, with dark hair and bright eyes that seemed to contain a light of their own. From his youth, it was clear that he possessed gifts beyond those of any other among the Eldar. His mind was sharp and penetrating, his hands skilled beyond measure, and his will was strong as tempered steel. The fire for which he was named burned within him, driving him to ever greater achievements. Under the tutelage of Olaf the Smith, Fëanor's craft flourished. He became the greatest craftsman among the Noldor, a people already renowned for their skill. He invented new methods of metalworking and gem cutting, developed new alloys and materials, and created works of such beauty that even the Valar marveled at them. Perhaps his most significant early achievement was the creation of the Tengwar, a system of letters that could be used to write any language, and which would later be employed by many of the peoples of Middle-earth. Fëanor married Nerdano, daughter of the great smith Morton, who was herself skilled in sculpting and crafting. She was one of the few who could temper Fëanor's fiery spirit with her wisdom and patience. Together they had 7 sons: Maedhros the tall, Maeghlor the mighty singer, Celagorm the fair, Coranthir the dark, Curafin the crafty, and the twins Amrod and Amrys. The house of Fëanor was strong and proud, and they held themselves apart from the other Noldor, particularly from the children of Indis, whom Fëanor viewed with suspicion and jealousy. For despite all his gifts, Fëanor harbored a darkness in his heart. He resented his father's remarriage and the children it produced, viewing them as rivals for his father's love and for the leadership of the Noldor. This resentment smoldered within him, a flaw in his otherwise brilliant character that would eventually contribute to the downfall of his people. But before that doom came upon them, Fëanor achieved the pinnacle of his craft, creating works that would be remembered and desired throughout all the ages of the world. During a time of particular inspiration, he conceived of a way to capture and preserve the holy light of the 2 trees, which until then had been ephemeral, unable to be contained or carried. Working in secret for many years, using techniques that none had discovered before, or have rediscovered since, Fëanor created 3 great jewels, the Silmarils. The Silmarils were like living things, radiating a light that came from within rather than merely reflecting external illumination. Within their crystalline depths shone the blended light of Telparion and Lorelin. Pure and unsullied, they shone with a radiance that captivated all who beheld them, kindling joy and wonder in those whose hearts were uncorrupted. They were the greatest treasures ever crafted by elven hands, and even Fëanor himself, at the height of his power, could not recreate them. So remarkable were the Silmarils that Vada herself, the Queen of the Stars, hallowed them, laying a power upon them that no mortal flesh or hands, unclean, could touch without being burned and withered. And Mardos, the keeper of the houses of the dead, foretold that the fate of Arda, earth, sea, and air was locked within them. Fëanor was proud of his creation, and he would often wear the Silmarils at festivals, where their light would mingle with that of the two trees, enhancing rather than diminishing the natural radiance. All the Eldar marveled at them, and the Valar recognized them as a worthy and beautiful use of the gifts that Ilúvatar had bestowed upon the children. But as time passed, Fëanor's love for the Silmarils grew ever deeper, becoming more possessive and jealous. He would gaze upon them in private, entranced by the light that he had captured, but not created, and his heart would swell with a pride that bordered on obsession. It was during this time of Fëanor's ascendancy that a shadow began to creep back into Valinor. Melkor, who had been imprisoned in the halls of Mandos for 3 ages, after his defeat in the Battle of the Powers, was brought before Manwë for judgment. He prostrated himself at the feet of the Elder King, begging forgiveness for his past deeds, and promising to aid in the healing of the hurts he had caused in Arda. Manwë, whose understanding of evil was limited by his own inherent goodness, was moved by Melkor's apparent repentance. Against the council of Ulmo and Tulkas, who distrusted the enemy, Manwë granted Melkor parole within the confines of Valinor, but though he was free to move about and speak with both Valinor and Eldar, he was kept under constant observation, particularly by Tulkas, who never forgot the struggle it had taken to capture him. For a time, when Melkor appeared to be genuinely reformed, he offered his knowledge to the Valar and the Eldar, helping to solve problems and offering insights from his unique perspective. As one who had explored the farthest reaches of Erebor, many benefited from his counsel, especially among the Noldor, whose thirst for knowledge matched Melkor's apparent eagerness to share it. But in his heart, Melkor's repentance was feigned. His hatred for the Valar had only grown during his imprisonment, and he sought now to work his malice through subtler means than direct confrontation. He recognized in the Odae, particularly the Noldor, a potential tool for his revenge. If he could turn them against the Valar, or at least sow discord among them, he could strike indirectly at those whom he could not hope to defeat in open combat. Melkor's gaze soon fell upon the Silmarils, and a desperate desire for them arose in his heart, for in these jewels was captured the light of the two trees, which he had always hated because they were the greatest works of the Valar after his own rebellion, and they were the treasures of Fëanor, whom Melkor both envied for his skill and perceived as a potential ally due to his pride. The combination of these factors made the Silmarils the object of Melkor's obsession, a prize he coveted beyond all else in Arda. Unable to take the jewels by force while under the watchful eyes of the Valar, Melkor instead began a campaign of subtle manipulation. He moved among the Noldor, whispering words that seemed wise but contained the seeds of discontent. He spoke to them of the vast lands of Middle-earth that lay unclaimed, where they could establish realms of their own, rather than living as dependents of the Valar. He hinted that the Valar had brought the Eldar to Aman, not out of love, but out of fear, that the Firstborn might grow too powerful if left to themselves. Most insidiously, he spread rumors that the Valar were preparing for the coming of men, the second children of Ilúvatar, who would supplant the elves in the favor of both the Valar and Ilúvatar himself. These men, he whispered, would be given Middle-earth as their dominion, while the elves would be confined to Aman, prevented from exploring and settling the wider world that should have been their birthright. These whispers found fertile ground among many of the Noldor, whose desire for knowledge and mastery made them receptive to the idea that they were being unfairly restricted. They began to look at the Valar with new eyes, questioning the benevolence that they had previously taken for granted, and they started to speak among themselves of the lands across the sea, wondering what wonders and opportunities might await them there. But Melkor found less success with Fëanor, who distrusted him from the beginning. For all his faults, Fëanor possessed a keen insight, and he sensed the desire in Melkor's heart for the Silmarils. When Melkor came to him, offering instruction in yet greater crafts, Fëanor turned him away, recognizing the falseness in his words. This rejection stung Melkor deeply, and his desire for vengeance against Fëanor joined with his coveting of the Silmarils to form a twofold purpose: to possess the jewels and to destroy their creator. Unable to corrupt Fëanor directly, Melkor worked instead to inflame the tensions that already existed between him and the children of Eärendil. He would speak to Fëanor of how Fëanor and Fëanor were plotting to usurp his place as the eldest son and rightful heir of Fëanor. Then he would go to Fëanor and suggest that Fëanor was becoming dangerously ambitious, seeking to claim rulership of all the Noldor for himself and his sons, to the exclusion of his half-brothers. These lies bore fruit, for there was just enough truth in them to make them plausible. The relationship between Fëanor and his half-brothers had never been warm, and now it grew openly hostile. The peace of Túrin was disturbed as the House of Finwë fractured along lines of suspicion and resentment. The other Noldor began to take sides, some supporting Fëanor for his brilliance and the glory he brought to their people, others favoring Finwë in his more measured and diplomatic approach. The tension reached its breaking point during a festival in Túrin. Finwë had called his family together, hoping to reconcile his quarreling sons. But at this gathering, Fingolfin publicly pledged his loyalty to his father and acknowledged Fëanor's precedence among Finwë's children, a gesture that Fëanor, in his pride and suspicion, interpreted as a veiled threat. In the presence of all the assembled Noldor, Fëanor drew his sword against his half-brother, threatening him and accusing him of plotting to replace him in their father's favor and in the succession. This unprecedented act of violence, for no elf had threatened another with a weapon in Valinor before, could not go unanswered. News of it reached Manwë, and he summoned both Fingolfin and Thingol to his halls on Tanikel for judgment. There, the truth of Melkor's manipulations began to emerge, but Thingol's action could not be excused merely because he had been deceived. For drawing a weapon against his own kin, Thingol was sentenced to 12 years of exile from Tarion. Finwë, loyal to his eldest son, despite his transgression, chose to go with Fëanor into exile. They traveled north to the region called Formenors, where Fëanor built a strong fortress for his family and his treasures. The Silmarils were locked in a chamber of iron, and all of Fëanor's 7 sons swore to protect them and their father. Formenors became a gathering place for many of the Noldor who were loyal to Fëanor, and thus the division among the children of Fëanor extended to their people as well. With Fëanor's exile, Melkor's deception was revealed, and he fled before he could be apprehended by the Valar. He disappeared from Valinor, and for a time his whereabouts were unknown. The Valar strengthened the defenses of Aman, and a watch was kept on the northern borders, but there was no sign of the enemy. Some believed he had returned to Middle-earth, while others feared he might still be hiding somewhere within Valinor, plotting new mischief. In truth, Melkor had indeed remained in Aman, but he had gone to a region far to the south, beyond the dwellings of the Valar and the Eldar. There, in a land of darkness untouched by the light of the trees, he sought out Ungoliant, a being of shadow and hunger who had taken the form of a monstrous spider. Ungoliant had once been one of the Maya, the lesser spirits who served the Valar, but she had been corrupted by Melkor in the beginning, and had turned to darkness. She had fled to the south of Aman during the Battle of the Powers, fearing the wrath of the Valar, and there she had dwelt ever since, spinning webs of darkness and consuming any light that came within her reach. Melkor approached Ungoliant with a proposition. Together they would strike at the Valar by destroying the two trees, plunging Valinor into darkness. In return for her aid, Melkor promised Ungoliant the fulfillment of her hunger. She could consume whatever she wished from the rich lands of Aman. Ungoliant, whose hunger was insatiable, agreed to the bargain, though she demanded a pledge from Melkor to share with her whatever he seized for himself during their raid. In the meantime, the Valar sought to heal the breach among the Noldor. A great feast was proclaimed to be held in Valar, the city of the Valar. All were summoned, even Fëanor from his exile, for it was time for reconciliation. It was the intention of Malwar that at this gathering, Fëanor would extend his hand to Fëanor in forgiveness, and the discord sown by Melkor would be mended. As the day of the feast approached, all the Eldar prepared for the journey to Valmar. The Vanyar came down from the slopes of Tanicail, the Teleri sailed from Alqualande, and the Noldor traveled from Tirion and from Formenos. Only Finrod remained behind, for he was still angry about his son's exile, and refused to attend while the sentence was in effect. But Finrod himself had been granted leave to come to the feast. It was on this day, when nearly all the inhabitants of Valinor had gathered in Valinor, that Melkor and Ungoliant made their move. They crossed the Polari Mountains by a high pass in the north, where the mighty range diminished somewhat, and could be traversed by secret paths known to Melkor from his time in Valinor. Cloaked in a darkness generated by Ungoliant, which could even dim the light of the two trees, they approached Izelohar, the green mound upon which Telperion and Laurelin grew. The trees stood unguarded, for who in Valinor would have thought to harm them? Melkor struck first, driving his spear deep into each tree, in turn wounding them grievously. Then Ungoliant, growing to a shape of terrible darkness, fastened her mouth upon the wounds, and drank the living light and sap of the trees, poisoning them with her venom. Telperion drooped and grew dark, his silver flowers falling like rain. Laurelin's golden fruit blackened and fell, and her branches withered. The light of the two trees, which had illuminated Valinor for ages untold, was extinguished. Darkness fell upon the blessed realm, a darkness deeper than mere night, for it was filled with malice and the greedy hunger of Ungoliant. In Valmar, the Valar and the Eldar were thrown into confusion and fear, for such a thing had never before occurred in the realm of Aman. But Melkor and Ungoliant did not remain at the scene of their crime. Even as the Valar began to understand what had happened, the two were already fleeing northward, toward Formenor, for Melkor had a second target in mind, the Silmarils of Fëanor, which now contained the only pure light of the two trees left in Arda. At Formenos, Finwë alone of all the Noldor lords had remained behind during the feast. When darkness fell suddenly upon Valinor, he knew that some evil was afoot. He ordered the fortress to be sealed, and he himself stood guard before the doors of the treasury, where the Silmarils were kept. He was valiant, this king of the Noldor, but he faced a power beyond his strength. Melkor and Ungoliant arrived at Formenos as a cloud of unlight, consuming the dim radiance of the stars and casting a shadow of fear before them. The few Noldor who had remained at Formenos fled in terror at their approach, all save Finwë. He stood his ground before the doors of the treasury, refusing to yield even in the face of the greatest power of Arda. Melkor now revealed in a form terrible to behold, struck down Finwë, slaying him before the doors he had sworn to guard. This was the first murder in Valinor, and it would have far-reaching consequences. With Finwë's body lying broken before him, Melkor broke into the treasury, seizing the Silmarils along with many other gems and treasures. Then he and Ungoliant fled northward, crossing the Helcaraxë, the grinding ice that connected Aman to Middle-earth in the far north. As they escaped, Ungoliant demanded her payment. Melkor grudgingly gave her the lesser gems he had stolen, which she devoured, growing ever larger and more powerful. But when she demanded the Silmarils as well, Melkor refused. These he kept for himself, fastening them into a crown of iron that he placed upon his head. Ungoliant, enraged by this betrayal, attacked Melkor, weaving her webs of darkness around him until he was nearly consumed. In his desperation, Melkor let forth a terrible cry that echoed through the mountains of the north. This cry was heard by the Balrogs, his most fearsome servants, who had hidden in the depths of the earth since his defeat in the Battle of the Powers. They came now to their master's aid, driving off Ungoliant with their whips of flame. Thus, Melkor, now bearing the crown of iron, set with the Silmarils, returned to his ancient fortress of Angband in the northwest of Middle-earth. There he began to rebuild his power, breeding orcs and trolls, gathering wolves and other fell beasts to his service, and delving deep mines and dungeons to strengthen his hold. The Silmarils burned upon his brow, causing him constant pain due to the hallowing of Vada, but his pride would not allow him to remove them. Meanwhile, in Valinor, chaos and grief followed the darkening of the trees. The Valinor and the Eldar gathered around Izelahar, where Yavanna examined the stricken trees. She determined that they were not dead, but grievously wounded, their light drained and their vitality sapped by Ungoliant's venom. There was a chance, she said, that they might be healed, but only if a portion of their original light could be returned to them, and that light now existed only in the Silmarils. Messengers were sent in haste to Formenos to seek Fëanor and the Silmarils, but they returned with grim tidings. Finwë was slain, the fortress was ransacked, and the Silmarils were taken. A darkness fell upon the heart of Fëanor when he heard this news. His father, whom he had loved more than any other, was dead, and his greatest treasures, into which he had poured his skill and spirit, were stolen. In his grief and rage, Fëanor cursed Melkor, naming him Morgoth, the Black Enemy, a name by which he would ever after be known. And despite his loss, or perhaps because of it, Fëanor refused to give up his claim to the Silmarils, saying that even if he had them still, he would not break them to rekindle the trees, for the light of the trees was in those jewels before these thieving gods demanded them of me. And for those jewels alone I would demand vengeance and recompense to the end of the world. Then Fëanor, in his wrath and sorrow, returned to Tírion and called the Noldor to him. In a speech of terrible power, he swayed many of them to his cause. He spoke of the glory that awaited them in Middle-earth, of kingdoms they might establish free from the dominion of the Valar. He recounted the wrongs done to him by Morgoth, and he accused the Valar of weakness in allowing the enemy to escape with the Silmarils, and he revealed the words that Morgoth had spoken in secret about men who would come to supplant the elves, suggesting that the Valar had hidden this truth from them. At the height of his oration, Fëanor drew his sword and swore a terrible oath, calling upon LOTR himself to witness that he would pursue with vengeance and hatred any creature, great or small, good or evil, that should hold or take or keep a Silmaril from his possession. His 7 sons leapt to his side, drawing their own swords and joining in this oath, which would come to be known as the Oath of Fëanor, a binding promise that would drive them to terrible deeds in the ages to come. Stirred by Fëanor's words and the passion of his oath, the majority of the Noldor prepared to leave Valinor to return to Middle-earth in pursuit of Morgoth. Though some, especially among the people of Fëanorvin and Fëanorvin, were reluctant, they too joined the host, unwilling to be separated from their kin. Only a small remnant of the Noldor remained behind, along with all of the Fëanor and Teleri. The Valar did not approve of this decision, seeing in it the lingering influence of Morgoth's lies. Manwë sent word that this course was unwise, but Fëanor was beyond reason in his grief and anger. He led the host of the Noldor northward, seeking a way to Middle-earth. They came to Alcalonde, the haven of the Teleri, and asked for their ships to cross the sea, but the Teleri refused to aid what they saw as a rebellion against the Valar, and they would not part with their beloved ships. Then there was fighting between the Noldor and the Teleri, the first kinslaying among the elves. Many were slain on both sides, but the Noldor, more numerous and driven by the fire of Fëanor's will, prevailed. They took the ships of the Teleri by force and began their journey across the sea. As they journeyed, a solemn figure appeared before them on a high rock by the shore, a messenger from the Valar, with a stern voice that carried to all the host. He pronounced the doom of Mandos upon them, declaring that for the spilling of their kin's blood, and for their rebellion, great hardship and tragedy would follow them. Those who continued would be exiled from Valar, and any who died would remain long in the halls of waiting, rather than being re-embodied as was the custom for elves. The Noldor were warned that their quest was hopeless against the power of Morgoth, and that betrayal would arise from within due to the terrible oath of Fëanor. "Tears unnumbered ye shall shed," the voice proclaimed, "and the Valar will fence Valinor against you, and shut you out, so that not even the echo of your lamentation shall pass over the mountains. On the house of Valinor, the wrath of the Valar lieth from the west unto the uttermost east, and upon all that will follow them it shall be laid also. Their oath shall drive them, and yet betray them, and ever snatch away the very treasures that they have sworn to pursue." Upon hearing this doom, Finarfin and many of his people turned back, repenting of their part in the rebellion. They returned to Valinor to seek the pardon of the Valinor, and Finarfin was made king of the remnant of the Noldor who remained. But Valinor and the majority of the host hardened their hearts and continued their journey. The fleet of stolen ships was not large enough to transport all the host of the Noldor at once. Fëanor decided to take his most loyal followers across first, intending to send the ships back for the rest, who were led by Finarfin. But when they reached the shores of Middle-earth, at the vast bay known as Losgar, Fëanor ordered the ships to be burned. His pride and distrust had overcome whatever brotherly feeling remained in his heart, and he abandoned Finarfin and his people to either return to Valinor in shame or attempt the deadly crossing of the Helcaraxë, the grinding ice. The flames of the burning ships were seen by Fingolfin and his host on the far shore, and they knew then that they had been betrayed. After long deliberation, Fingolfin chose to lead his people across the grinding ice, rather than return to Valinor in disgrace. This journey was arduous beyond telling, a nightmare of cracking ice, freezing waters, and bitter winds. Many perished in the crossing, but those who survived developed a strength and resilience that would serve them well in the wars to come, and the betrayal at Losgar kindled a resentment between the followers of Fingor and those of Fingolfin that would never fully be extinguished. While Fingolfin and his people struggled across the ice, Fëanor pushed inland, eager to confront Morgoth. But he advanced with too much haste and too little caution. Morgoth, aware of his coming, sent a force of orcs to attack the Noldor. The elves were victorious in this battle under stars, for the orcs of that time feared the light in the eyes of the Eldar, who had seen the trees, and they fled before the swords of the Noldor. But Fëanor, in his eagerness for vengeance, pursued the retreating enemy too far. He came within sight of Angband, and there he was surrounded by Balrogs, Morgoth's most terrible servants. Though he fought valiantly, slaying many with his sword, he was mortally wounded by Gothmog, the lord of Balrogs. His sons arrived with the vanguard of the Noldor host, just in time to drive off the Balrogs. But Fëanor's wounds were beyond healing. They carried him back toward their camp, but Fëanor knew his end was near. As he lay dying, he gazed toward the peaks of Thingwardrum, the triple-peaked mountain that Morgoth had raised above Angband, and he cursed the enemy 3 times. Then he made his sons repeat their oath to recover the Silmarils, binding them to the same doom that had driven him to his death, and with that, his fiery spirit consumed his body, leaving only ashes. Thus ended the life of Fëanor, greatest of the Noldor, whose passions brought both great achievements and terrible destruction to his people. With Fëanor's death, the leadership of his followers passed to his eldest son, Madros the Tall. But the sons of Fëanor had little time to mourn, for Morgoth sent a messenger under a banner of truce, suggesting a parley to discuss terms of peace and the possible return of a Silmaril. Though Madros suspected treachery, the pull of the oath was too strong to ignore even such a slim chance of recovering one of the jewels. He went to the appointed place with a small guard, only to find a much larger force of the enemy waiting in ambush. Medros was captured, and his escort was slain. Morgoth, in a display of calculated cruelty, had Medros suspended by his right wrist from a precipice of Thingwardrum, using a band of unbreakable steel. There he hung in torment, a visible warning to any who would challenge the power of Angband. The remaining sons of Fëanor withdrew to the southern shores of Lake Mithram, where they established a guarded camp and considered their next move. They were diminished and chastened by the loss of their father and brother, but the oath still bound them, and they knew that their struggle against Morgoth had only just begun. It was in this state that Fingolfin and his people found them, after completing their perilous crossing of the Helcaraxë. The arrival of this much larger host should have been cause for celebration among the Noldor, a reunion of strength against their common enemy. But the betrayal at Lusgar had created a rift between the two groups, and they established separate camps on opposite shores of the lake, with little communication between them.
Fingolfin's host included his sons, Fingorn and Turgon, and his daughter, Eärendil, as well as his nephew Finrod, and his siblings Orodreth, Angrod, Agnor, and Galadriel, the children of Finarfin, who had chosen to continue the journey even after their father turned back. These were the lords and lady of the Noldor, who would establish the great realms of Beleriand, and whose deeds would be remembered in song and story long after their kingdoms had fallen.
The sundering of the Noldor might have continued indefinitely, had it not been for the nobility of Fiannan the Valiant. Despite the strife between their peoples, Fiannan and Modros had once been close friends in Valinor. Troubled by reports of Modros's torment, and moved by memories of their former friendship, Fiannan resolved to attempt a rescue, though it meant venturing alone to the very gates of Angband. With the aid of Thorondor, king of the Eagles, who was sent by Manwë, unbeknownst to the other Valar, Fiannan reached the precipice where Madros was suspended. Finding no way to break the band of steel that held his friend, and with Madros himself begging for death rather than continued torture, Fiannan made a terrible choice. He drew his sword and cut off Madros's hand at the wrist, freeing him from the precipice. Together they returned to the Noldor encampment, where Madros eventually recovered from his wounds though he never again wielded a sword in his right hand. This act of courage and compassion by Finian began a healing of the rift between the followers of Finio and those of Finilfin. In gratitude for his rescue and in acknowledgement of the wrong done at Losgar, Madros relinquished his claim to the high kingship of the Noldor in exile, passing it to Finilfin, who was older and wiser than any of Finio's sons, though some among the sons of Finio grumbled at this decision. Madros enforced it, and the two camps of the Noldor were united under a single leader. This reconciliation came at a critical time, for a new challenge was arising in Middle-earth. As the Noldor had journeyed and struggled, the world itself was changing. The first dawn broke over the eastern mountains, and the first sun rose into the sky, bringing a light different from that of the two trees, but welcome nonetheless to the elves who had long dwelt in the darkness of the stars. The coming of the sun and moon was the result of the Vala's efforts to bring light back to the world after the destruction of the two trees, from the last flower of Telperion and the last fruit of Laurelin, which had been saved before the trees died completely. The Vala created two vessels of light. These were guided by Maiar spirits. Aryan, a spirit of fire, who had tended the golden flowers of Laurelin, guided the sun, and Telian, a hunter from the company of Orome, who had loved the silver light of Telperion, guided the moon. The new lights in the sky marked the beginning of a new epoch in the history of Arda. With the coming of the sun, the years of the trees gave way to the first age of the sun, and in the warm light of this new celestial body, the second children of the LOTR, men awoke in the eastern regions of Middle-earth. The Noldor, now united under Fingolfin's leadership, began to explore the lands of Beleriand and to establish realms of their own. They encountered the Sindar, the Grey Elves, who had remained in Middle-earth when the rest of the Teleri departed for Valinor. And though there were differences in language and culture, they recognized each other as kin. The Sindar were ruled by Eleuthingol, who had taken as his queen the Maya Melian, and their realm of Doriath was the most powerful elven kingdom in Beleriand. When the Noldor arrived, protected by the Girdle of Melian, an enchanted barrier that prevented entry without Thingol's permission, Doriath had remained safe from the growing power of Morgoth in the north. The returning Noldor did not immediately reveal the full truth of their departure from Valinor, particularly the kinslaying at Alqualande. When news of this deed eventually reached Thingolal through the words of messengers from the Teleri across the sea, he was outraged and banned the language of the Noldor from his realm. He also forbade any of the sons of Finor from entering Doriath, for they had been the instigators of the attack on his kin. Despite this tension with the Sindar, the Noldor proceeded to establish their own territories throughout Beleriand. Fingolfin, as High King, took as his domain the region of Hitlim, a highland area in the northwest, where he built his fortress of Barad Eithel at the source of the river Surian. His son Fingon held the adjacent region of Durlaman, while his other son Turgon eventually established the hidden city of Gondolin, built in secret after a vision granted to him by Ulmo, Lord of Waters. Finrod, son of Fornelfin, founded the realm of Nargothrond, a great underground fortress city, inspired by Thingol's Menegroth, but built with the greater craft of the Noldor, who had learned from Oloi in Valinor. His brothers Angrod and Egonor held lands in Dorthanern, a highland region northeast of Diriath. The sons of Feldnor, still bound by their oath to recover the Silmarils, took lands primarily in the eastern parts of Beleriand. Medros, recognizing the need to guard against any sortie from Angband, established his fortress on the hill of Himring, a cold and windy height that commanded the passes into the eastern regions. His brothers took lands around him, with Caranthea going furthest east to the shores of Lake Hellevorn, where he encountered the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. With their realms established, the Noldor turned their attention to Morgoth, who had retreated into Angband after his confrontation with Fëanor. They initiated the siege of Angband, a long containment of Morgoth's power that allowed them to develop their kingdoms in relative peace for nearly 4 centuries, though it was not a true siege in the sense of a complete encirclement, for the northern regions behind Angband were unmapped and unguarded. It did force Morgoth to build his strength in secret, unable to challenge the Noldor openly. During this period, known as the Long Peace, the Noldor and the Sindar prospered, and the realms of Beleriand reached the height of their power and beauty. Great cities were built, both above and below ground. Forests were tended, and fields were cultivated. The elves explored the land, naming mountains and rivers, valleys and plains. They established relations with the dwarves, from whom they learned new crafts, particularly in metalwork and stone cutting, and they began to encounter men who were migrating westward from their places of awakening in the east. The first men to enter Beleriand were the people of Briar, who were discovered by Finrod while he was out hunting. Unlike the Iveri or the dwarves, these newcomers showed no fear of the Eldar. Even those who had seen the light of Valinor, Finrod took a liking to these mortal creatures, teaching them language and lore, and they in turn swore allegiance to him, calling him their lord, and the closest thing to the divine that they had ever encountered. Other groups of men followed, the folk of Hyleth, who were fewer in number but fierce in spirit, preferring to dwell apart from both elves and other men, and the people of Hydor, tall and golden-haired, who became great allies of the House of Fingolfin. These 3 houses of the Aedin, as they came to be called, were the most noble of men, and their descendants would play crucial roles in the history of Middle-earth. But not all men who entered Beleriand were friendly to the elves. Some, the Easterlings, were already under the sway of Morgoth, having encountered his emissaries in the lands beyond the Blue Mountains. These would later prove to be a deadly enemy, betraying the Noldor at a critical moment. As the years of the Long Peace continued, the Noldor began to believe that their containment of Morgoth might last indefinitely. They grew comfortable in their realms, and though they maintained their guards and fortresses, the vigilance of the early years after their arrival in Middle-earth began to wane. This was a dangerous complacency, for Morgoth was not idle during this time. In the depths of Angband, Morgoth was breeding terrible new weapons for the war he knew would eventually come. He had learned from his defeats at the hands of the Noldor that his orcs alone were no match for the Eldar who had seen the light of Valinor, so he began to create more formidable servants. He bred trolls, massive and brutish creatures with hides so tough that normal weapons broke against them. He gathered Balrogs, spirits of fire, who had joined him in his rebellion against the Valaror, and most terribly, he began the creation of dragons, with Glorung as their father, a wingless but fearsome serpent whose fiery breath and malevolent intelligence would make him one of the most dreaded of Morgoth's servants. Morgoth also worked to weaken his enemies from within. His spies and emissaries sowed discord when they could, exploiting the tensions that already existed among the elves, particularly between the Noldor and the Sindar, and between the followers of Fingolfin and the sons of Fëanor. And he did not forget the oath that bound Fëanor's sons to pursue the Silmarils at any cost, a weapon he would use against them at the appropriate time. After nearly 4 centuries of relative peace, Morgoth was ready to test the defenses of his enemies. He sent forth Glorung, who had grown to just a fraction of the size he would eventually reach, but was already a formidable foe. Leading a contingent of orcs, Glorung burst from Angband and attacked the highlands of Dorthonion. The Noldor, taken by surprise by this new threat, were initially driven back, But Fingon, son of Fingolfin, rallied a force of mounted archers and counterattacked. Glóin, not yet having reached his full growth and power, was vulnerable to their arrows and was forced to retreat. The orcs were slaughtered, and Glóin crawled back to Angband, wounded but not slain. This incident, which became known as the Dagor y Glaraib, the glorious battle, reassured the Noldor of their military superiority. They tightened their leaguer around Angband, building new watchtowers and fortifications to guard against any further sorties. The long peace resumed, and for another 2 centuries, Beleriand flourished under the governance of the Noldor and Sindar. But in the depths of Angband, Morgoth continued to plot. He allowed Glaring to mature fully, growing to an enormous size, and developing scales so hard that no arrow could pierce them. He bred more orcs, and trained them more thoroughly, and he devised a new strategy to break the power of the Noldor once and for all. In the year 405 of the First Age, Morgoth unleashed his full might against the elves of Beleriand. The attack began with rivers of fire pouring from Thungorodrim, followed by armies of orcs so vast that they darkened the plains. Glórin led a host of dragons, and Balrogs marched with them. This onslaught, which became known as the Dagoria Bergolach, the Battle of Sudden Flame, broke the siege of Angund, and marked the beginning of the end for the Noldor realms. The green lands of Ardgallan, the great plain north of Beleriand, were consumed by fire and transformed into the desert of Anfaglith, the gasping dust. The highlands of Dothonin, held by Angrod and Aegnor, sons of Finarfin, were overrun, and both brothers fell in battle. The fortresses of the sons of Fenar in East Beleriand were besieged or destroyed, with only Mydras holding firm on the hill of Himring. Fingolfin, the High King of the Noldor, watched from his fortress in Hithlum as the northern defenses collapsed, and the fair lands he had ruled for centuries were laid waste. Seized by despair and rage, he mounted his white steed Rachawa and rode alone to the gates of Angband. There he challenged Morgoth to single combat, calling him craven for hiding behind his servants. Morgoth, constrained by his own pride, could not ignore this challenge before his assembled captains. He emerged from the depths of Angband clad in black armor, wielding his great hammer Grand, the hammer of the underworld. Though Fingolfin was grievously overmatched in size and strength, his skill and quickness allowed him to wound Morgoth 7 times before he was finally overcome. With his dying act, he embedded his sword in Morgoth's foot, causing the Dark Lord to limp ever after, and to bear a lasting pain to remind him of the valor of the Eldar. After the combat, Morgoth broke Fingolfin's body and was about to cast it to his wolves, when Thorondor, king of the eagles, swooped down from the sky. The great eagle scratched Morgoth's face with his mighty talons, then seized Fingolfin's body and bore it away to a mountain peak overlooking Gondolin, where Turgon built a cairn for his father. With the death of Fingolfin, the high kingship of the Noldor passed to his son, Fingon. But the unity and power of the Noldor were broken by the Dagor Bragolach, and they would never again match the strength they had possessed during the siege of Angband. The aftermath of the battle saw a reshaping of the political landscape of Beleriand. Many refugees fled south, away from the front lines of the war. Doriath, protected by the girdle of Melian, remained secure, and Thingol admitted some of these refugees, particularly relatives of his wife, Nargothrond. The hidden fortress of Finrod also became a haven, and Gondolin, the secret city of Turgon, remained completely hidden, unknown to either friend or foe outside its narrow valley. In the years following the Dagor Bragolach, a period of guerrilla warfare ensued, with the remaining Noldor and their allies among men, fighting desperate hoarding actions against the expanding forces of Morgoth. During this time, several heroes emerged whose deeds would become the stuff of legend. One such hero was Barahir, a man of the House of Bor, who had saved Finrod's life during the Dagor Bragollach. In gratitude, Finrod gave Barahir his ring, swearing an oath of friendship and aid to Barahir and his descendants. This ring would become known as the Ring of Barahir, a token of the alliance between the House of Finofern and the line of Barahir that would extend far into the future of Middle-earth. Barahir and his band of outlaws continued to resist Morgoth in the highlands of Dorthonion, which had fallen under enemy occupation, but eventually they were betrayed by one of their own, and all were slain, except for Barahir's son, Beren, who was away from their camp at the time. Beren avenged his father, taking back the ring of Barahir from the traitor, and then continued a solitary resistance against the forces of Morgoth for years before being forced to flee Dorthonion. Beren's subsequent adventures would lead him to Doriath, where he would meet Lúthien, daughter of Thingol and Milian, and begin one of the most famous love stories in the history of Middle-earth. Together, they would achieve what the combined might of the Noldor could not. They would recover a Silmaril from the crown of Morgoth himself. But that is a tale for another chapter. For now, let us reflect on the fate of the Silmarils and the doom of the Noldor. The three jewels, made by Fëanor in the bliss of Valinor, had begun their long and tragic history. They had caused the first murder in Valinor, the death of Finwë. They had inspired the rebellion of the Noldor and their return to Middle-earth. They had been set in the iron crown of Morgoth, burning his brow with their hallowed light, a constant reminder of the beauty he could never create, only corrupt. And they were still bound by the oath of Fëanor, which drove his 7 sons to pursue them with single-minded determination, regardless of the cost to themselves or others. This oath would lead to further kinslayings, to betrayal and tragedy, to the ruin of all that the Noldor had built in Beleriand. For as the doom of Mandos had foretold, the earth would drive them, and yet betray them, and ever snatch away the very treasures that they had sworn to pursue.
As the first age of the sun continued its march toward the final confrontation between the elves and Morgoth, the Silmarils remained as symbols of all that had been lost and all that might yet be regained. The light of the 2 trees, the bliss of Valinor, the innocence of the elves, before the lies of Morgoth had poisoned their spirits. They were the embodiment of the tragedy of the Noldor, whose pride and desire for mastery had led them from paradise into exile, from light into darkness.
Yet in that darkness, there were still glimmers of hope. The valor of Fingolfin, who had dared to challenge Morgoth himself, the friendship of Fëngorn and Madsros, which had healed the rift between the 2 branches of the Noldor, the alliance with men, whose mortality brought a new perspective and a new strength to the struggle against the enemy, and the hidden realms of Doriath, Nargothrond, and Gondolin, where the culture and beauty of the Eldar still flourished, despite the shadow that had fallen over Beleriand. In the next chapter, we will follow the tale of Beren and Lúthien, whose love transcended the boundaries between elves and men, and whose deeds struck the first significant blow against Morgoth's power since the breaking of the siege of Angband. Their story is one of courage and sacrifice, of the strength that comes from unity, and the power of love to overcome even the darkest evil. But for now, rest in the knowledge that even in the midst of tragedy and loss, beauty and nobility endure. The Silmarils may have been taken by Morgoth, but their light still shines, a beacon of hope in the darkness of the First Age. The Noldor may have been diminished by war and divided by ancient grievances, but their spirit remains unbroken, and though the shadow of Morgoth extends ever further over Beleriand, there are still those who stand against it, in whom the flame of resistance burns as brightly as the spirit of Fëanor himself. Sleep now, and dream of the Silmarils, shining like stars in the crown of night, symbols of all that is beautiful and precious in Arda, worth fighting for, worth dying for, worth living for, in hope of a day when the darkness will be driven back and the light will return to the world. Chapter 4: Exile and New Kingdoms. In the aftermath of the Dagor Bragollach, the Battle of Sudden Flame, the lands of Beleriand were forever changed. Where once the Noldor had maintained a vigilant siege around the dark fortress of Angband, now Morgoth's power flowed outward like a tide of shadow, reclaiming territories that had been denied to him for centuries. The green plains of Ardgalen, which had stretched between the highlands of Hithlum and Dorthanen and the iron mountains of Thangorodrim, were consumed by fire and transformed into a lifeless desert that would thereafter be known as Anfoglath, the gasping dust. Yet, even in this darkest hour, when the might of the Noldor had been broken, and their High King Fingolfin had fallen in single combat with Morgoth, hope was not entirely extinguished. Though scattered and diminished, the elves of Beleriand and their allies among men continued to resist the encroaching darkness in hidden strongholds and secret valleys, in forest protected by ancient magic, and in mountain fortresses that had withstood the onslaught. The light of the elder days still burned, a defiance against the gathering night. After the death of Fingolfin, the high kingship of the Noldor passed to his eldest son, Fingon the Valiant, from his fortress in Hithlum, which had held firm against the forces of Morgoth. Despite the breaking of the siege, Fingon sought to rally the remaining elven realms into a cohesive resistance, but the losses had been grievous, and the unity that had characterized the long peace was difficult to recapture. The sons of Fëanor, still bound by their terrible oath to recover the Silmarils at any cost, had suffered greatly. In the Dagor Bragollach, their lands in the east had been overrun, and they had been forced to retreat to more defensible positions. Only Medros, the eldest, had managed to maintain his fortress on the hill of Himring, a cold and windswept height that commanded the northeastern plains. The other brothers had been scattered. Celegorm and Curufin fled to Nargothrond, where they were given refuge by their cousin Finrod. Caranthea, Amrod, and Amras retreated to the south, and Maglor established a new defensive position in a gap in the hills that would later bear his name. In the west, the hidden kingdom of Nargothrond, ruled by Finrod Filagund, son of Finarfin, remained secure, built into the side of a steep river valley, and concealed by the arts of the Noldor. Nargothrond was unknown to Morgoth, a haven for refugees fleeing the northern wars. Further west still, the Phyllos, the coastal region, ruled by Sidon the Shipwright, maintained its independence thanks to the protection of the sea and the vigilance of its Sindarin defenders. Most secure of all was Doriath, the kingdom of Thingol, and Mullien and the forests of Regen, and Neldoreth, protected by the girdle of Mullien, an enchanted barrier that prevented entry without Thingol's permission. Doriath remained an island of peace in a sea of conflict. Within its borders, the Sindarin culture flourished, blending the wisdom of the Maiar through Mullien with the ancient traditions of the Teleri, who had remained in Middle-earth. And there was Gondolin, the hidden city of Turgon, son of Fangolfin and brother to the new High King, concealed in a valley, surrounded by impassable mountains, accessible only through a secret passage that was itself hidden by elvish magic. Gondolin was entirely unknown to Morgoth, Though Turgon had received warnings from Ulmo, Lord of Waters, that Gondolin would eventually fall, for the present it remained the most secure of all the elven realms in Beleriand. The years following the Dagor Bregolak were a time of desperate resistance and tragic heroism. In the highlands of Dorthanonion, which had fallen to Morgoth's forces, a band of men led by Bar-Here, father of Beren, maintained a guerrilla resistance against the occupying orcs. Though they were eventually betrayed and slain, their defiance became legendary, a symbol of the unyielding spirit that characterized the Edain, the men who had allied themselves with the elves. In the east, the lands that had once been held by the sons of Fëanor were now largely under the control of Morgoth's servants. The passes through the Blue Mountains, which had once allowed trade between Beleriand and the regions beyond, were now watched by unfriendly eyes. The dwarves of Nogrod and Belargost, though not direct participants in the wars against Morgoth, fortified their cities and kept careful guard on their approaches. In this fragmented landscape, with the elven realms separated from each other by enemy-controlled territory, communication and coordination became increasingly difficult. Messengers traveled secret paths through forests and mountains, often at great risk. Alliances were maintained through personal relationships and shared history rather than geographic proximity. It was in this context of disconnection and division that one of the most remarkable stories of the First Age unfolded, the tale of Beren and Lúthien, whose love would transcend the boundaries between mortal and whose deeds would accomplish what armies could not: the recovery of a Silmaril from the crown of Morgoth himself. Beren was a man of the house of Bedwar, the son of Bar-Here, who had saved the life of Finrod Felagund during the Dagor Bregolak. After the death of his father and the destruction of their band of outlaws in Dorthanonion, Beren continued a solitary resistance against Morgoth's forces for several years. So effective was he in harassing the enemy that Morgoth placed a bounty on his head equal to that of the High King of the Noldor. Eventually, the pressure became too great, and Beren was forced to flee southward. He crossed the Mountains of Terror, a feat no mortal had accomplished before, and entered the forests of Doriath. Though the girdle of Melian would normally have prevented his entry, Melian herself perceived his approach and his need, and she permitted him to pass through the enchanted barrier. In the forests of Neldoreth, within the realm of Doridath, Beren encountered Lúthien, the daughter of Thingol and Melian, dancing in a glade beneath the stars. Lúthien was accounted the most beautiful of all the children of Ilúvatar, with the immortality of the elves from her father, and a portion of the divine power of the Maiar from her mother. Her beauty was such that when Beren saw her, he was struck silent with awe and love. Lúthien, at first unaware of Beren's presence, continued her dance, but when she noticed him watching from the shadows, she fled. Beren pursued her through the forest, calling her Tinuviel, which means nightingale in the Sindarin tongue, for her voice was as beautiful as her appearance. Eventually she stopped and allowed him to approach, and as they spoke, a love began to grow between them that would become the greatest of all the unions between elves and men. For many months Beren and Lúthien met in secret within the forests of Doriath, but such a relationship could not remain hidden forever, especially from Thingol, who kept careful watch over his beloved daughter. When he learned of Lúthien's love for a mortal, Thingol was filled with dismay and anger. He summoned Beren to his throne in the 1,000 caves of Menigroth, demanding to know how he dared to seek the daughter of the king of Doriath.
Beren, showing the courage and pride that had sustained him through his years of solitary resistance against Morgoth, declared that his lineage was no less noble among men than Thingol's among elves. He openly professed his love for Lúthien and asked for her hand in marriage.
Thingol, though impressed by Beren's boldness, had no intention of allowing his immortal daughter to be bound to a mortal man. However noble his heritage, seeking a way to be rid of this unwelcome suitor without directly refusing him, Thingol set an impossible task as the bride price for Lúthien's hand. Beren must bring him a Silmaril from the crown of Morgoth. The demand was meant to be a death sentence, for no power in Beleriand had been able to challenge Morgoth directly since the breaking of the siege. To enter Angband, to confront the Dark Lord in his own fortress, to take from him one of the jewels he prized above all else. This was a task beyond the capability of any mortal, or indeed, of any army that the elves could now muster. But Beren, driven by his love for Lúthien, accepted the challenge. He departed from Doriath with a promise to return with a Silmaril in his hand. His journey took him first to Nargothrond, the hidden kingdom of Finrod Fullagund, who had sworn an oath of friendship and aid to Baharir and his descendants. When Beren presented the ring of Baharir, which Finrod had given to his father as a token of this oath, Finrod was honor-bound to assist him in his quest. The request placed Finrod in a difficult position to aid Beren, meant to challenge Morgoth directly, a risk he had carefully avoided since establishing his hidden realm. It also set him at odds with Celegorm and Curufin, sons of Fëanor, who were guests in his halls. The oath of Fëanor bound them to pursue the Silmarils, and they saw Beren's quest as an attempt to steal what they considered rightfully theirs. Despite these complications, Finrod chose to honor his oath to Baharir. He abdicated his throne in Nargothrond, leaving it to his brother Odrith, and prepared to accompany Beren to Angband. A small company of loyal elves joined them, but the majority of the people of Nargothrond, influenced by the words of Celegorm and Curufin, refused to follow their king on what they saw as a suicidal mission. Disguised by the arts of Finrod to appear as orcs, the small company journeyed northward toward Angband, but as they approached the pass of Sirion, they were challenged by Sauron, lieutenant of Morgoth, who held the Isle of Tolingoroth, formerly the watchtower of Minas Tirith, which Finrod himself had built. Sauron, sensing deception, engaged Finrod in a contest of songs of power, a duel of wills and magic that strained even the considerable abilities of the Noldorin king. Though Finrod fought valiantly, Saurion's power had grown during his long service to Morgoth, and eventually he prevailed. The disguises were stripped away, and Beren, Finrod, and their companions were captured and imprisoned in the depths of Tolingoroth. One by one, their fellow prisoners were taken away and devoured by wolves, but Finrod and Beren were kept for last. Meanwhile, Lúthien had discovered Beren's departure from Doriath and had determined to follow him. Her father, learning of her intention, confined her to a house built high in the branches of a great tree, hoping to keep her safe until Beren had met his inevitable doom. But Lúthien, using her own magical abilities inherited from her Maiar mother, grew her hair to great length, and from it wove an enchanted cloak that allowed her to escape. As she fled from Doriath, Lúthien encountered Huan, the Hound of Valinor, who had accompanied Celegorm and Curufin from Nargothrond. Huan, who was more than an ordinary hound, had been granted the ability to speak 3 times before his death. Though he was originally loyal to Celegorm, he recognized something subtle in Lúthien, and chose to help her rather than capturing her for his master, as he had been instructed to do. Together, Lúthien and Huan continued the journey northward, following the trail of Beren, but they were intercepted by Celegorm and Curufin, who had also left Nargothrond with the intention of claiming the Silmarils for themselves if Beren and Finrod should somehow succeed in their quest. The sons of Fëanor captured Lúthien, intending to force her into marriage with Celegorm to strengthen their political position in Beleriand. Huan, however, could not countenance this betrayal. Using his first opportunity to speak, he counseled Lúthien on how to escape from her captivity. When she had done so, he joined her, and together they continued toward Túrin, where they now knew Beren was imprisoned. At the Isle of Sauron, Lúthien used her powers of enchantment to defeat the werewolves that guarded the approach. When Sauron himself emerged in the form of a great wolf, Huan engaged him in combat. Though Sauron could change his shape at will, trying to escape or to overpower his opponent, he could not defeat Huan, who had been prophesied to fall only to the greatest wolf that would ever live. Eventually, Sauron yielded, surrendering control of the isle to Lúthien and fleeing in the form of a vampire bat back to the safety of Angband. Lúthien and Huan then freed Beren from his dungeon. They found him cradling the body of Finrod, who had sacrificed himself to save Beren from a wolf that had been sent to devour them. Beren had been saved, but at the cost of one of the noblest of the Noldor, whose wisdom and foresight had guided his people since their return to Middle-earth. After burying Finrod on the isle that had once been his fortress, Beren attempted to dissuade Lúthien from continuing with him on his quest. He intended to fulfill his vow to Thingol alone, fearing to expose her to the perils of Angband, but Lúthien refused to be left behind, declaring that their fates were now intertwined, and that without her he had no hope of success. Accepting her decision, Beren, Lúthien, and Huan continued northward toward Angband. Along the way, they encountered Celegorm and Curufin once more. The sons of Fëanor, bitter at their earlier defeat, attacked Beren, and in the ensuing struggle, Curufin was thrown from his horse by Beren, and Huan turned against his former master, Celegorm. Though Beren was wounded by Curufin's knife, he and Lúthien prevailed, taking Curufin's horse and knife, but sparing the lives of the two brothers, who fled in shame. The knife that Beren had taken from Curufin would prove significant, for it was no ordinary weapon named Angrest. It had been made by the great dwarven smith Telchar of Novgorod, and was capable of cutting iron as if it were soft wood, a quality that would become crucial in the task that lay ahead. Continuing their journey to the very gates of Angband, Beren, Lúthien, and Huan faced the final challenge of how to enter the fortress undetected. Using the skills she had inherited from her mother, Lúthien wove enchantments around Beren to disguise him as Draglúin, a great wolf who had been slain by Huan at Túrin. She herself took on the form of Thuringwathil, a vampire messenger of Morgoth. Thus disguised, they approached the gates of Angband, leaving Huan behind to wait for their return, or to bear news of their failure back to Doriath. At the gates, they were challenged by Carcharoth, the Red Maw, a wolf of tremendous size and ferocity, who had been raised by Morgoth himself and fed on the flesh of elves and men. Lúthien, drawing upon deep reserves of power, cast a spell of sleep upon Carcharoth, allowing them to pass into the fortress unhindered. Within the dark halls of Angband, they made their way to the throne room of Morgoth. There, casting aside their disguises, Lúthien used her power once more, weaving a spell of sleep that affected even the Dark Lord himself. As Morgoth slumped upon his throne, the iron crown containing the 3 Silmarils rolled from his head. Beren, seizing the opportunity, took Angrist and cut one of the Silmarils from the crown, but as he attempted to remove a second, the knife broke, and a shard struck Morgoth's cheek, awakening him from his enchanted slumber. Beren and Lúthien fled, with Beren clutching the single Silmaril in his hand. They reached the gates of Angband, but Carcharoth had awakened and now blocked their escape. Beren, in a gesture of defiance, held up the Silmaril before the great wolf, hoping to cow him with the holy light of the jewel. But Carcharath, maddened by his hunger and the evil influence of Morgoth, was not deterred. He bit off Beren's hand, swallowing it along with the Silmaril, the hallowed jewel, which no unclean thing could touch without suffering, began to burn Carcharath from within. The wolf, driven to a frenzy of pain and rage, burst through the gates of Angband and fled southward across Anfieglath, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Beren, grievously wounded, would have died then had not Thorondor, king of the eagles, arrived with his fellow eagles to bear him and Lúthien away from Angband, sent by Manwë, who had been moved by the courage and love displayed by the mortal man and the elven princess. The eagles carried them to safety in the borders of Doriath. There Beren hovered near death for many days, while Lúthien used all her powers to heal him. When he finally regained consciousness, they returned to Minegroth to stand before Thingol. Beren declared that he had indeed fulfilled his quest. He had held a Silmaril in his hand, though he could not present it to Thingol, as it was now inside Carcharath, who had fled into the forests of Doriath. Thingol, impressed by the courage and determination that had allowed Beren to achieve what armies could not, and moved by Lúthien's evident love for him, finally gave his consent to their union. But the quest was not yet complete, for Carcharath, driven mad by the burning of the Silmaril within him, was ravaging the forests of Doriath, killing all in his path. A hunting party was formed to track down and kill the wolf, consisting of Thingol, Beren, Huan, and the chief hunters of Doriath. They cornered Carcharath in a dense thicket, where the wolf, in a final frenzy, mortally wounded both Beren and Huan before being slain himself. From the wolf's belly they recovered the Silmaril, still clutched in Beren's severed hand. Beren, with his last strength, placed the jewel in Thingol's palm, thus fulfilling his vow. Then he died, with Lúthien by his side. So great was her grief that her spirit departed from her body, journeying to the halls of Mandos, where the spirits of elves go after death, to await rebirth, or to remain until the end of the world. In the halls of Mandos, Lúthien sang a song of such beauty and sorrow that it moved even Mandos himself, who had never before been swayed by any plea. Her song told of the tragedy of the separation of mortal and immortal lovers, and of the unfairness of a fate that would part them forever beyond the circles of the world. So powerful was her lament that Mandos sought the counsel of Manwë, who in turn consulted with Ilúvatar himself. A choice was offered to Lúthien. She could remain in Valinor, living in bliss among the Valar, separate from Beren forever. Or she could return to Middle-earth with Beren, but as a mortal, sharing his fate of eventual death and departure beyond the circles of the world. Lúthien chose mortality, the only elf ever to do so. She and Beren were restored to life in Middle-earth, where they dwelt for a time on the green island of Tol Galen in the river Odrant, removed from the wars and sorrows of Beleriand. There they were known as Beren Urchamion, the One-Handed, and Lúthien Tinuval, and their story became the greatest of all the tales of love in the elder days. The recovery of the Silmaril had far-reaching consequences for the history of Middle-earth. For Thingol, who had initially demanded it merely as an impossible bride price, the jewel became a treasure beyond price. He commissioned the dwarves of Nogrod to set it in the Noglamere, the necklace of the dwarves, an ancient work of dwarven craftsmanship that had been among the treasures of Finrod's halls in Nargothrond. But the beauty of the combined work, the Silmaril within the Noglamere, stirred the greed of the dwarven craftsmen. They claimed the necklace for themselves, citing an ancient rule that the works of their hands belonged to their makers if the commissioner died. When Thingol refused this claim, they slew him and fled with the necklace. Most of the dwarves were pursued and killed by the elves of Doriath, and the Noglamir with the Silmaril was recovered, but the damage had been done. Thingol, one of the mightiest of the Eldar, was dead, and with him died much of the strength and purpose of Doriath. Moyan, in her grief, departed from Middle-earth, returning to Valinor. Without her power, the girdle of Mullian faded, leaving Doriath vulnerable to external threats for the first time since its founding. The surviving dwarves returned to Nogrod with a tale of unprovoked aggression by Thingol, inflaming their kindred against the elves of Doriath. An army of dwarves marched from Nogrod, crossed the river Kelayon, and entered the now unprotected forests of Doriath. Though the elves fought valiantly, they were overwhelmed, and Menegroth was sacked. The Silmaril was taken once more, this time by the dwarves. But as the dwarven army returned homeward, they were ambushed at the ford of the river Eskar by a force led by Beren, who had emerged from his retirement upon hearing of the fall of Doriath. With him was his son Dior, born to him and Lúthien during their years on Tol Galen, and a force of green elves from Osirin. In the battle of Sarn Athrad, the dwarves were defeated, and the Noglamir with its precious burden was recovered once more. Beren and Lúthien returned to Tol Galen with the Silmaril, where they lived out the remainder of their now mortal lives in peace. The jewel's light was said to bring a touch of Valinor to that small corner of Middle-earth, making it a place of healing and beauty in a world increasingly dominated by war. After the deaths, Beren and Lúthien, the Noglamir, and the Silmaril passed to their son Dior, who took up the kingship of the leaderless realm of Doriath under his rule. There was a brief resurgence of hope and prosperity in the Forest Kingdom. The light of the Silmaril seemed to renew the land, bringing something of the splendor of the elder days back to the forests of Regen and Noldoreth. But the oath of Femenor had not been forgotten. When word reached the sons of Femenor that the Silmaril was in Doriath, they were compelled by their terrible oath to seek its recovery. They sent messages to Dior, demanding the surrender of the jewel, but received no reply. In midwinter, the sons of Fëanor descended upon Doriath with their remaining followers. In the second kinslaying, the 1,000 caves of Menegroth ran red with the blood of elves slain by elves. Duros was killed, as were Selagorm, Cirfin, and Caranthir, 3 of the sons of Fëanor. Duros' young sons, Elo-Raid and Elo-Rin, were captured by the servants of Selagorm and abandoned in the forest to die, an act of cruelty that even Mathros, the eldest son of Fëanor, found abhorrent. He searched long for the children, but never found them. Dior's daughter, Elwing, however, escaped the sack of Doriath with a small group of refugees, taking with her the Noglamir and its Silmaril. They fled to the mouths of the river Sirion, where they established a settlement that became known as the Havens of Sirion, a gathering place for survivors from the fallen realms of Beleriand. The Havens of Sirion became one of the last refuges of the Eldar in Beleriand during the closing years of the First Age. Here, survivors from Doriath mingled with refugees from Gondolin, which had fallen to Morgoth's forces not long after the sack of Doriath. Among these refugees were Tioar, a man of the house of Hador, and Idril, daughter of Turgon, who had escaped the destruction of Gondolin with their young son, Eärendil. Eärendil grew to manhood in the Havens, where he became a mariner of great skill. He married Elwing, daughter of Dior, thus uniting the bloodlines of the 3 houses of the Edanel with that of the Teleri, through Thingol the Noldor, through Turgon, and even the divine Maya through Melian. Their sons, Elrond and Elraz, would go on to play pivotal roles in the history of Middle-earth. Eärendil's great desire was to sail to Valinor, to seek the aid of the Valar in a desperate struggle against Morgoth, whose power had grown until it dominated nearly all of Beleriand. He built a ship, Vingulet, the foam flower, and made many voyages upon the western sea, seeking a passage to the Blessed Realm. But the ban of the Valan, which had been imposed after the rebellion of the Noldor, prevented him from finding the straight path to Valinor. Meanwhile, the remaining sons of Fëanor, still bound by their oath, learned the Silmaril was at the havens of Surium. Once again they demanded its surrender, and once again they were refused. In their desperation and the madness induced by their binding oath, they attacked the havens, resulting in the third kinslaying, the most terrible of all. Many elves were slain on both sides, including Amrod and Amras, the youngest of Fëanor's sons, but the purposes of the sons of Fëanor were again thwarted, for Elwing, rather than surrender the Silmaril, cast herself into the sea, with the jewel bound upon her breast. But Elwing did not drown. By the power of Olmo, Lord of Waters, she was transformed into a great white bird, and with the Silmaril shining like a star upon her breast, she flew out over the sea in search of Eärendil, who was returning from one of his voyages. She found him far out upon the waters, and when she alighted upon the deck of his ship, she was returned to her elven form. Together with the Silmarils, they continued the voyage westward, and whether by the power of the jewel, or by the will of the Valar, they finally found the straight path to Valinor that had been hidden from all others. Eärendil, wearing the Silmaril upon his brow, walked the streets of Turin, and climbed the stairs of the Tower of Manwë, upon Tanicatil, where no mortal had ever set foot before. There, before the Elder King, he pleaded the cause of both elves and men, asking for pardon for the Noldor and aid against Morgoth, whose malice had now corrupted all of Middle-earth. Moved by Eärendil's plea, and recognizing in him the fulfillment of ancient prophecies, the Valar decided to march once more against Morgoth. They prepared a great host, the host of Valinor, led by Eowynwe, the herald of Manwë. Elves who had remained in Valinor, or who had returned from the rebellion, joined the host, including all of the Vanwë, led by Ingwe, and many of the Noldor of Tirion, led by Finarfin, who had been king of the Noldor in Valinor since the departure of his brothers. As for Eärendil and Elwing, they were given a choice similar to that offered to Lúthien. They could live as elves in Valinor, or as mortals in Middle-earth. But because of their mixed elven and human heritage, and because of the unique nature of their quest, a third option was offered. Eärendil would sail his ship Vingulet, with the Silmaril upon its prow, into the sky, where it would become a star, a sign of hope for Middle-earth. Elwing would dwell in a white tower by the sea, where she would learn the language of birds, and from which she could sometimes rise in bird form to meet her husband as he sailed the ocean of the sky. They chose this third path, and so the star of Eärendil, with the light of the Silmaril shining from it, became the brightest star in the sky, a beacon of hope that would guide the host of Valinor to Middle-earth, and that would continue to shine long after, a symbol of the enduring light that persists even in the darkest times. The War of Wrath, as it would come to be known, was the greatest conflict in the history of Arda, since the primeval battles before the coming of the elves. For decades, the forces of Valinor fought against Morgoth's hordes, driving them back from the lands they had conquered, liberating those who had been enslaved, and gradually pushing toward Angband itself. The war was so cataclysmic that it reshaped the lands of Beleriand. Mountains were thrown down, rivers changed their courses, and vast regions were drowned beneath the sea. The few remaining elven realms could do little but watch and wait as their world was transformed around them. In the final assault upon Angband, Morgoth released his last and greatest weapons, winged dragons, led by Ankalagon the Black, the greatest of all the dragons of Middle-earth. The sky was darkened by their wings, and their fire scorched the land below. For a time it seemed that even the host of Valinor might be defeated, but the Eärendil came in Vingaroth, accompanied by the great eagles of Manwë, led by Thorondor. In the sky above the ruin of Angband, Eärendil slew Ankalagon, whose falling body destroyed the triple peaks of Thungarodrim as it crashed to the earth. Without Morgoth's presence, and with the defeat of their mightiest champions, the evil creatures that had served the Dark Lord fled or were destroyed. The pits of Angand were laid bare, and Morgoth himself was dragged from his deep dungeon, where he had hidden in fear. The 2 remaining Silmarils were recovered from his iron crown, which was beaten into a collar for his neck. His feet were cut from under him, and he was bound once more with the chain Angana. Then he was thrust through the door of night, into the timeless void, banished from the circles of the world, until the last battle at the end of days. The War of Wrath ended with the complete victory of the forces of Valinor, but at a terrible cost. Much of Beleriand was destroyed, either in the fighting itself or in the geographical cataclysms that accompanied it. By the end of the war, nearly all of the western lands of Middle-earth had sunk beneath the waves of the Great Sea, leaving only a few scattered islands where once great realms had stood. With Morgoth's defeat, the 2 remaining Silmarils came into the possession of Genwë, herald of Manwë, but the last surviving sons of Chenlo, Madros, and Maglor were still bound by the terrible oath. They sent a message to Eonwë, requesting that the jewels be returned to them as their rightful inheritance. Eonwë refused, stating that the sons of Fëanor had forfeited any right to the Silmarils through their many crimes, particularly the kinslayings. He advised them to return to Valinor, where they might seek the judgment and possibly the forgiveness of the Valinor. Driven by the compulsion of their oath, Madros and Maglor instead stole into the camp of the host of Valinor under cover of night and seized the Silmarils. When they were discovered, Eowyn were ordered that they not be harmed, for the War of Wrath had been fought to end the cruel dominion of Morgoth, not to exact retribution against his enemies, but the Silmarils themselves exacted a form of justice. When Madros and Maglor took the jewels in their hands, they found that they could not bear to touch them. The hallowed light of the Silmarils, which Vardar had blessed so that no evil or unclean hand could touch them without being burned, now scorched the hands of the sons of Fëanor. Their many crimes committed in the name of recovering these very jewels had rendered them unworthy of the treasures they had sought for so long. In despair, Madros cast himself and his Silmarils into a fiery chasm, thus ending his life and his torment. Maglor, unable to bear the pain of the jewel, but equally unable to give it up, threw his Silmarils into the sea. He then spent the remainder of his days wandering the shores of Middle-earth, singing songs of lament for all that had been lost, his father, his brothers, his honor, and the jewel that had been the cause and focus of so much suffering. Thus, at the end of the First Age, the 3 Silmarils were distributed as Vardar had perhaps foreseen. One in the sky, borne by Eärendil as a star, one in the earth, taken by Madros into the fiery depths, and one in the sea, cast there by Maglor. They would remain thus until the remaking of the world, when they might be recovered and reunited, and the light of the 2 trees might shine again in a remade Arda. The conclusion of the War of Wrath marked the end of the First Age of the Sun. The surviving elves of Beleriand were given a choice. They could return to Valinor, where the ban of the Noldor was now lifted, or they could remain in Middle-earth. Many chose to depart, weary of the sorrows of the mortal lands, and eager to see again the light of Valinor. Others elected to stay, either out of love for Middle-earth, or because they felt their tasks there were not yet complete. Among those who remained was Gil-galad, son of Fingon, who had become High King of the Noldor after the death of Turgon in the fall of Gondolin. He established a new realm in Lindon, the coastal region that was all that remained of Beleriand after the cataclysms of the War of Wrath. With him stayed Cid and the shipwright, who founded the Grey Havens, from which elves would depart for Valinor in the ages to come. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, also remained, along with her husband Celeborn, a Sindarin lord who was a kinsman of Thingol. They would eventually establish the realm of Lothlorien, one of the most beautiful and enchanted places in Middle-earth during the later ages. Elrond, son of Eärendil and Elwing, was given the same choice that had been offered to his parents, to be judged as an elf or as a man. He chose the life of the Eldar and became a lore master and a healer, serving Gil-galad as a herald. His brother Elrond made the opposite choice, electing to be counted among men. He was granted a lifespan many times that of ordinary mortals, and he became the first king of Númenor, the island realm that the Valar raised from the sea as a reward for the men who had fought alongside the elves against Morgoth. As for the men of Middle-earth, those who had allied themselves with the elves, particularly the Edain of the Three Houses, were also offered a new beginning. Led by Elros, they sailed to Númenor, a large island created for them in the Western Sea, closer to Valinor than to Middle-earth. There they established a mighty civilizers that would last for thousands of years, until pride and the deceptions of Sauron led to its downfall. Other men, including those who had served Morgoth or had taken no part in the struggles against him, spread across Middle-earth, founding various realms and kingdoms that would rise and fall in the coming ages. The dwarves, too, continued their existence, delving deep holes in the mountains and creating works of great craft and beauty. And what of Sauron, greatest servant of Morgoth and architect of much evil during the First Age? He had survived the War of Wrath, and when Oenwer ordered all who had served Morgoth to submit to the judgment of the Valar, Sauron initially obeyed, but fear of punishment, or perhaps pride, led him to flee before his case could be heard. He hid in Middle-earth, biding his time, nursing his malice, and eventually emerging to continue the work of his master, bringing darkness and corruption to the lands and peoples of Middle-earth. Thus concluded the First Age of the Sun, an epoch of great glory and terrible tragedy, of the highest achievements and the deepest falls. The light of the Silmarils, though now removed from the everyday world, continued to inspire hope and to remind all who beheld Eärendil's star that even in the darkest times the light of Valinor still shone, a promise of a world without shadow that might one day come to be. The Second Age of the Sun would be dominated by the rise and fall of Númenor, the forging of the Rings of Power, and the first great struggle against Sauron. But those are tales for another time. For now, as we end our journey through the First Age, let us remember the valor of Fingolfin, who challenged Morgoth to single combat, the wisdom of Firmrod, who understood the higher purposes that shaped the world, the love of Beren and Lúthien, which transcended the boundaries between mortal and immortal, and the desperate courage of Eärendil, who dared to sail to Valinor to plead for the aid that would save both elves and men from utter darkness. In all these stories, we find echoes of the great themes that Ilúvatar wove into the music of the Ainur at the beginning of time: the struggle between light and darkness, the gifts and burdens of mortality, the power of love to overcome even the strongest evil, and the way that apparent defeats can lead to unexpected victories. Though the First Age ended in the near total destruction of Beleriand, It also saw the banishment of Morgoth and the dawning of a new era of relative peace and prosperity. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you these images of starlight on the waters of Quavianan, of the two trees shining in Valinor, of the Silmarils gleaming in Fëanor's hands, of the great realms of Beleriand in their glory, of heroes standing against the darkness, and of love enduring beyond death itself. For in these ancient tales lie the foundations of all that would come after. The first notes of a song that continues to this day, a song in which each of us, in our own small way, has a part to play. Rest now beneath the light of Eärendil's star, and dream of a world where beauty and courage still have the power to overcome despair, where hope endures even in the face of overwhelming odds, and where the smallest hands may accomplish what armies cannot. Sleep, and remember the first age of Middle-earth, when the world was younger, when the elves walked in their might and glory, and when the foundations were laid for all the ages that would follow. Chapter 5. The First Great Wars. In the aftermath of the War of Wrath and the banishment of Morgoth beyond the circles of the world, a new age dawned in Middle-earth. The Second Age would be marked by the rise and eventual fall of Númenor, the forging of the Rings of Power, and the first great conflict with Sauron. But before we journey into these new tales, let us return to an earlier time, to examine in greater detail the first great wars between the Eldar and Morgoth after the return of the Noldor to Middle-earth. When Fëanor and his followers first landed on the shores of Middle-earth at Losgard, burning the white ships of the Teleri behind them and abandoning Fingolfin's host to the deadly crossing of the Helcaraxe, they came with fire in their hearts and vengeance in their minds. The death of Finwë, the theft of the Silmarils, and the darkening of Valinor had kindled in them a rage that would accept nothing less than direct confrontation with Morgoth. As the flames of the burning ships illuminated the night sky, Fëanor gazed northward toward the looming peaks of Thangorodrim, the triple-peaked mountain that Morgoth had raised above his fortress of Angband. In their dark shadows lurked the enemy, who had stolen not only the Silmarils, but also the life of his beloved father. With a voice that carried to all his host, Fëanor swore that he would not rest until Morgoth had been overthrown and the jewels recovered. The Noldor moved swiftly inland, encountering groups of orcs that Morgoth had sent to monitor their arrival. These early skirmishes were decidedly in favor of the Eldar, for the orcs of that time feared the light in the eyes of the Noldor, who had seen the trees, and they were no match for the skill and wrath of Fëanor and his sons. These initial victories bolstered the confidence of the Noldor, leading them to press forward with perhaps more haste than wisdom. Word of these encounters reached Morgoth in Angband, and he realized that his enemies were more formidable than he had anticipated. The Noldor had brought with them the learning and craft of Valinor, and they wielded weapons of superior make to anything his orcs possessed. Recognizing the need for a more strategic approach, Morgoth gathered his forces for a coordinated attack, seeking to overwhelm the Noldor with sheer numbers before they could establish secure positions in Middle-earth. The result was the first major battle after the return of the Noldor, which would later be known as the Dagor Nuin Gileath, the Battle Under Stars. It was named thus because it took place in the starlight before the first rising of the moon and sun, in the long night that followed the destruction of the two trees. The battle began when a great force of orcs, having crossed the mountains of Eärendil by hidden paths, attacked the Noldor encampment by the shores of Lake Mithrim. Though taken by surprise, The Noldor rallied quickly under the leadership of Fëanor and his sons. Their wrath was terrible to behold, and their bright swords cut through the ranks of orcs like fire through dry grass. For days, the battle raged across the plains of Hithlum and the slopes of Eärendil. The Noldor, though vastly outnumbered, had the advantage of superior weapons, armor, and training. They fought with the disciplined coordination developed over centuries in Valinor, where they had practiced the arts of war, even in times of peace. The orcs, accustomed to fighting more vulnerable opponents, found themselves consistently outmatched. As the tide of battle turned decisively in favor of the Noldor, the orcs broke and fled back toward Angband. Fëanor, consumed by the fire of his own rage and triumph, pursued them relentlessly, driving them before him across the dust of Anfilglith. His sons and many of his followers struggled to keep pace with him, calling for him to wait, aware of the danger of approaching too close to the gates of Angband itself. But Fëanor was beyond caution. In his mind, he saw himself storming the very fortress of Morgoth, confronting the enemy, and reclaiming the Silmarils in a single glorious assault. He laughed as he fought, his sword flashing in the starlight, and the fleeing orcs fell in droves before him. At last, Fëanor found himself far ahead of his main force, accompanied by only a small guard of his most devoted followers. They had pursued the remnants of the orc army to within sight of Angband itself, where the triple peaks of Thangorodrim loomed against the starry sky. It was there that Morgoth unleashed his most terrible servants, the Balrogs, spirits of fire who had joined him in his rebellion against the Valar at the beginning of time. Led by Gothmog, their lord, the Balrogs emerged from hidden gates in the lower slopes of Thangorodrim. They were beings of shadow and flame, wielding whips of fire that could flay both flesh and spirit. Against such foes, even the valor and skill of Fëanor were not enough. Surrounded and outnumbered, Fëanor fought with the desperate courage of one who knows his end has come, but refuses to yield. For hours, he stood against the Balrogs, his sword moving so swiftly that it seemed to draw a continuous line of light around him. Many of his guard fell, but still Fëanor fought on, slaying more than any other. In the end, it was Gothmog himself who dealt Fëanor the mortal blow, striking him down with his black axe. As Fëanor fell, his sons arrived at the head of a force of Noldor warriors. Faced with this reinforcement, the Balrogs retreated, dragging their wounded back to the protection of Angband. The sons of Fëanor carried their father's broken body away from the shadow of Thangorodrim, fleeing swiftly for fear of a renewed attack. But they had not gone far when it became clear that Fëanor's wounds were beyond healing. On a high hill, with a view of the distant peaks of Thangorodrim, they laid him down. As death approached, Fëanor's spirit burned with undiminished intensity. He made his sons repeat their oath to recover the Silmarils, and to pursue with undying hatred any who would withhold them. His last act was to curse Morgoth 3 times, calling upon LOTR to witness his words. Then his fiery spirit departed, his body with such violence that it was consumed, turning to ash in the arms of his sons. So passed Fëanor, greatest of the Noldor, whose brilliance and pride had led his people back to Middle-earth, but whose rashness had cost him his life before he could see the fruits of their return. The fire of his spirit, which had created the Silmarils and inspired the rebellion against the Valar, had finally consumed him, leaving his sons to bear the burden of his oath and his legacy. Following Fëanor's death, the leadership of his followers passed to his eldest son, Medrus. But before they could reorganize and plan their next moves, news reached them that changed the dynamic of the Noldor presence in Middle-earth. Finarfing's host had completed the crossing of the Helcar Exile and had arrived in Beleriand. The crossing had been arduous beyond telling, a nightmare of cracking ice, freezing waters, and bitter winds. Many had perished along the way, including Elenwe, wife of Turgon, who had fallen through the ice and been swept away by the currents beneath. Those who survived had developed a hardness and resilience that would serve them well in the wars to come. But they also carried with them a deep resentment toward the sons of Fëanor for the betrayal at Losgar. Fingolfin's host marched with banners flying and trumpets blaring, announcing their arrival in Middle-earth with defiance rather than stealth. They came around the northern end of the arid Wethrin and descended into Hithlum, establishing their camp on the northern shores of Lake Mithrin, opposite from where Fëanor's followers had settled. The division between the two groups of Noldor, which had begun with the competition between Fëanor and Fingolfin in Valinor, had now hardened into open animosity. The followers of Fingolfin blamed Fëanor's sons for the hardships of the crossing and for the deaths of those who had not survived. They had little interest in cooperation or reconciliation. This division might have continued indefinitely, had it not been for events that forced a reconsideration. Morgoth, aware of the arrival of this new force of Noldor and of the discord among them, decided to exploit the situation. He sent heralds to Maedhros, proposing a parley to discuss terms of peace and the possible return of one of the Silmarils. Maedhros was not deceived by this offer, suspecting a trap, but the oath of Fëanor was not easily set aside, and the possibility, however slim, of recovering a Silmar without further bloodshed could not be ignored. He agreed to the meeting, but planned to bring a larger force than stipulated in Morgoth's terms, anticipating treachery. But Morgoth had anticipated this counter-deception. The meeting place was carefully chosen, on a plain within sight of Angband, open on all sides. When Maedhros arrived with his company, they found a much larger force of Morgoth's servants already in place, hidden in pits and behind hillocks. The elves were quickly surrounded, their own reinforcements cut off by a ring of foes. In the ensuing combat, Maedhros' escort was slain to the last elf, but he himself was taken alive by the order of Morgoth, who had specific plans for the son of his great enemy. Maedhros was brought to Angband, where Morgoth devised a particularly cruel torment for him. Using a band of unbreakable steel, he suspended Maedhros by his right wrist from a precipice of Thangorodrim high above the ground, where he would hang in pain and exposure until death or madness took him. The sight of Maedhros hanging from Thangorodrim was visible from many leagues away, a deliberate message from Morgoth to all who would oppose him. It was meant to break the spirit of the Noldor, to show them the futility of resistance, and to deepen the divisions among them. For a time, it seemed that Morgoth's strategy might succeed. The remaining sons of Fëanor, though grieved by their brother's fate, saw no way to rescue him from such an impregnable position. They withdrew to defensive positions south of Lake Mithrin, focusing on consolidating their forces and securing their territory, rather than attempting any direct assault on Angband. It was in this context of division and despair that one of the most significant acts of healing in the history of the Noldor took place. Finan, eldest son of Fingolfin, had once been close friends with Maedhros in Valinor, before the strife between their fathers had driven them apart. Despite the bitterness of the crossing of the Helcaraxë and the betrayal at Losgar, Finnegan could not bear the thought of his former friend suffering such a torment. In a display of extraordinary courage and compassion, Finken set out alone to attempt a rescue. He journeyed in secret, avoiding both the patrols of Morgoth and the attention of his own people, who would have considered such a mission foolhardy at best and treasonous at worst. With only his bow, his harp, and his own formidable skills, he made his way to the very shadows of Thangorodrim. There, unable to see Maedhros from the ground, Fingon did something unexpected. He took out his harp and began to sing a song of Valinor, a melody that he and Maedhros had often performed together in happier days. The clear notes of his voice rose against the dark backdrop of Thangrodrim, a defiant light in a place of shadow. To his surprise and joy, he heard a faint voice responding from above. It was Maedhros, recognizing the song and the singer calling down from his place of torment. Following the sound, Fingon was able to locate his friend, suspended high on the face of the precipice, beyond the reach of any climbing. Seeing the impossibility of reaching Maedhros by conventional means, Fingon nocked an arrow to his bow, intending to grant his friend a merciful death rather than leave him to continued torment. He called up to Maedhros, explaining his intent and asking for his consent. Maedhros, who had long prayed for death, welcomed this kindness from his former friend. But as Fingon prepared to loose the arrow, a sudden wind caught it from his bow. At the same moment, a great shape darkened the sky overhead. It was Thorondor, king of the eagles, sent by Manwë, who had been watching the events in Middle-earth more closely than the Noldor knew. Thorondor stooped down and bore Fingon up on his mighty pinions, carrying him to the ledge where Manwë was suspended. But there they encountered a new problem. The band around Maedhros' wrist was of a metal crafted by Morgoth himself, unbreakable by any tool that Fingon possessed. It was secured directly into the rock of Thangrodrim, and no amount of effort could dislodge it. In the end, faced with no other choice, Fingon did the only thing he could. He drew his sword and cut off Maedhros' hand at the wrist, freeing him from the band, but at the cost of a permanent maiming. Thorondor then carried both elves back to safety, away from the shadows of Thangrodrim. The rescue of Maedhros became a turning point in the relations between the two groups of Noldor. In gratitude for Fingon's courage and compassion, and in acknowledgement of the wrong done at Losgard, Maedhros voluntarily relinquished his claim to the high kingship of the Noldor in exile, passing it to Fingolfin, who was older and wiser than any of Phaedror's sons. This gesture of reconciliation, though not immediately healing all the divisions, allowed for a greater degree of cooperation and coordination in the face of their common enemy. Maedhros, despite his maiming, recovered his strength and learned to wield a sword with his left hand, becoming again a formidable warrior. He took up residence on the hill of Himring, a cold and wind-swept height that commanded the eastern passes, where he established a fortress that would long resist the power of Morgoth. His brothers settled in various regions around him, creating a defensive perimeter in eastern Beleriand that became known as the March of Maedhros. With the Noldor now more united under Fingolfin's leadership, they began to explore the lands of Beleriand and to establish realms of their own. They encountered the Sindar, the Grey Elves who had remained in Middle-earth when the rest of the Teleri departed for Valinor, and though there were differences in language and culture, they recognized each other as kin. The Sindar were ruled by Lúthien, who had taken as his queen the Maya Melian, and their realm of Doriath was the most powerful elven kingdom in Beleriand. When the Noldor arrived, protected by the Girdle of Melian, an enchanted barrier that prevented entry without Thingol's permission, Doriath had remained safe from the growing power of Morgoth in the north. The returning Noldor did not immediately reveal the full truth of their departure from Valinor, particularly the kinslaying at Alqualondë. When news of this deed eventually reached Thingol, through the words of messengers from the Teli across the sea, he was outraged and banned the language of the Noldor from his realm. He also forbade any of the sons of Fëanor from entering Doriath, for they had been the instigators of the attack on his kin. Despite this tension with the Sindar, The LOTR proceeded to establish their own territories throughout Beleriand. Fingolfin, as High King, took as his domain the region of Hithlum, a highland area in the northwest, where he built his fortress of Barad Eifil at the source of the river Sirion. His son, Fingon, held the adjacent region of Dolanaim, while his other son, Turgon, established the hidden city of Gondolin, built in secret after a vision granted to him by Ulmo, Lord of Waters. Finrod, son of Finarfin, founded the realm of Nargothrond, a great underground fortress city inspired by Thingol's Menegroth, but built with the greater craft of the Noldor, who had learned from Alle in Valinor. His brothers Angrod and Aegnor held lands in Dorthonion, a highland region northeast of Doriath. With their territories established, the Noldor turned their attention to Morgoth, who had retreated into Angband after his confrontation with Maedhros. They initiated the siege of Angband, a long containment of Morgoth's power that allowed them to develop their kingdoms in relative peace for nearly 4 centuries, though it was not a true siege in the sense of a complete encirclement, for the northern regions behind Angband were unmapped and unguarded. It did force Morgoth to build his strength in secret, unable to challenge the Noldor openly. During this period, known as the Long Peace, the Noldor and the Sindar prospered, and the realms of Beleriand reached the height of their power and beauty. Great cities were built, both above and below ground. Forests were tended and fields were cultivated. The elves explored the land, naming mountains and rivers, valleys and plains. They established relations with the dwarves, from whom they learned new crafts, particularly in metalwork and stone cutting, and they began to encounter men who were migrating westward from their places of awakening in the east. The first men to enter Beleriand were the people of Duro, who were discovered by Finrod while he was out hunting. Unlike the Avari or the dwarves, these newcomers showed no fear of the Eldar, even those who had seen the light of Valinor. Finrod took a liking to these mortal creatures, teaching them language and lore, and they in turn swore allegiance to him, calling him their lord and the closest thing to the divine that they had ever encountered. Other groups of men followed, the folk of Heleth, who were fewer in number but fierce in spirit, preferring to dwell apart from both elves and other men, and the people of Hador, tall and golden-haired, who became great allies of the house of Fingolfin. These 3 houses of the Edain, as they came to be called, were the most noble of men, and their descendants would play crucial roles in the history of Middle-earth. But not all men who entered Beleriand were friendly to the elves. Some, the Easterlings, were already under the sway of Morgoth, having encountered his emissaries in the lands beyond the Blue Mountains. These would later prove to be a deadly enemy, betraying the Noldor at a critical moment. As the years of the Long Peace continued, the Noldor began to believe that their containment of Morgoth might last indefinitely. They grew comfortable in their realms, and though they maintained their guards and fortresses, the vigilance of the early years after their arrival in Middle-earth began to wane. This was a dangerous complacency, for Morgoth was not idle during this time. In the depths of Angband, Morgoth was breeding terrible new weapons for the war he knew would eventually come. He had learned from his defeats at the hands of the Noldor that his orcs alone were no match for the Eldor, who had seen the light of Valinor. So he began to create more formidable servants. He bred trolls, massive and brutish creatures, with hides so tough that normal weapons broke against them. He gathered more Balanorgs to his service, and most terribly, he began the creation of dragons, with Gloring as their father, a wingless but fearsome serpent whose fiery breath and malevolent intelligence would make him one of the most dreaded of Morgoth's servants. After nearly 4 centuries of relative peace, Morgoth was ready to test the defenses of his enemies. He sent forth Glaring, who had grown to just a fraction of the size he would eventually reach, but was already a formidable foe, leading a contingent of orcs. Glaring burst from Angband and attacked the highlands of Lúthien. The Noldor, taken by surprise by this new threat, were initially driven back, but Fingon, son of Fingolfin, rallied a force of mounted archers and counterattacked. Galadrin, not yet having reached his full growth and power, was vulnerable to their arrows and was forced to retreat. The orcs were slaughtered, and Galadrin crawled back to Angband, wounded but not slain. This incident, which became known as the Dagor Oglareb, the Glorious Battle, reassured the Noldor of their military superiority. They tightened their league around Angband, building new watchtowers and fortifications to guard against any further sorties. The long peace resumed, and for another 2 centuries, Beleriand flourished under the governance of the Noldor and Sindar. But in the depths of Angband, Morgoth continued to plot. He allowed Glorung to mature fully, growing to an enormous size and developing scales so hard that no arrow could pierce them. He bred more orcs and trained them more thoroughly, and he devised a new strategy to break the power of the Noldor once and for all. In the year 45 of the First Age, Morgoth unleashed his full might against the elves of Beleriand. The attack began in the depths of winter, with a great outpouring of fire from Thangorodrim that melted the snows of Eärendil, causing floods that devastated the lowlands. Then came rivers of flame across the plain of Ardgillan, turning the green grass to ash, and creating the desert that would thereafter be known as Anfelglith, the gasping dust. In the wake of fire came armies of orcs so vast that they darkened the plains, led by Balrogs and Glaring, now grown to full stature and might. This onslaught, which became known as the Dagor Bregalach, the Battle of Sudden Flame, broke the siege of Angband and marked the beginning of the end for the Noldor realms. The highlands of Lúthien, held by Angrod and Aegnor, sons of Finarfin, were overrun, and both brothers fell in battle. The fortresses of the sons of Finor in East Beleriand were besieged or destroyed, with only Marfinos holding firm on the hill of Himring. The Shirian, a key defensive point on the pass of Sirion, was captured by Sauron, Morgoth's lieutenant, and transformed into Tollingarth, the Isle of Werewolves. The speed and scale of the assault caught the Noldor off guard. For centuries, they had maintained the upper hand in their conflict with Morgoth, and they had grown confident in their ability to contain his power. Now, in a matter of weeks, their defensive perimeter had been shattered, and Morgoth's forces were pressing into the heart of their realms. In the midst of this chaos, Fingolfin, the High King of the Noldor, committed an act of such desperate valor that it would be remembered in song and story for ages to come. Seeing the ruin of the kingdoms he had labored so long to build, and fearing that the end of the Eldor in Middle-earth had come, he was seized by a terrible rage and despair. Mounting his white steed, Rushalor, he rode alone across the charred plain of Anfelith to the very gates of Angband. There he sounded his horn and challenged Morgoth to single combat, calling him craven for hiding behind his servants while others risked their lives in battle. Morgoth, though he had grown great in power and terrible in majesty, was reluctant to accept this challenge. The Valar and Sira had known fear rarely, but Fingolfin awoke that emotion in the Dark Lord. Yet pride would not allow Morgoth to refuse the challenge before his assembled captains, who had seen the lone elf king at the gates and heard his defiant call. And so Morgoth emerged from the depths of Angband, clad in black armor, wielding his great mace Grand, the hammer of the underworld. He was a vision of nightmare, towering over Fingolfin like a storm cloud over a sapling. But the elf king was unafraid, his eyes gleaming with the light of Valinor, his sword Ringo shining like a shard of ice. The duel that followed was one of the most remarkable in the history of Arda. Though Fingolfin was grievously overmatched in size and strength, his skill and quickness allowed him to evade many of Morgoth's crushing blows. Each time the Dark Lord's mace struck the ground, it created a pit, but Fingolfin danced aside like a bolt of lightning, darting in to wound his massive opponent before retreating from the counterattack. 7 times, Fingolfin wounded Morgoth, drawing black blood that smoked upon the ground where it fell. 7 times, Morgoth roared in pain and anger, his cries echoing through the iron mountains around them. But with each exchange, Fingolfin grew more weary, while Morgoth's strength, though diminished, remained greater than any elf could match. Almost after hours of combat, Fingolfin stumbled with fatigue. Before he could recover, Morgoth's mace came down, breaking the Elf King's shield and driving him to his knees. With his remaining strength, Fingolfin made one final desperate thrust, driving Ringolfin to Morgoth's foot and pinning it to the ground. In rage and pain, Morgoth lifted his foot, with Fingolfin still clinging to his sword, and stepped on the Elf King, crushing him beneath his weight. But with his dying act, Fingolfin slashed at Morgoth's heel, ensuring that the Dark Lord would limp forever after and bear a lasting pain to remind him of the valor of the Eldar. After the combat, Morgoth's hatred for Fingolfin was such that he intended to mutilate the body of his fallen foe, hacking it to pieces to feed his wolves. But before he could do so, Thorondor, King of the Eagles, swooped down from the sky. With his mighty talons, Thorondor scratched Morgoth's face, scarring him from eye to chin, then seized Fingolfin's body and bore it away to a mountain peak overlooking Gondolin, where Turgon built a cairn for his father. The death of Fingolfin marked a turning point in the history of the Noldor in Middle-earth. With him died much of the hope and unity that had characterized their presence since the reconciliation of the followers of Finor and Fingolfin. His son, Fingorn, became the new High King, but he lacked his father's ability to inspire disparate groups to work together. The various Noldor realms increasingly focused on their own defense rather than coordinating their efforts, a trend that would contribute to their eventual downfall. In the years following the Degol Bregolarch, a period of guerrilla warfare ensued, with the remaining Noldor and their allies among men fighting desperate, holding actions against the expanding forces of Morgoth. The fortress of Minas Tirith at Tor Sirion, which had been the westernmost defensive point in the northern line, was corrupted by Sauron into a place of terror. He maintained it with his sorcery, aided by werewolves, spirits embodied in the forms of great wolves, and vampires, creatures of night and shadow. With the fall of this fortress, the Pass of Sirion, the primary north-south route in western Beleriand, fell under the control of Morgoth's forces, making communication between the northern and southern realms even more difficult. During this time, several heroes emerged, whose deeds would become the stuff of legend. One such hero was Bahari, a man of the House of Burs, who had saved Finrod's life during the Degor Bregolarch. In gratitude, Finrod gave Bahari his ring, swearing an oath of friendship and aid to Bahari and his descendants. This ring would become known as the Ring of Bahari, a token of the alliance between the House of Finarfing and the line of Bahari that would extend far into the future of Middle-earth. Bahir and his band of outlaws continued to resist Morgoth in the highlands of Dorthonin, which had fallen under enemy occupation, but eventually they were betrayed by one of their own, and all were slain except for Bahir's son, Beren, who was away from their camp at the time. Beren avenged his father, taking back the ring of Bahir from the traitor, and then continued a solitary resistance against the forces of Morgoth for years before being forced to flee Dorthonin. In the west, Hithlum was still held out under the leadership of Fingon, the new High King, protected by the encircling mountains of Eärendil. This highland region remained a bastion of Noldor power, despite being isolated by enemy forces on almost all sides. The men of the House of Hedar, led by Galdor and later by his son Húrin, were staunch allies of the elves in this region, fighting alongside them against the encroachments of Morgoth. To the southeast, Himring, the fortress of Murdros on its cold hill, also remained unconquered. From this stronghold, Murdros coordinated the defense of the eastern territories, working with his brothers and with the Green Elves of Osirund to resist the spread of Morgoth's influence. It was a precarious position, surrounded by enemy-held lands, but Murdros's skill as a general and the strong fortifications of Himring allowed this pocket of resistance to endure. In the south, more secure from the immediate threat, lay the hidden realms of Nargothrond and Doriath. Nargothrond, the underground fortress city founded by Finrod Filigund, remained unknown to Morgoth. Its location, a carefully guarded secret. Here, many refugees from the northern wars found shelter, and the culture of the Noldor continued to flourish, despite the losses elsewhere. Doriath, even more secure within the girdle of Melian, was a realm apart, concerned primarily with its own affairs, and offering little aid to the other elven kingdoms in their struggle against Morgoth. Thingol, its king, had never been fully aligned with the goals of the Noldor, and the revelation of the kinslaying at Alcolander had only deepened his distrust of them. Most secure of all was Gondolin, the hidden city of Turgon, son of Fingolfin and brother to the High King, concealed in a valley surrounded by impassable mountains, accessible only through a secret passage that was itself hidden by elvish magic. Gondolin was entirely unknown to Morgoth, though Turgon had received warnings from Ulmo, Lord of Waters, that Gondolin would eventually fall. For the present, it remained the most secure of all the elven realms in Beleriand, a repository of Noldor culture and craft at its highest development. It was in this fragmented landscape, with the elven realms separated from each other by enemy-controlled territory, that the next great conflict between the Noldor and Morgoth began to take shape. Beren's quest for the Silmaril, undertaken at the demand of Thingol as the bride price for Lúthien, had resulted in the first recovery of one of the stolen jewels. When word of this reached Maldras, he realized that if one Silmaril could be taken from Morgoth's crown, perhaps all three could be recovered. Maedhros began to plan a grand alliance against Morgoth, seeking to unite all the free peoples of Beleriand in a coordinated assault on Angband. He sent messages to all the scattered realms of elves and men, bawling for unity in the face of their common foe. This initiative, which would become known as the Union of Maedhros, represented the last great hope of the Noldor to defeat Morgoth and recover the Silmarils. Many responded to Maedhros' call. His brothers and their followers, naturally, were the first to join. From the west came forces led by Fingon, the High King, along with men of the House of Hedor. From the south came elves from Nargothrond, though not in the numbers Maedhros had hoped for, as many were influenced by the councils of Celegorm and Curufin, who had taken refuge there after losing their lands in the Dagor Bragollach. The dwarfs of Bilagost and Nograd also sent contingents, motivated more by their hatred of Morgoth's orcs than by any love for the elves. Conspicuously absent were forces from Doriath and Gondolin. Thingol refused to join an alliance that included the sons of Fëanor, whom he held responsible for the deaths of his kin at Alqualonder and Turgon, though he had been preparing his own assault on Morgoth since the death of his father, chose to keep his forces concealed a while longer. awaiting the most opportune moment to reveal the hidden strength of Gondolin. The plan for the Union of Madros was ambitious, but strategically sound. The armies would be divided into two main forces. A western army led by Fingon would advance from Hidlum and engage Morgoth's forces in the plains of Anfaglith, drawing out the main strength of Angord. Then an eastern army led by Madros would descend from the March of Madros and strike from the flank, catching the enemy between the two forces and driving them back to the gates of Angord. The success of the plan depended on precise timing and coordination. The two armies needed to arrive on the battlefield simultaneously to achieve the envelopment that would give them the advantage. To signal the readiness of the eastern army, Medurus would light a great beacon in the highlands that could be seen from the western positions. But Morgoth, ever vigilant and cunning, had his own spies and informants. He learned of the Union's plans and devised a counter-strategy. He would send a force to provoke the western army into premature action, separating it from the eastern army and allowing him to defeat each in turn. The resulting battle, which would become known as the Nononath Arnediad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, began in hope but ended in disaster for the forces of the Union. The Western Army, led by Fengen, arrayed itself on the borders of Anfaglith, waiting for the signal from Madros. Days passed without sign of the Eastern force, and tension grew among the waiting troops. Then, a small company of Morgoth's forces approached, bearing aloft the captured form of Gelmir, brother of Gwendor, a lord of Nargothrond, who was part of Fingon's army. Before the horrified eyes of the western host, the orcs mutilated and then slew their prisoner. Gwendor, overcome with grief and rage, charged forward with his company, and many others followed, unable to restrain themselves in the face of such provocation. Fingon had no choice but to sound the advance of his entire army, lest his vanguard be cut off and destroyed. Thus began the fifth battle of Beleriand. Before the planned time, with the eastern army of Madros still some distance away, the western forces advanced across the dusty plain of Anfaglith, engaging Morgoth's first line of defense. Initially, they had success, driving back the orcs and approaching the very gates of Angund. But this was part of Morgoth's trap. From hidden tunnels and prepared positions, fresh troops emerged, including Balrogs and trolls, creatures against which the elves and men had little defense. The advance of the Western army was halted, and they found themselves fighting desperately just to maintain their position. Meanwhile, the Eastern army, led by Madros, was delayed in its approach by the treachery of Men. Ulfang the Black, an Easterling who had pledged his service to the sons of Fëanor, was in fact a secret agent of Morgoth. At a critical moment, as the Eastern army was preparing to enter the battle, Ulfang's sons and many of their followers turned against the elves, attacking them from within their own ranks. This betrayal threw the Eastern army into confusion and delayed their arrival on the main battlefield. When Madros finally fought his way through and arrived at Anfaglith, the situation was already dire. The Western army had been pushed back and surrounded, fighting in desperate enclaves rather than as a unified force. Fingon, the High King, had been isolated from the main body of his troops and was engaged in combat with Gothmog, Lord of Balrogs. In one of the most tragic moments of the battle, Fingon was slain by Gothmog, hewed down from behind by another Balrog, while he was engaged with the Lord of Balrogs in single combat. His body was mutilated by the enemy, and his banner was trampled into the dust of Anfaglith. With the death of the High King, the Western army lost all cohesion and began to disintegrate. At this critical moment, when all seemed lost, a new force entered the battle unexpectedly from the south. Turgon, who had kept Gondolin hidden for so long, had decided to join the conflict after all, leading a force of 10,000 fresh troops. The gleaming array of the warriors of Gondolin cut through the forces of Morgoth like a knife, reaching the beleaguered remnants of Fingon's army, and enabling many to escape who would otherwise have perished. Turgon and Húrin, of the House of Hedor, whose forces had been relatively intact due to their position in the battle, organized a fighting retreat. While Turgon led the majority of the survivors southward, Húrin and his brother Húrin, with their men of the House of Hedor, formed a rearguard to hold off pursuit. This last stand of the men of Lúthien became a thing of legend, fighting in the Fent of Seric, where the river Serin left the pass of Serin and entered the plains. They held back Morgoth's forces for an entire day, allowing Turgon and the remnants of the western and eastern armies to escape. Húr was slain by a poisoned arrow through the eye, and in the end, all of the men of Lúthien fell save Húrin, who was captured alive by Morgoth's command. Túrin was brought to Angband, where Morgoth subjected him to a unique and terrible punishment. Rather than killing him, the Dark Lord used his powers to bind Húrin to a chair on a high place of Thangorodrim, from which he could see the lands to the south. Morgoth then placed a curse upon Húrin and his family, declaring that his malice would pursue them relentlessly, and that Húrin would witness its effects through Morgoth's own eyes. For 28 years, Túrin remained captive in this position, forced to witness the tragedies that befell his children, Túrin and Ninenor, as Morgoth's curse worked itself out. This was a cruelty beyond mere physical torment, a breaking of the spirit rather than the body, and it revealed the depth of Morgoth's malice toward those who had dared to defy him. The Eärendil ended in complete defeat for the Union of Medros. Hithlum was conquered and occupied by Easterlings, who enslaved the remnants of the House of Hedor that had remained behind when their lords went to war. The survivors of the Eastern army scattered, some fleeing east beyond the Blue Mountains, others seeking refuge in the southern realms that still held out against Morgoth. The high kingship of the Noldor passed to Turgon, now the eldest surviving son of Fingolfin, who withdrew again to the secrecy of Gondolin. The battle marked the end of the Noldor as a significant military power in Beleriand, though individual realms would continue to resist, and heroes would still arise to challenge Morgoth. The coordinated resistance of the siege of Angband was broken forever. From this point on, Morgoth's victory seemed inevitable, a slow but unstoppable extension of his power across the face of Middle-earth. Yet even in this darkest hour, seeds of hope remained. The hidden realms of Gondolin and Nargothrond still endured, preserving the culture and knowledge of the Noldor. The Silmaril that Beren and Lúthien had recovered was safely in the possession of Dior, son of Beren and Lúthien, who had succeeded Thingol as king of Doriath after the latter's death, at the hands of dwarven craftsmen. And far to the west, beyond the Great Sea, the Valar had not forgotten Middle-earth, though they seem to have withdrawn their direct intervention after the rebellion of the Noldor. In the years following the Nirnaeth Arnediad, the focus of resistance to Morgoth shifted from open warfare to individual acts of heroism and defiance. The most notable of these were the deeds of Turambar, son of Húrin, whose life was shaped by Morgoth's curse, but who nevertheless became one of the greatest warriors in the fight against the Dark Lord. His story, along with that of his sister Nienor, forms one of the most tragic and compelling narratives of the First Age, a tale of pride, valor, sorrow, and ultimately of doom that could not be escaped. The tale of Túrin is one for another chapter, but it is worth noting here that his greatest achievement was the slaying of Glaurung, father of dragons, a deed that, while it did not significantly alter the strategic balance of power in Beleriand, did remove one of Morgoth's most terrible weapons from the field. This act, along with others by various heroes of the late First Age, ensured that Morgoth's victory, though seemingly inevitable, would come at a far higher cost than he had anticipated. As the First Age drew toward its close, with Morgoth's power extending ever further across Beleriand, the situation appeared increasingly hopeless for the remaining free peoples. Nargothrond fell to an army led by Glorung, its location betrayed, and its defenses undermined by the pride of its inhabitants. Doriath was twice assaulted, first by dwarves seeking the Silmaril, and then by the sons of Fëanor, pursuing the same prize. In both cases, the once mighty realm was devastated, its people scattered, and its king slain. Gondolin alone remained as a bastion of the Noldor, its location still a secret from Morgoth, despite his increasingly desperate efforts to discover it. But even this last hidden realm was not destined to endure through treachery. Morgoth finally learned of its location, and he prepared a force specifically designed to overcome its defenses, including dragons, balrogs, and other creatures of fire and shadow, against which the Gondolin would have little defense. The fall of Gondolin, like the fall of Nargothrond and the sack of Doriath, would be a tragic episode in the closing chapters of the First Age. But from each of these disasters, survivors would emerge, carrying with them not only the heritage and culture of their fallen realms, but also the seeds of future hope. And it would be through these survivors, particularly through Eärendil the Mariner, that the final salvation of Middle-earth from Morgoth's dominion would eventually come. As we conclude this chapter on the first great wars of the elves against Morgoth, it is worth reflecting on the nature of the conflict and its impact on the participants. The Noldor, who had returned to Middle-earth burning with righteous wrath and seeking vengeance for the death of Finwë and the theft of the Silmarils, had found themselves engaged in a struggle far beyond their initial expectations. What had begun as a quest for retribution had transformed into an existential battle for the future of Middle-earth itself. In the course of this struggle, the Noldor had built mighty realms, formed alliances with other peoples, and achieved great deeds of valor and craft. They had also suffered devastating losses, both in terms of lives and territory. Their greatest leaders had fallen, their unity had fractured, and their hopes of victory through their own strength had been dashed. Yet in their apparent defeat, they had accomplished something perhaps more significant than they could have achieved through military victory alone. They had contained and challenged Morgoth, forcing him to expend vast portions of his native power in the corruption of Arda and the creation of his armies. They had preserved knowledge, culture, and hope that might otherwise have been extinguished, and they had ensured that when the final confrontation with Morgoth came, it would be on terms that gave the forces of light a chance, however slim, of ultimate victory. Sleep now, dreaming of the valor of Fengolfin, the wisdom of Finrod, the courage of Barhi, and the steadfastness of the men of the House of Hedor. In your dreams, perhaps you will hear the horns of the Noldor as they marched into battle, see the glint of sunlight on their spears, feel the tremor of the earth as armies clashed on the dusty plain of Anfagleth. These first great wars of the elves against Morgoth may have ended in apparent defeat, but they set in motion events that would ultimately lead to the reshaping of the world and the dawn of a new age. Chapter 6. Tales of Heroes. Beren and Lúthien. In the long history of Middle-earth, filled with tales of valor and tragedy, of mighty kingdoms rising and falling, of battles won and lost, there is perhaps no story more beloved than that of Beren and Lúthien. Their tale stands as a testament to the power of love, to transcend boundaries, between mortal and immortal, between darkness and light, between life and death itself. In the midst of the long defeat of the Eldar against Morgoth, their story shines as a moment of unexpected victory, a flame of hope in a gathering darkness. The tale begins in the aftermath of the Dagor Bregorlach, the Battle of Sudden Flame, which had broken the siege of Angband and allowed Morgoth's forces to sweep across northern Beleriand, the green highlands of Dorthonion, once held by Angrod and Egnor, sons of Finarfin, had fallen under the shadow of Morgoth, becoming a place of dread renamed Tor Nufurin, the forest under Nightshade. Yet not all resistance in this region had been quenched. A band of men of the House of Borea, led by Baria, maintained a guerrilla war against the occupying forces of Morgoth. Among them was Baria's son, Beren, a young man who had already seen much of war and loss, but whose greatest trials and joys still lay ahead. During the Dagor Bregorlach, Bahoy had saved the life of Finrod Filigund, king of Nargothrond, who in gratitude had given him a ring and sworn an oath of friendship and aid to Bahoy and his descendants. This ring, which would later be known as the Ring of Bahoy, became a symbol of this pledge and would play a significant role in the unfolding story. The outlaws of Dorthonion lived a precarious existence, constantly hunted by Morgoth's servants, forced to move their hidden camp frequently to avoid detection. They survived through stealth and courage, striking at enemy patrols and outposts before melting back into the wild forests and highlands. But such a life could not be sustained indefinitely. Betrayed by one of their own, Gorlim the Unhappy, who had been deceived by Sauron with a false promise to be reunited with his captured wife, the band was ambushed at their camp beside the waters of Tarnaluin. All were slain, save Beren, who by chance was away scouting at the time of the attack. Returning to find his father and companions dead, Beren buried Berahir and swore vengeance upon their killers. He pursued the orc troop responsible, moving with the stealth and patience that had become second nature to him during years of woodland warfare. When he caught up to them, he found them celebrating their success, with the leader boasting of the kill and displaying Berahir's severed hand, with the ring still upon it. In a swift and deadly assault, Beren slew the orc captain, reclaimed the ring, and escaped into the wilderness once more. For 4 years, Beren lived alone in Dorthonion, becoming a figure of terror to the servants of Morgoth. So effective was his solitary campaign of sabotage and assassination that Morgoth placed a bounty on his head equal to that of the High King of the Noldor. No patrol was safe from his sudden attacks, no outpost secure from his infiltration. He became known as Beren Urkamian, Beren the One-Handed, though the loss of his hand would come later in his tale. But no single warrior, however skilled and determined, could resist the power of Morgoth indefinitely. As more troops were sent to hunt him, and as the very nature of Dorthonion darkened under Morgoth's influence, Beren was forced to undertake ever more desperate journeys to survive. He climbed to the highest peaks of the Ered Gorgoroth, the mountains of terror, where few living things dared to go. He witnessed horrors in those heights, strange pale creatures, the twisted descendants of Ungoliant, the monstrous spider who had aided Melkor in the destruction of the 2 trees of Valinor. At last, driven by both necessity and a growing despair, Beren made a decision that no man before him had successfully carried out. He would attempt to cross the Ered Gorgoroth and enter the hidden kingdom of Duraeth beyond, where it was said that a measure of peace and beauty still remained in the world. The crossing was perilous, beyond telling. The mountains were not merely physically challenging, but were infested with creatures of darkness and despair. Nameless things dwelt in the high passes, hungry for warm blood. The very air seemed to sap the will and hope of any who breathed it. But Beren, hardened by years of solitary resistance and driven by a desperation that would not yield to fear, pressed on. Against all expectations, he succeeded. He passed through the mountains of terror and descended into the more temperate forests that bordered the realm of Doriath. But here he encountered a new barrier, the girdle of Melian, an invisible maze of enchantment created by Queen Melian, the Maya wife of King Thingol, to protect their realm from intrusion. No mortal or immortal could pass this barrier without permission, and many who tried found themselves walking in circles, becoming lost and disoriented until they either gave up or died in the attempt. Yet Beren passed through, something that was later attributed to the guidance of a higher fate, or perhaps to the foresight of Melian herself, who may have perceived the role this mortal would play in the greater design of Arda. Having crossed both the mountains of terror and the girdle of Melian, Beren entered the forests of Noldrith within Doriath. Here, the world seemed transformed. After years in the darkening highlands of Dorthonion, surrounded by enemies and constantly facing death, he found himself in a realm of profound beauty and peace. Ancient trees reached toward the sky, their leaves filtering the sunlight into a green radiance. Birds sang in the branches, their melodies undisturbed by the clash of arms or the cries of the hunted. Flowers bloomed in glades where no foot had trodden for centuries. It was in one such glade, on a summer evening, that Beren's life changed forever. As he walked beneath the beaches of Neldrith, he heard a sound more beautiful than any he had known, a maiden's voice singing in the twilight. Following the sound, he came upon a clearing where Lúthien, daughter of Thingol, and Melian danced beneath the stars. Lúthien was accounted the most beautiful of all the children of Ilúvatar. She had the immortal grace of the Eldar from her father, and something of the divine power of the Maiar from her mother. Her beauty was such that, when Beren saw her, all thought of his quest, his grief and his hardships fell away, replaced by a singular wonder and love that would define the rest of his life. As Lúthien danced, blue flowers sprang up beneath her feet, and her voice seemed to make the stars themselves shine more brightly. Beren stood transfixed, unable to speak or move, overwhelmed by a beauty beyond anything he had imagined possible, in a world he had known primarily through struggle and loss. When at last Lúthien noticed his presence, she was startled and fled into the forest. Beren pursued her, calling her Tinuviel, which means nightingale in the Sindarin tongue, for her voice was as beautiful as her appearance. For months afterward, he searched the forests of Doriath, hoping for another glimpse of her, unable to forget the vision that had captured his heart. Eventually, his persistence was rewarded. Lúthien returned to the glade where they had first met, and this time she did not flee. She had been intrigued by this mortal who had somehow passed through her mother's enchantments, and who called to her with such devotion. They spoke together beneath the stars, and as they did, a love began to grow between them that would become the greatest of all the unions between elves and men. For a year, they met in secret within the forests of Doriath, their love deepening with each encounter. But such a relationship could not remain hidden forever, especially from Thingolor, who kept careful watch over his beloved daughter. When he learned of Lúthien's love for a mortal, he was filled with dismay and anger. He summoned Beren to his throne in the 1,000 caves of Menegroth, demanding to know how he dared to seek the daughter of the king of Doriath. Beren, showing the courage and pride that had sustained him through his years of solitary resistance against Morgoth, declared that his lineage was no less noble among men than Thingol's among elves. He openly professed his love for Lúthien and asked for her hand in marriage. Thingol, though impressed by Beren's boldness, had no intention of allowing his immortal daughter to be bound to a mortal man, however noble his heritage. Seeking a way to be rid of this unwelcome suitor without directly refusing him, Thingol set an impossible task as the bride price for Lúthien's hand. Beren must bring him a Silmaril from the crown of Morgoth. The demand was meant to be a death sentence, for no power in Beleriand had been able to challenge Morgoth directly since the breaking of the siege, to enter Angband, to confront the Dark Lord in his own fortress, to take from him one of the jewels he prized above all else. This was a task beyond the capability of any mortal, or indeed of any army that the elves could now muster. But Beren, driven by his love for Lúthien, accepted the challenge without hesitation. He departed from Doriath with a promise to return with a Silmaril in his hand. His journey took him first to Nargothrond, the hidden kingdom of Finrod Felagund, who had sworn an oath of friendship and aid to Balahir and his descendants. When Beren presented the ring of Balahir, which Finrod had given to his father as a token of this oath, Finrod was honor-bound to assist him in his quest. The request placed Finrod in a difficult position. To aid Beren meant to challenge Morgoth directly, a risk he had carefully avoided since establishing his hidden realm. It also set him at odds with Celegorm and Curufin, sons of Finor, who were guests in his halls. The oath of Finor bound them to pursue the Silmarils, and they saw Beren's quest as an attempt to steal what they considered rightfully theirs. Despite these complications, Finrod chose to honor his oath to Barahir. He abdicated his throne in Nargothrond, leaving it to his brother Ogroth, and prepared to accompany Beren to Angband. A small company of loyal elves joined him, but the majority of the people of Nargothrond, influenced by the words of Celegorm and Curufin, refused to follow their king on what they saw as a suicidal mission. Disguised by the arts of Finrod to appear as orcs, the small company journeyed northward toward Angband. But as they approached the pass of Sirion, they were challenged by Sauron, lieutenant of Morgoth, who held the Isle of Torlingorhoth, formerly the watchtower of Minas Tirith, which Finrod himself had built. Sauron, sensing deception, engaged Finrod in a contest of songs of power, a duel of wills and magic that strained even the considerable abilities of the Noldorin king. Though Finrod fought valiantly, Sauron's power had grown during his long service to Morgoth, and eventually he prevailed. The disguises were stripped away, and Beren, Finrod, and their companions were captured and imprisoned in the depths of Torlingorhoth. One by one, their fellow prisoners were taken away and devoured by wolves, but Finrod and Beren were kept for last. Meanwhile, Lúthien had discovered Beren's departure from Doriath, and had determined to follow him. Her father, learning of her intention, confined her to a house built high in the branches of a great tree, hoping to keep her safe until Beren had met his inevitable doom. But Lúthien, using her own magical abilities inherited from her Maya mother, grew her hair to great length, and from it wove an enchanted cloak that allowed her to escape. As she fled from Doriath, Lúthien encountered Huan, the Hound of Valinor, who had accompanied Celegorm and Curufin from Nargothrond. Huan, who was more than an ordinary hound, had been granted the ability to speak 3 times before his death. Though he was originally loyal to Celegorm, he recognized something special in Lúthien and chose to help her rather than capturing her for his master as he had been instructed to do. Together, Lúthien and Huan continued the journey northward, following the trail of Beren, but they were intercepted by Celegorm and Curufin, who had also left Nargothrond with the intention of claiming the Silmarils for themselves if Beren and Finrod should somehow succeed in their quest. The sons of Fanor captured Lúthien, intending to force her into marriage with Celegorm to strengthen their political position in Beleriand. Huan, however, could not countenance this betrayal. Using his first opportunity to speak, he counseled Lúthien on how to escape from her captivity. When she had done so, he joined her, and together they continued toward Torlingorhoth, where they now knew Beren was imprisoned. At the Isle of Sauron, Lúthien used her powers of enchantment to defeat the werewolves that guarded the approach. When Sauron himself emerged in the form of a great wolf, Ian engaged him in combat. Though Sauron could change his shape at will, trying to escape or to overpower his opponent, he could not defeat Hall, who had been prophesied to fall only to the greatest wolf that would ever live. Eventually, Sauron yielded, surrendering control of the isle to Lúthien, and fleeing in the form of a vampire bat back to the safety of Angband. Lúthien and Huan then freed Beren from his dungeon. They found him cradling the body of Finrod, who had sacrificed himself to save Beren from a wolf that had been sent to devour them. Beren had been saved, but at the cost of one of the noblest of the Noldor, whose wisdom and foresight had guided his people since their return to Middle-earth. After burying Finrod on the isle that had once been his fortress, Beren attempted to dissuade Lúthien from continuing with him on his quest. He intended to fulfill his vow to Thingol alone, fearing to expose her to the perils of Angband, but Lúthien refused to be left behind, declaring that their fates were now intertwined, and that without her he had no hope of success. Accepting her decision, Darien, Lúthien, and Huan continued northward toward Angband. Along the way, they encountered Celegorm and Curufin once more. The sons of Farianor, bitter at their earlier defeat, attacked Beren, and in the ensuing struggle, Curufin was thrown from his horse by Beren, and Huan turned against his former master Celegorm. Though Beren was wounded by Curufin's knife, he and Lúthien prevailed, taking Curufin's horse and knife, but sparing the lives of the two brothers, who fled in shame. The knife that Beren had taken from Curufin would prove significant, for it was no ordinary weapon. Named Angrist, it had been made by the great dwarven smith Telchar of Nogrod, and was capable of cutting iron as if it were soft wood, a quality that would become crucial in the task that lay ahead. Continuing their journey to the very gates of Angband, Beren, Lúthien, and Huan faced the final challenge of how to enter the fortress undetected. Using the skills she had inherited from her mother, Lúthien wove enchantments around Beren to disguise him as Draglun, a great wolf who had been slain by Huan at Tol en Gorhoth. She herself took on the form of Thuringwethil, a vampire messenger of Morgoth. Thus disguised, they approached the gates of Angband, leaving Huan behind to wait for their return, or to bear news of their failure back to Doriath. At the gates, they were challenged by Carcharath, the Red Maw, a wolf of tremendous size and ferocity, who had been raised by Morgoth himself, and fed on the flesh of elves and men. Lúthien, drawing upon deep reserves of power, cast a spell of sleep upon Carcharath, allowing them to pass into the fortress unhindered. Within the dark halls of Angband, they made their way to the throne room of Morgoth. There, casting aside their disguises, Lúthien used her power once more, weaving a spell of sleep that affected even the Dark Lord himself. As Morgoth slumped upon his throne, the iron crown containing the 3 Silmarils rolled from his head. Beren, seizing the opportunity, took Angrist and cut one of the Silmarils from the crown, but as he attempted to remove a second, the knife broke, and a shard struck Morgoth's cheek, awakening him from his enchanted slumber. Beren and Lúthien fled, with Beren clutching the single Silmaril in his hand. They reached the gates of Angband, but Carcharath had awakened, and now blocked their escape. Beren, in a gesture of defiance, held up the Silmaril before the great wolf, hoping to cow him with the holy light of the jewel. But Carcharath, maddened by his hunger and the evil influence of Morgoth, was not deterred. He bit off Beren's hand, swallowing it, along with the Silmaril. The hallowed jewel, which no unclean thing could touch without suffering, began to burn Carteroth from within. The wolf, driven to a frenzy of pain and rage, burst through the gates of Angband and fled southward across Anficlith, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Beren, grievously wounded, would have died then had not Thorondor, king of the eagles, arrived with his fellow eagles to bear him and Lúthien away from Angband, sent by Manwë, who had been moved by the courage and love displayed by the mortal men and the elven princess. The eagles carried them to safety in the borders of Doriath. There Beren hovered near death for many days, while Lúthien used all her powers to heal him. When he finally regained consciousness, they returned to Menegroth to stand before Thengol. Beren declared that he had indeed fulfilled his quest. He had held a Silmaril in his hand, though he could not present it to Thengol, as it was now inside Carteroth, who had fled into the forests of Doriath. Thengol, impressed by the courage and determination that had allowed Beren to achieve what armies could not, and moved by Lúthien's evident love for him, finally gave his consent to their union. But the quest was not yet complete, for Carteroth, driven mad by the burning of the Silmaril within him, was ravaging the forests of Doriath, killing all in his path. A hunting party was formed to track down and kill the wolf, consisting of Thingol, Beren, Wan, and the chief hunters of Doriath. They cornered Carteroth in a dense thicket, where the wolf, in a final frenzy, mortally wounded both Beren and Wan before being slain himself. From the wolf's belly, they recovered the Silmaril, still clutched in Beren's severed hand. Beren, with his last strength, placed the jewel in Thangol's palm, thus fulfilling his vow. Then he died, with Lúthien by his side. So great was her grief that her spirit departed from her body, journeying to the halls of Mandos, where the spirits of elves go after death, to await rebirth or to remain until the end of the world. In the halls of Mandos, Lúthien sang a song of such beauty and sorrow that it moved even Mandos himself, who had never before been swayed by any plea. Her song told of the tragedy of the separation of mortal and immortal lovers, and of the unfairness of a fate that would part them forever beyond the circles of the world. So powerful was her lament that Mandos sought the counsel of Manwë, who in turn consulted with Ilúvatar himself. A choice was offered to Lúthien. She could remain in Valinor, living in bliss among the Valar, separate from Beren forever, or she could return to Middle-earth with Beren, but as a mortal sharing his fate of eventual death and departure beyond the circles of the world. Lúthien chose mortality, the only elf ever to do so. She and Beren were restored to life in Middle-earth, where they dwelt for a time on the green island of Tol Galen in the river Adirant, removed from the wars and sorrows of Beleriand. There they were known as Beren Urchamion, the One-Handed, and Lúthien Tinuviel, and their story became the greatest of all the tales of love in the elder days. From their union came a son, Dior, who was called Ilúthiel, the heir of Thingol. In him, the bloodlines of the three houses of men, the Eldar, and even the divine Maya were united, making him a bridge between the mortal and immortal worlds. After the deaths of his parents, Dior would become king of Doriath, inheriting the Silmaril that Beren had taken from Morgoth's crown. The tale of Beren and Lúthien had far-reaching consequences for the history of Middle-earth. The recovery of the Silmaril was the first significant victory against Morgoth since the breaking of the siege of Angband. It demonstrated that the Dark Lord was not invincible, that even in his greatest stronghold, he could be vulnerable to courage, love, and the unexpected. The Silmaril itself became a symbol of hope, its light, a reminder of the trees of Valinor, and a promise that the darkness would not endure forever. Its presence in Doriath, for a time, brought renewed vigor and beauty to that realm, and when it later passed to Eärendil, it would become the means by which he gained entry to Valinor, allowing him to plead the cause of both elves and men before the Valar, ultimately leading to the War of Wrath and the overthrow of Morgoth. But the recovery of the Silmaril also set in motion a chain of tragic events. The sons of Fëanor, bound by their oath to recover the jewels at any cost, would eventually attack Doriath to claim the Silmaril from Dior, resulting in the second kinslaying and the destruction of that once great realm. The jewel would pass to Dior's daughter Elwing, who would later be forced to flee from yet another attack by the sons of Fëanor, leading to the third kinslaying at the havens of Sirion. Yet through all these sorrows, the light of the Silmaril would endure, a testament to the enduring power of beauty and hope in a world marred by darkness. And the story of Beren and Lúthien would live on as well, passed down through the generations as a reminder that love could transcend even the boundaries between mortal and immortal, and that in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, courage and devotion could achieve what might otherwise seem impossible. In later ages, the tale would be retold in many forms. Among men, it became a romantic legend, a story of love conquering all obstacles. Among elves, it was remembered more as a bittersweet tragedy, for while Beren and Lúthien found happiness together, it came at the cost of Lúthien's immortality and her separation from her people and kin. But for all who heard it, the story of Beren and Lúthien remained a source of inspiration and hope. In the darkest times, when evil seemed to be gaining the upper hand, when courage faltered and despair threatened to overwhelm, just the memory of a mortal man and an elven princess who dared to challenge the Dark Lord in his own fortress provided a beacon of light and a reminder that even the smallest hands could sometimes accomplish what armies could not. Their union also established a precedent that would be echoed in later ages, most notably in the marriage of Aragorn and Arwen, descendants of Beren and Lúthien, through separate lines. Like their ancestors, Aragorn and Arwen would face the difficult choice between mortality and immortality, between a shared life of finite duration and an eternal separation. And like Lúthien before her, Arwen would choose a mortal life with the one she loved over the endless years of the Eldar. As the First Age continued toward its conclusion, the light of the recovered Silmaril would play an increasingly important role in the fate of Middle-earth. After the deaths of Beren and Lúthien, the jewel passed to their son Dior, who took up the kingship of the leaderless realm of Doriath. Under his rule, there was a brief resurgence of hope and prosperity in the Forest Kingdom. The light of the Silmaril seemed to renew the land, bringing something of the splendor of the elder days back to the forests of Regen and Neldoreth. But the oath of Fëanor had not been forgotten. When word reached the sons of Fëanor that the Silmaril was in Doriath, they were compelled by their terrible oath to seek its recovery. They sent messages to Dior demanding the surrender of the jewel, but received no reply. In midwinter, the sons of Fëanor descended upon Doriath with their remaining followers. In the second kinslaying, the 1,000 caves of Menegroth ran red with the blood of elves slain by elves. Dior was killed, as were Celegorm, Carúfin, and Caranthir, 3 of the sons of Fëanor. Dior's young sons, Ellored and Ellaring, were captured by the servants of Celegorm and abandoned in the forest to die, an act of cruelty that even Maedhros, the eldest son of Fëanor, found abhorrent. He searched long for the children, but never found them. Dior's daughter Elwing, however, escaped the sack of Doriath with a small group of refugees, taking with her the Noglamir and its Silmaril. They fled to the mouths of the river Sirion, where they established a settlement that became known as the Havens of Sirion, a gathering place for survivors from the fallen realms of Beleriand. The Havens of Sirion became one of the last refuges of the Eldar in Beleriand during the closing years of the First Age. Here survivors from Doriath mingled with refugees from Gondolin, which had fallen to Morgoth's forces not long after the sack of Doriath. Among these refugees were Tuor, a man of the house of Hador, and Idril, daughter of Turgon, who had escaped the destruction of Gondolin with their young son Eärendil. Eärendil grew to manhood in the Havens, where he became a mariner of great skill. He married Elwing, daughter of Dior, thus uniting the bloodlines of the three houses of the Iden with that of the Teleri, through Thingol, the Noldor, through Turgon, and even the divine Maya, through Melian. Their sons Elrond and Elros would go on to play pivotal roles in the history of Middle-earth. Eärendil's great desire was to sail to Valinor to seek the aid of the Valar in the desperate struggle against Morgoth, whose power had grown until it dominated nearly all of Beleriand. He built a ship, Vingolet, the Foam Flower, and made many voyages upon the Western Sea, seeking a passage to the Blessed Realm. But the ban of the Valar, which had been imposed after the rebellion of the Noldor, prevented him from finding the straight path to Valinor. Meanwhile, the remaining sons of Fëanor, still bound by their oath, learned that the Silmaril was at the Havens of Sirion. Once again, they demanded its surrender, and once again, they were refused. In their desperation, and the madness induced by their binding oath, they attacked the Havens, resulting in the third kinslaying, the most terrible of all. Many elves were slain on both sides, including Amrod and Amrys, the youngest of Fëanor's sons. But the purposes of the sons of Fëanor were again thwarted, for Elwing, rather than surrender the Silmaril, cast herself into the sea with the jewel bound upon her breast. But Elwing did not drown. By the power of Ulmo, Lord of Waters, she was transformed into a great white bird, and with the Silmaril shining like a star upon her breast, she flew out over the sea in search of Eärendil, who was returning from one of his voyages. She found him far out upon the waters, and when she alighted upon the deck of his ship, she was returned to her elven form. Together with the Silmaril, they continued the voyage westward, and whether by the power of the jewel or by the will of the Valar, they finally found the straight path to Valinor that had been hidden from all others. And so the light of the Silmaril, which had been recovered by Beren and Lúthien at such cost, became the means by which Eärendil could approach the Valar and plead for their intervention against Morgoth. The jewel that had been the catalyst for so much tragedy also became the instrument of ultimate salvation, as the Valar, moved by Eärendil's plea, finally decided to march once more against Morgoth, leading to the War of Wrath and the end of the First Age. As we conclude this chapter on the tale of Beren and Lúthien, it is worth reflecting on the many layers of their story. On the surface, it is a romance, a tale of love overcoming all obstacles, but it is also a tale of courage, of the power of individuals to make a difference in a world dominated by forces far greater than themselves. It is a story of sacrifice, of the price that must sometimes be paid for love and for victory against evil, and at its heart, it is a story of hope. Hope that even in the darkest times, when all seems lost, unexpected joy can still be found, and seemingly impossible victories can still be achieved. In a world increasingly dominated by the shadow of Morgoth, Beren and Lúthien's deed stood as a reminder that light could penetrate even the deepest darkness, that love could flourish even in the midst of war and sorrow, and that the courage of individual hearts could sometimes accomplish what the might of armies could not. As you drift toward sleep, carry with you these images: Lúthien dancing beneath the stars in a forest glade, her beauty awakening love in the heart of a war-weary mortal. Beren holding aloft the Silmaril, its light illuminating the darkness of Angband, the two lovers walking hand in hand on the green Isle of Tol Galen, finding peace and joy together, despite all the sorrows of the world. In these images, there is a kind of magic that transcends even the enchantments of Middle-earth, the magic of a story that continues to move hearts and inspire courage thousands of years after the events it describes, a beacon of light and hope in our own age, just as the Silmaril was in the elder days of Middle-earth. Rest now beneath the stars that witnessed the first meeting of Beren and Lúthien, and dream of a love strong enough to challenge the powers of darkness, a love that chose mortality and a shared fate over immortality and endless separation. Sleep, and perhaps in your dreams you may hear an echo of Lúthien's song, which moved even the implacable heart of Mandos, a melody of beauty and sorrow, of courage and sacrifice, of love that transcends the boundaries between mortal and immortal, between life and death itself. In the morning, we will continue our journey through the tales of the First Age, exploring the tragedy of Turambar and the fall of Gondolin. But for now, rest in the knowledge that even in the darkest times, hope can still be found, and love can still flourish. The story of Beren and Lúthien reminds us that no power, however great, can extinguish the light that burns in the hearts of those who love, and that even the smallest and most unexpected heroes can change the course of history through courage, devotion, and unwavering determination. Sleep now and dream of starlight on flower petals, of songs in the twilight, of hands clasped in love and defiance against the shadow. Dream of the green Isle of Tol Galen, where Beren and Lúthien found their happiness at last, a small paradise in a world at war, a testament to the power of love to create beauty and joy even in the midst of darkness and despair. And in your dreams, perhaps you will find your own courage and hope renewed, inspired by these two lovers whose tale has echoed through the ages, a light undimmed by time, a flame unquenched by shadow, a love stronger than fate or death. Chapter 7. The Turning of the Tide. In the years following the Nornith Arnanuriad, the battle of unnumbered tears, a shadow of despair fell upon the free peoples of Beleriand. The great alliance of elves, men, and dwarves had been shattered, and Morgoth's power seemed insurmountable. The hidden kingdoms of Nargothrond and Gondolin still endured, as did the havens of the Thalas, under Círdan the shipwright, and the realm of Doriath, protected by the girdle of Milion. But these were like islands in a rising sea of darkness, increasingly isolated and vulnerable. The northern regions of Beleriand had fallen completely under Morgoth's control. Hithlum, once the proud realm of Fingolfin, and later of his son Fingon, was now occupied by Easterlings, men who had betrayed the Eldar during the Nimlath. These men, granted the land as a reward for their treachery, treated the remnants of the House of Hadar, who had stayed behind, with cruelty and contempt, reducing them to thraldom and hardship. It was in this environment of oppression that a child was born who would grow to become one of the most tragic and pivotal figures of the First Age. Túrin, son of Húrin, lord of the House of Hadar, had been captured alive at the end of the Nirtaneth and was held prisoner by Morgoth in a high place on Thangorodrim. From this vantage point, he was forced to witness the unfolding of his family's doom, for Morgoth had placed a curse upon them, declaring that his hatred would pursue Húrin's children to the end of their days. Túrin's mother, Morwen, remained in Dorlomin with him and his younger sister, Orwen, called Lalaith, Laughter. But Lalaith died young from a plague sent by Morgoth, the first manifestation of the curse upon the children of Húrin. As conditions in Hithlum worsened under the rule of the Easterlings, Morwen, now pregnant with another child, made the difficult decision to send Túrin away to safety. She chose the realm of Doriath as his destination, for she was of distant kin to Beren, and she hoped that King Thingol might extend his protection to her son for this reason. So at the age of 8, Túrin was sent with 2 elderly servants on the dangerous journey to Doriath. They eventually reached the borders of the Hidden Kingdom, where they were found by elven wardens, who brought them to Menegroth, the Thousand Caves. There, Túrin was presented to King Thingol and Queen Melian, moved by the child's plight and by his kinship to Beren. Thingol accepted Túrin as a foster son, raising him among the elves and educating him in their ways and wisdom. Túrin grew into a strong and capable young man, skilled in woodcraft and arms, but always carrying with him a sense of sorrow and a burning desire to avenge the wrongs done to his family. He was particularly close to Beleg Cuthalion, a great hunter and warrior of Doriath, who became his friend and mentor. Together they would roam the northern borders of the realm, defending it against any servants of Morgoth who might approach. As he approached maturity, Túrin's thoughts increasingly turned to the plight of his mother and his newborn sister Nienor, whom he had never met. He sent messengers to Dorilomin with rich gifts provided by Thingolor, hoping to persuade Morwen to join him in the safety of Doriath. But Morwen, proud and increasingly fearful, refused to leave her home, though she did send Thingolor's gifts back to him, adding some of her own as a sign of thanks for his care of her son. When he was 20, an incident occurred that would change the course of Túrin's life. During a feast in Menegroth, he was insulted by an elf named Cerys, who had long been jealous of the favor shown to the young mortal. The next day, Cerys ambushed Túrin in the forest, but Túrin overpowered him. In the ensuing chase, Cerys fell to his death in a ravine. Though it was not Túrin's intention to kill him, he feared the judgment of Thingol and fled from Doriath, rather than face what he perceived would be an unjust punishment. In reality, Thingol, advised by Melian and informed by witnesses of the true circumstances, had already decided to pardon Túrin. Beleg sought permission to seek his friend and bring him this news, but Túrin had already gone too far, falling in with a band of outlaws who haunted the forests on the western borders of Doriath. These were a rough group, composed of both men and elves, who had for various reasons become estranged from their people through his natural leadership abilities and his prowess in battle. Túrin soon became their chief, taking on the name Lúthien, the wronged, to conceal his true identity. Under Túrin's leadership, the outlaws began to focus their raids on the servants of Morgoth, rather than indiscriminately attacking travelers. They became a force for good in the region, providing a measure of protection to those who lived nearby. But Túrin's heart remained troubled, and the shadow of Morgoth's curse lay upon him, though he knew it not. Eventually, Billy tracked down the band of outlaws and discovered Túrin among them. He brought news of Thingolor's pardon and urged his friend to return to Doriath. But Túrin, proud and still feeling wronged, refused. He invited Billy to join the outlaws instead, but the elf declined, though he promised to return to Túrin again. True to his word, Beleg came back to the outlaws' camp some time later, bearing with him Anglecho, a black sword of meteorite iron that Thingol had given him for Túrin. This sword, forged by the dark elf Ujole and given to Thingol as a fee for dwelling in Nan Ilmoth, was a mighty weapon, but was said to have a malevolent will of its own. Nevertheless, Túrin accepted it gladly, seeing it as a means to strike more effectively against the forces of Morgoth. With Beleg's occasional assistance, Túrin and his band of outlaws became increasingly effective against the orcs and other evil creatures that were spreading through Beleriand. They extended their range of operations to the north and west, approaching the borders of the realm of Nargothrond. Their fame grew, and the servants of Morgoth began to fear the Black Sword, as Túrin was now called because of the weapon he wielded. But the doom laid upon the children of Húrin was not to be escaped so easily. During our confrontation with a new group of men who sought to join the outlaws, Túrin accidentally killed his friend Kim, the son of a dwarf named Mime, who was among the newcomers. To atone for this death, Túrin spared Mime's life when the latter was captured and accepted his offer of shelter in his hidden halls on the hill of Amon-Rûd. For a time, Túrin and his band dwelt with Mime, using his secret dwelling as a base for their operations against Morgoth's forces. Belega joined them permanently during this period, though there was tension between him and Mime, who harbored a deep distrust of elves. The hilltop location gave them a commanding view of the surrounding lands, allowing them to spot enemy movements and plan their attacks more effectively. Their successes drew attention, both welcome and unwelcome. More men came to join what was now being called the Land of Bow and Helm, named for Belga's great bow Bothronding and the dwarf mask that Túrin had taken to wearing in battle, which had once belonged to Mime's people. But their growing fame also attracted the notice of Morgoth, who ordered his servants to find and destroy this new threat to his expanding power. The end came through treachery. Mime, captured by orcs while foraging and threatened with torment, betrayed the location of his dwelling and the secret passages that led into it. The orcs launched a surprise attack when most of the band was away, slaughtering those who remained and lying in wait for the others. When Túrin returned, he was ambushed, taken captive, and all of his companions were slain save for Beleg, who had been away on a scouting mission. Upon his return, Beleg found the devastation at Amon-Rûd and the tracks of the orc band leading north. Despite being gravely wounded himself, he determined to follow them and attempt to rescue his friend. Along the way, he encountered a party of elves from Nargothrond, led by Gwyndor, who had been a mighty lord before his capture at the Narnith Arnuidiad. Gwyndor had escaped from the mines of Angband, but was now a shadow of his former self, broken in body and spirit. Nevertheless, he joined Beleg in his pursuit of the orcs out of compassion and shared hatred for the servants of Morgoth. They caught up to the orc band during a great thunderstorm sent by Manwë himself, which caused the orcs to halt their march and seek shelter beneath the eaves of Tor Nufuin, the forest under night. While the captors were distracted by the storm and its aftermath, Beleg and Gwyndor slipped into their camp and found Túrin bound to a tree and unconscious. Beleg used his sword Eärendil to cut Túrin's bonds, but the malevolent blade slipped in his hand and pricked Túrin's foot. Túrin, waking suddenly from a dark dream to the pain of the wound, saw a shadowy figure bending over him with a blade in the darkness. Still dazed and thinking that the orcs were about to torment him, he wrested the sword away and slew the figure before him, only to discover, as lighting illuminated the scene, that he had killed Beleg, his closest friend. The horror of this discovery left Túrin in a catatonic state. Gwyndor, knowing that the orcs would soon return, took up the sword, Anglachel, and led the unresisting Túrin away from the camp. For many days, Túrin remained in a state of shock and grief, unable to speak or respond to the world around him. Gwyndor cared for him as best he could, leading him southward toward Nargothrond, the hidden realm from which Gwyndor himself had come. At last, they came to the pools of Yvonne, sacred waters at the source of the river Nerog. Here the cool, clear waters seemed to have a healing effect on Túrin. He drank and bathed in them, And finally, the spell of his grief was broken. He wept for Beleg and sang a lament for him. And then he took up Anglas, the sword that had both served and betrayed his friend, vowing to use it henceforth to wreak vengeance upon Morgoth and all his servants. Together, Túrin and Gwyndor traveled to Nargothrond, where Gwyndor was recognized and welcomed with amazement by his people, who had long thought him dead. Túrin was accepted as Gwyndor's friend and companion, though he concealed his true name and lineage, calling himself Argawan, son of Ormarth, the blood-stained, son of ill fate. He reforged Angbalad, which had been damaged, and named the reforged blade Garthang, Iron of Death. In Nargothrond, Túrin's natural charisma, courage, and skill at arms quickly won him a place of honor. He became a close counselor to King Ordreth, especially in matters of war and defense. Túrin advocated for a more aggressive strategy against Morgoth, urging the elves of Nargothrond to abandon their traditional policy of secrecy and guerrilla warfare in favor of open battle. This approach initially brought success, as the forces of Nargothrond, led by Túrin with his black sword, cleared a wide area around the hidden kingdom of Morgoth's servants. But there was one in Nargothrond who was troubled by Túrin's growing influence and the change in strategy he advocated. Grundr, who had seen the might of Angband firsthand and feared that drawing attention to Nargothrond would eventually lead to its discovery and destruction. His concerns were echoed by Finduilas, daughter of Oradrath, who had once been betrothed to Grundr before his capture. Despite her growing attraction to Túrin, she sensed the doom that surrounded him and warned him of the danger in his course. These warnings went unheeded. Under Túrin's direction, the elves of Nargothrond built a great bridge across the river Narog to facilitate the movement of their armies. This was a decisive break with their previous policy of keeping the entrance to their realm hidden and inaccessible. Túrin also encouraged the elves to abandon their methods of stealth and ambush in favor of open warfare, leading to bolder and more direct confrontations with the enemy. For a time, this strategy seemed successful. The borders of Nargothrond were cleared of enemies, and its power and influence extended further than ever before. But Morgoth was not idle. He took note of this new threat and discerned its source. Determined to crush Nargothrond, he sent a great army southward under the command of Glagum, the father of dragons. The host of Morgoth met the forces of Nargothrond in the field of Tumhalad. Despite their valor, the elves were overwhelmed by the superior numbers of the enemy and the terrible might of Glagum. King Odrath was slain, along with most of the warriors of Nargothrond. Gwyndor was mortally wounded, but was carried from the field by Túrin. With his dying breath, Gwyndor urged Túrin to save Finduilas, saying that she alone stood between him and his doom. But it was too late. The bridge that Túrin had built now served as a highway for the enemy directly to the doors of Nargothrond. The city fell swiftly, its people slaughtered or taken captive. As Túrin rushed back to attempt a rescue, he encountered Glorung himself. The dragon used his hypnotic powers to bind Túrin in place, forcing him to watch as the captives were led away, including Finduilas, who called out to him in vain. While Túrin stood paralyzed, Glorung spoke to him, taunting him with his failures and revealing that his mother and sister were living in hardship in Dorlomin. The dragon questioned why Túrin had not sought to aid them, suggesting that he had abandoned them to their fate, while he enjoyed honor and comfort in Nargothrond. These words struck at Túrin's deepest fears and guilts, and when the spell finally broke, he was consumed with the need to find his family, rather than pursue the captives from Nargothrond. Thus, Túrin turned northward, toward Dorlomin, while Finduilas was taken with the other captives toward Angband. But the woodmen of Brethil, learning of the captives' passage, ambushed the orc company. In the fighting, the orcs slew their prisoners rather than risk their rescue, and Finduilis was pinned to a tree with a spear. Before she died, she repeated the name Túrin, which the woodman remembered. Meanwhile, Turin had reached his childhood home in Dor-Lómin, only to find that his mother and sister had left years before, seeking refuge in Doriath. The house was occupied by Brodda, an Easterling who had taken Turin's kinswoman, Eärendil, as his wife by force. In rage and grief, Turin killed Brodda and his men, an act that endangered the very people he had sought to help, as they would now face reprisals from the other Easterlings. Fleeing Dor-Lómin, Túrin wandered southward, eventually coming to the forest of Brethil, where the remnant of the House of Hullith dwelt. There he learned of Finduilis' fate. From the woodman, overcome with grief and remorse, he asked to be led to the place where she died. He made her a grave mound, naming it Hardin Aleth, the mound of the elf maiden. The woodman invited Túrin to join them, and he accepted, taking yet another new name, Turambar, Master of Fate, in defiance of the doom he felt pursuing him. For a time, he lived peacefully among the Helithrim, setting aside his black sword and trying to put his past behind him. He eventually married a woman named Níniel, who had been found by the woodman at the mound of Finduilis, suffering from complete amnesia. What Túrin did not know was that Níniel was actually his sister Nienor, who had come with their mother Morwen to Doriath, seeking news of him, only to be ensnared by the dragon's spell during an ill-fated expedition to Nargothrond. The peace of Brethil was broken when Glórin, who had remained at Nargothrond, guarding the treasure he had claimed, began to stir again. The dragon made his way toward Brethil, burning the forest as he came. The people of Helith were terrified, and Turambar knew that he must once again take up his sword, Gurthang, to defend his new home. Glórin came to the ravine of the river Teglin, where Túrin laid a desperate trap. As the dragon crossed a deep gorge, on his way to attack the settlements of the Helithrin, Túrin, hidden beneath the cliff, drove Gurthang into the dragon's soft underside, mortally wounding him. But Glórin, in his death throes, released a jet of blood that scalded Túrin, and a cloud of venom that caused him to fall into a swoon.
Níniel, who had followed Túrin against his wishes, found him lying senseless beside the dragon and thought him dead. As she cradled his head, Glórin opened his eyes one last time. With his dying malice, he broke the spell of amnesia that had clouded her memory, revealing to her that she was Nienor, daughter of Húrin, and that the man she had married was her own brother. In horror and despair, Nienor threw herself from the cliff into the raging waters of the Teglin. When Túrin awoke, he learned from a witness what had happened. The full weight of his doom now fell upon him. In despair, he took his own life upon the blade of Gurthang, ending the tragic tale of the children of Húrin, who had suffered more than any other under the curse of Morgoth. The fall of Nargothrond and the tragic fate of Túrin and Nienor marked a time of almost complete darkness for the free peoples of Beleriand. With Nargothrond destroyed and Doriath weakened after the departure of Melian following Thenel's death at the hands of dwarven craftsmen, only Gondolin remained as a strong realm of the Eldar, and it was hidden from both friend and foe. But even as the shadow deepened, events were unfolding that would ultimately lead to a turning of the tide. In the mouths of Surian, the last free haven in Beleriand, survivors from the fallen realms gathered. Among them were Tuor, a kinsman of Túrin, who had been guided by Ulmo to Gondolin, and had escaped its eventual fall with a group of refugees, including Eärendil, daughter of Turgon, and Elwing, daughter of Dior, who had inherited the Silmaril that Beren and Lúthien
had recovered from Morgoth's crown. Tuor and Idril had a son, Eärendil, while Elwing was the daughter of Dior, son of Beren, and Lúthien, and Nimloth. Thus, in this haven by the sea, the bloodlines of all three houses of the Eärendil, as well as of the royal houses of the Sindar and Noldor, were united. It was from this union that hope would ultimately spring. Eärendil grew to manhood in the havens of Surian, becoming a mariner of great skill and daring. He married Elwing, and they had twin sons, Elwend and Elwens. But Eärendil was troubled by the plight of both elves and men in Middle-earth, and he began to undertake increasingly perilous voyages upon the western sea, seeking a road to Valinor so that he might plead with the Valar to come to the aid of the beleaguered peoples of Beleriand. Meanwhile, the remaining sons of Fëanor learned that the Silmaril was in the possession of Elwing at the havens of Surian. Still bound by their terrible oath, they demanded that she surrender it to them. When she refused, they attacked the havens, causing the third kinslaying, the most terrible of all. Many elves were slain on both sides, including Amrod and Amras, the youngest sons of Fëanor. But Elwing, rather than surrender the Silmaril, cast herself into the sea with the jewel bound upon her breast. By the power of Ilmo, she was transformed into a great white bird and flew out to sea in search of Eärendil's ship. She found him far out upon the waters, and when she alighted upon his deck, she was returned to her elven form. Together, with the Silmaril bound to Eärendil's brow, they found at last the straight path to Valinor that had been hidden from all others. Eärendil, as the representative of both elves and men, went before the Valar in Valinor and pleaded for their aid against Morgoth. Moved by his plea, and perhaps by the light of the Silmaril that he bore, the Valar agreed to intervene one last time in the affairs of Middle-earth. They prepared a great host, led by Ormwe, the herald of Manwë, and comprising Vanyar and Noldor from Valinor, as well as Maiar and other spirits of light and power. Thus began the War of Wrath, the greatest conflict of the First Age, which would last for decades and result in the final defeat of Morgoth. The host of Valinor landed in Beleriand and engaged the forces of Angband in a series of devastating battles. Morgoth unleashed all his remaining power. Armies of orcs, trolls, balrogs, and most terribly winged dragons that had been bred in secret in the depths of Angband. The war was so catastrophic that much of Beleriand was broken and sunk beneath the sea. Mountains were toppled, rivers changed their courses, and entire regions were transformed. The few remaining havens of the Eldar were caught in the middle of this cataclysm, and many more of their people perished or fled. In the final confrontation, the host of Valinor, aided by the great eagles of Manwë, led by Thorondor, engaged Morgoth's last and greatest weapons, the winged dragons. Led by Ancalagon the Black, the sky was darkened by the dragon's wings, and their fire scorched the land below. For a time it seemed that even the host of Valinor might be defeated, but Eärendil, now sailing his ship Vindulot in the sky, with the Silmaril upon his brow, joined the battler alongside the eagles. In the skies above the ruins of Angband, he confronted Ancalagon the Black. Their battle was long and terrible, but in the end, Eärendil slew the greatest of the dragons, whose falling body destroyed the towers of Thingorotrim as it crashed to the earth. With the defeat of his dragons, Morgoth's power was broken. The host of Valinor stormed Angband, breaking open its gates and laying bare its deepest dungeons. Morgoth, hiding in the depths, was dragged forth and made to kneel before the heralds of the Valinor. The two remaining Silmarils were taken from his iron crown, which was beaten into a collar for his neck, His feet were cut from under him, and he was bound once more with the chain Angbalar. Then he was cast through the door of night, into the timeless void, banished from the circles of the world, until the last battle at the end of days. The War of Wrath ended with the complete victory of the forces of Valinor, but at a terrible cost. Much of Beleriand was destroyed, either in the fighting itself, or in the geographical cataclysms that accompanied it. By the end of the war, nearly all of the western lands of Middle-earth had sunk beneath the waves of the Great Sea, leaving only a few scattered islands where once great realms had stood. With Morgoth's defeat, the two remaining Silmarils came into the possession of Eärendil, herald of Manwë, but the last surviving sons of Fëanor, Maedhros, and Maglor were still bound by their terrible oath. They sent a message to Eärendil, requesting that the jewels be returned to them as their rightful inheritance. Eärendil refused, stating that the sons of Fëanor had forfeited any right to the Silmarils through their many crimes, particularly the kinslayings. He advised them to return to Valinor, where they might seek the judgment and possibly the forgiveness of the Valinor. Driven by the compulsion of their oath, Maedhros and Maglor instead stole into the camp of the host of Valinor under cover of night and seized the Silmarils. When they were discovered, Eärendil ordered that they not be harmed, for the War of Wrath had been fought to end the cruel dominion of Morgoth, not to exact retribution against his enemies. But the Silmarils themselves exacted a form of justice. When Maedhros and Maglor took the jewels in their hands, they found that they could not bear to touch them. The hallowed light of the Silmarils, which Varda had blessed so that no evil or unclean hand could touch them without being burned, now scorched the hands of the sons of Fëanor. Their many crimes committed in the name of recovering these very jewels had rendered them unworthy of the treasures they had sought for so long. In despair, Maedhros cast himself and his Silmaril into a fiery chasm, thus ending his life and his torment. Maedhros, unable to bear the pain of the jewel, but equally unable to give it up, threw his Silmaril into the sea. He then spent the remainder of his days wandering the shores of Middle-earth, singing songs of lament for all that had been lost: his father, his brothers, his honor, and the jewel that had been the cause and focus of so much suffering. Thus, at the end of the First Age, the three Silmarils were distributed as Varda had perhaps foreseen. One in the sky, borne by Eärendil as a star, one in the earth, taken by Maedhros into the fiery depths, and one in the sea, cast there by Maglor. They would remain thus until the remaking of the world, when they might be recovered and reunited, and the light of the two trees might shine again in a remade Arda. The conclusion of the War of Wrath marked the end of the First Age of the Sun. The surviving elves of Beleriand were given a choice. They could return to Valinor, where the ban of the Noldor was now lifted, or they could remain in Middle-earth. Many chose to depart, weary of the sorrows of the mortal lands, and eager to see again the light of Valinor. Others elected to stay, either out of love for Middle-earth, or because they felt their tasks there were not yet complete. Among those who remained was Gil-galad, son of Fingon, who had become High King of the Noldor after the death of Turgon in the fall of Gondolin. He established a new realm in Lindon, the coastal region that was all that remained of Beleriand after the cataclysms of the War of Wrath. With him stayed Círdan the shipwright, who founded the Grey Havens, from which elves would depart for Valinor in the ages to come. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, also remained, along with her husband Celeborn, a Sindarin lord, who was a kinsman of Thingol. They would eventually establish the realm of Lothlorien, one of the most beautiful and enchanted places in Middle-earth during the later ages. Ilwand, son of Eärendil and Elwing, was given the same choice that had been offered to his parents, to be judged as an elf or as a man. He chose the life of the LOTR and became a lore master and a healer, serving Gil-galad as a herald. His brother Elraz made the opposite choice, electing to be counted among men. He was granted a lifespan many times that of ordinary mortals, and he became the first king of Numenor, the island realm that the Valar raised from the sea, as a reward for the men who had fought alongside the elves against Morgoth. As for the men of Middle-earth, those who had allied themselves with the elves, particularly the Eddin of the Three Houses, were also offered a new beginning. Led by Elros, they sailed to Numenor, a large island created for them in the Western Sea, closer to Valinor than to Middle-earth. There they established a mighty civilization that would last for thousands of years, until pride and the deceptions of Sauron led to its downfall. Other men, including those who had served Morgoth or had taken no part in the struggles against him, spread across Middle-earth, founding various realms and kingdoms that would rise and fall in the coming ages. The dwarves too continued their existence, delving deep holes in the mountains and creating works of great craft and beauty. And what of Sauron, greatest servant of Morgoth, and architect of much evil during the First Age? He had survived the War of Wrath, and when Eärendil ordered all who had served Morgoth to submit to the judgment of the Valar, Sauron initially obeyed, but fear of punishment, or perhaps pride, led him to flee before his case could be heard. He hid in Middle-earth, biding his time, nursing his malice, and eventually emerging to continue the work of his master, bringing darkness and corruption to the lands and peoples of Middle-earth. Thus concluded the First Age of the Sun, an epoch of great glory and terrible tragedy, of the highest achievements and the deepest falls. The light of the Silmarils, though now removed from the everyday world, continued to inspire hope and to remind all who beheld Eärendil's star that even in the darkest times, the light of Valinor still shone, a promise of a world without shadow that might one day come to be. In reflecting on the First Age, we can see how the tide indeed turned, not through the direct military victory of the free peoples of Middle-earth, who had been all but defeated by Morgoth's power, but through individual acts of courage and sacrifice that eventually led to the intervention of the Valar. It was Beren and Lúthien who first demonstrated that Morgoth was not invincible, recovering a Silmaril from his iron crown. It was Eärendil, bearing that same Silmaril, who finally convinced the Valar to set aside their reluctance and march once more against the dark enemy. Between these two pivotal events, the fortunes of elves and men had reached their lowest ebb. The fall of Nargothrond, the tragic fate of Túrin and Nienor, the destruction of Doriath, and the sack of Gondolin had left the free peoples scattered and diminished, their great realms fallen to ruin, their kings slain or exiled. It seemed that Morgoth's victory was inevitable, that darkness would soon cover all of Middle-earth. Yet from these disasters, a thread of hope remained, connecting the desperate heroism of Beren and Lúthien to the fateful voyage of Eärendil. The Silmaril, recovered at such cost, passed through the hands of Dior, then Elwing, and finally to Eärendil, each transfer marked by tragedy but also by a refusal to surrender to despair. The jewel that had been the catalyst for so much bloodshed also became the instrument of salvation, its light a beacon that guided Eärendil to Valinor, and persuaded the Valar to forgive the Noldor and come to the aid of Middle-earth. In this pattern, hope in the midst of despair, victory emerging from apparent defeat, we can discern a theme that would recur throughout the history of Arda. It is a reflection of the greater music of the Anorreis, in which Melkor's discords were taken up by Ilúvatar, and woven into a greater harmony, one that ultimately served his purposes rather than thwarting them. As Ilúvatar had said to Melkor, "No theme may be played that hath not its uttermost source in me, nor can any alter the music in my despite, for he that attempteth this shall prove but mine instrument in the devising of things more wonderful, which he himself hath not imagined." So it was with the First Age. Morgoth's malice, intended to corrupt and destroy, instead called forth courage and sacrifice that might otherwise have remained dormant. The darkness he spread made the light, when it appeared, all the more precious and powerful, and his seemingly unstoppable conquest of Beleriand ultimately led to his own downfall, as it drove Eärendil to undertake his desperate voyage to Valinor, bearing the Silmaril that would convince the Valar to march once more against their fallen brother. The pattern established in the First Age would repeat in later times. In the Second Age, Sauron's corruption of Númenor would lead not only to that realm's destruction, but to his own temporary defeat and the establishment of the realms in Exile, Arnor, and Gondor. In the Third Age, his rise to power and the creation of the One Ring would eventually result in his final defeat, as the ring was destroyed by the most unlikely of heroes, not by the great and the powerful, who might have been corrupted by it, but by the small and the humble, who proved more resilient to its influence. This recurring pattern, victory from defeat, hope from despair, light from darkness, is perhaps the most profound lesson of the First Age. It teaches us that even in the darkest times, when all seems lost, a single act of courage or a moment of unexpected grace can turn the tide. It reminds us that no evil, however powerful, is eternal, and that there is a greater design at work in the world, one that can transform even the most malevolent discord into harmony. As the First Age came to its close, with Beleriand sunken beneath the waves and Morgoth cast into the void, the stage was set for a new chapter in the history of Arda. The Second Age would bring its own challenges and tragedies, as well as moments of great beauty and achievement. The shadow of Morgoth might have been removed from the world, but his lieutenant Sauron remained, and the seeds of corruption that had been sown in the hearts of elves and men would bear bitter fruit in the ages to come. Yet the memory of the First Age and of the turning of the tide that had seemed so impossible in the darkest hours would remain as a source of hope and inspiration. The star of Eärendil, shining in the night sky with the light of the Silmaril, would remind those who looked up at it that darkness had once before been defeated and could be defeated again. It would remind them that no night lasts forever, that dawn always comes, and that even the smallest light can pierce the deepest shadow. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you these images. Lúthien dancing before the throne of Morgoth, her beauty and courage undimmed by the darkness around her. Eärendil sailing his ship through the skies, the Silmaril upon his brow, like a star of hope in a world grown dark. The host of Valinor marching forth at last, their banners bright in the morning sun, coming to the aid of Middle-earth in its hour of greatest need. In these images, there is a reminder that hope persists, even in the midst of despair, that courage can flourish even in the shadow of fear, and that light, once kindled, can never be wholly extinguished by the darkness. Rest now beneath the star of Eärendil, which still shines in our sky as a reminder of ancient heroism and enduring hope. Sleep and dream of a world where the tide can turn when least expected, where the smallest hands can accomplish what armies cannot, and where the light of a single jewel can guide a mariner through the darkest night to a distant shore of salvation. Dream, and perhaps in your dreams you will hear an echo of the music of the Aino, the great theme in which all discord is ultimately resolved into harmony, all shadow transformed into light, and all tears wiped away in the final healing of the world. Chapter 8. The Tale of Túrin, Turambar. Among all the tales of sorrow that come to us from the elder days, perhaps none is more tragic than that of Túrin Turambar, son of Húrin. His life was marked by valor and courage, by pride and wrath, by love and loss, and above all, by the inescapable doom laid upon him by Morgoth. Though we have touched upon his story in our previous chapter, let us now explore it more fully, for in the tragedy of Túrin we can see both the terrible power of Morgoth's malice and the indomitable spirit of those who opposed him, even when that opposition seemed hopeless. Our tale begins in the aftermath of the Nonith Arnuidiad, the battle of unnumbered tears, where the great alliance of elves, men and dwarves had been broken by the forces of Morgoth. Among the casualties of that disastrous battle was the capture of Húrin, lord of Gondolin and leader of the House of Hador, the most powerful house of men, allied with the elves. Beren had been taken alive by Morgoth's command, for the Dark Lord had a special hatred for him. During the battle, Húrin and his brother Húri had stood with their men in a rearguard action at the fen of Serek, allowing King Turgon of Gondolin to escape with a portion of his forces. For hours they had held back the tide of orcs and other fell creatures, until at last they were overwhelmed. Húri was slain by a poisoned arrow through the eye, and Húrin was captured beneath the mountain of his fallen enemies, taken by the orcs after he had killed 70 of their chieftains. Brought before Morgoth in the depths of Angband, Húrin remained defiant, refusing to reveal the location of Gondolin, the hidden city of Turgon, which Morgoth desperately sought. Enraged by this defiance, Morgoth devised a punishment more cruel than mere physical torment. He placed Húrin upon a high seat on Thangorodrim, binding him with Morgoth's own power, so that he could neither move nor die, and he laid a curse upon Húrin's family, saying, "The shadow of my thought shall lie upon them wherever they go, and my hate shall pursue them to the ends of the world." From this terrible throne, Húrin was forced to watch through Morgoth's eyes as the curse worked upon his children, Túrin and Nienor. For 28 years, he remained there, witnessing their struggles and sorrows, unable to aid them, his grief and rage building with each passing year. Meanwhile, in Húrin's homeland of Dórlomin, his wife Morwen remained with their children, Túrin, who was 8 years old at the time of the Nimwaith, and his younger sister, Orwen, called Lolith, Laughter, for the joy she brought to their home. But Lolith died young from a plague sent by Morgoth, the first manifestation of the curse upon the children of Húrin. After the defeat of the elves and their allies, Easterlings who had betrayed them during the battle were rewarded by Morgoth with the lands of Hithlum, including Dórlomin. These men treated the remnants of the House of Hador cruelly, reducing many to thraldom. Morwen, now pregnant with a second daughter, feared for Túrin's safety, as he was the heir of Húrin and a potential rallying point for resistance against the Easterlings. With the help of a few faithful servants, Morwen sent Tywin away to seek refuge in Doriath, the hidden kingdom of King Thingol and Queen Million, where the girdle of Million would protect him from Morgoth's servants. She chose this destination because she was distantly related to Beren, who had married Thingol's daughter Lúthien, and she hoped that this connection might incline the Elven King to show kindness to her son. The journey was perilous, and by the time Túrin and his guides reached the borders of Doriath, they were exhausted and near starvation. But they were found by the march wardens of Thingol and brought safely to Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, the underground capital of Doriath. There, Túrin was presented to King Thingol, who, moved by the child's plight and his kinship to Beren, accepted him as a foster son. In Doriath, Túrin was raised among the Sindar, learning their language, customs, and skills. He grew tall and strong, with the dark hair of his mother's kin, but the fierce spirit of his father. From an early age, he showed great promise with weapons, particularly the sword, and he became a close friend of Lúthien, a great hunter and warrior of Thingol's household, who taught him much of woodcraft and battle. But even in the safety of Doriath, the shadow of Morgoth's curse lay upon Túrin. He was often moody and quick to perceive insult, and he harbored a deep grief for his father, whom he believed dead, and for his mother and the sister he had never seen, who remained in Dor Lomin under the harsh rule of the Easterlings. As he approached manhood, Túrin sent messengers to Dor Lomin with gifts from Thingol, hoping to persuade Morwen to join him in Doriath, but she, proud and increasingly fearful, refused to leave her home, though she did send Thingol's gifts back to him with some of her own, as a sign of gratitude for his care of her son. When he was 20, an incident occurred that would change the course of Túrin's life. During a feast in Menegrath, he was insulted by an elf named Silmarils, who had long been jealous of the favor shown to the young mortal. The next day, Silmarils ambushed Túrin in the forest, but Túrin overpowered him. In the ensuing chase, Silmarils fell to his death in a ravine. Though it was not Túrin's intention to kill him, he feared the judgment of Thingol and fled from Doriath, rather than face what he perceived would be an unjust punishment. In reality, Thingol, advised by Melian and informed by witnesses of the true circumstances, had already decided to pardon Túrin. Beleg sought permission to seek his friend and bring him this news, but Túrin had already gone too far, falling in with a band of outlaws who haunted the forests on the western borders of Doriath. These outlaws were a rough group, composed of both men and elves, who had for various reasons become estranged from their people. Through his natural leadership abilities and his prowess in battle, Túrin soon became their chief, taking on the name Lúthien, the Wronged, to conceal his true identity. Under Túrin's leadership, the outlaws began to focus their raids on the servants of Morgoth. Rather than indiscriminately attacking travelers, they became a force for good in the region, providing a measure of protection to those who lived nearby. But Túrin's heart remained troubled, and the shadow of Morgoth's curse lay upon him, though he knew it not. Eventually, Beleg tracked down the band of outlaws and discovered Túrin among them. He brought news of Thingol's pardon and urged his friend to return to Doriath. But Túrin, proud and still feeling wronged, refused. He invited Beleg to join the outlaws instead, but the elf declined, though he promised to return to Túrin again. True to his word, Beleg came back to the outlaws' camp some time later, bearing with him Angoatril, a black sword of meteorite iron that Thingol had given him for Túrin. This sword, forged by the dark elf Eärendil, and given to Thingol as a fee for dwelling in Nan Elmoth, was a mighty weapon, but was said to have a malevolent will of its own. Nevertheless, Túrin accepted it gladly, seeing it as a means to strike more effectively against the forces of Morgoth. With Beleg's occasional assistance, Túrin and his band of outlaws became increasingly effective against the orcs and other evil creatures that were spreading through Beleriand. They extended their range of operations to the north and west, approaching the borders of the realm of Nargothrond. Their fame grew, and the servants of Morgoth began to fear the Black Sword, as Túrin was now called because of the weapon he wielded. But the doom laid upon the children of Húrin was not to be escaped so easily. During a confrontation with a new group of men who sought to join the outlaws, Túrin accidentally killed a young man named Kim, the son of a dwarf named Nim, who was among the newcomers. To atone for this death, Túrin spared Nim's life when the latter was captured, and accepted his offer of shelter in his hidden halls on the hill of Amornrod. For a time, Túrin and his band dwelt with Mim, using his secret dwelling as a base for their operations against Morgoth's forces. Beli joined them permanently during this period, though there was tension between him and Mim, who harbored a deep distrust of elves. The hilltop location gave them a commanding view of the surrounding lands, allowing them to spot enemy movements and plan their attacks more effectively. But Mim's hatred of elves, particularly directed at Beliger, festered in his heart. When he was captured by orcs while gathering food outside their hidden stronghold, he bought his life by betraying the location of Túrin's band. The orcs mounted a surprise attack, killing many of Túrin's followers and capturing Túrin himself. Belig, who had been away scouting, returned to find the aftermath of the slaughter and set out alone to rescue his friend. Along the way, the Lúthien encountered another elf, Gwyndor, who had once been a lord of Nargothrond, but had been captured during the Nemigamaniad and enslaved in Angband. Gwyndor had managed to escape, though the experience had left him broken in body and spirit. Despite his weakened condition, he agreed to help Belid rescue Túrin, partly out of compassion and partly due to their shared hatred of Morgoth. Tracking the orc band through the wilds, Belig and Gwyndor caught up to them during a great thunderstorm. While the orcs sought shelter under the eaves of Todi Newfuin, the forest under night, Belig stealthily entered their camp and found Túrin bound to a tree, unconscious from his mistreatment. Using Anglechel, Belig cut Túrin's bonds, but the sword slipped in his hand and pricked Túrin's foot, waking him. In the darkness and confusion, Túrin saw only a shadowy figure bending over him with a blade. Still dazed from his torment, and believing that the orcs were about to torture him further, he wrestled the sword from Beleg and slew him with it. Only as lightning illuminated the scene did Túrin recognize his victim as his closest friend Beleg Cúthalainn. The horror of this discovery left Túrin in a state of catatonic shock. Gwyndor, recognizing the danger of remaining near the orc camp, led the unresisting Túrin away. For many days, Túrin remained silent and unseeing, consumed by grief. At last, they came to the pools of Ivring, a clear lake fed by streams from the mountains. The cool waters seemed to break the spell of Túrin's grief, and he wept at last, composing a lament for Beleg. Taking up Anglechel, which had been broken in the killing of Belig, Túrin followed Gwyndor to Nargothrond, the hidden realm from which Gwyndor had come. There, the broken sword was reforged, and Túrin named it Gurthang, Iron of Death. He concealed his true identity, calling himself Argawan, son of Umoth, the blood-stained son of ill fate. But his exceptional skill in battle and his natural charisma soon earned him a place of honor in Nargothrond. Urodreth, king of Nargothrond, after the departure of Finrod Felagund, made Túrin his chief counselor, particularly in matters of war. This caused some tension with Gwyndor, who had once been betrothed to Urodreth's daughter Fanduilas before his capture at the Noanath. Gwyndor had returned so changed by his captivity that Fanduilas no longer felt the same love for him, and her heart was turning instead to Túrin, though she sensed something of the doom that surrounded him. Gwyndor eventually revealed Túrin's true identity to Fanduilas, warning her of the curse that lay upon the son of Húrin. But this knowledge only seemed to increase her fascination with him. Meanwhile, Túrin had risen to become the de facto war leader of Nargothrond, advocating for a more aggressive strategy against Morgoth. Under Túrin's influence, the elves of Nargothrond abandoned their traditional policy of secrecy and stealth in favor of open warfare. They built a great bridge across the river Nargrog to facilitate the movement of their armies, inadvertently providing a clear path to their hidden doors. For a time, this strategy seemed successful, with the forces of Nargothrond clearing a wide area of Morgoth's servants, but it also drew the attention of Morgoth himself, who sent a great host southward under the command of Glaurung, the dragon, to destroy this new threat. The host of Morgoth met the elves of Nargothrond in the field of Tomahaled. Despite their valor, the elves were overwhelmed, and King Ordreth was slain. Along with most of the warriors of Nargothrond, Goendor was mortally wounded, but before he died, he urged Túrin to save Fionduilas, warning him that she stood between him and his doom. But Túrin, instead of following the captives taken from Nargothrond, was ensnared by the power of Glaurung. The dragon used his hypnotic gaze and deceitful words to convince Túrin that his mother and sister were suffering in Dor Lómin and needed his aid more urgently than the captives. Thus Túrin abandoned the pursuit of the orcs, who had taken Fionduilas, and instead turned northward toward his childhood home. By the time he reached Dor Lómin, he found that his mother and sister had long since departed, seeking refuge in Duriaheth. In his rage and grief, he killed Brodder, the Easterling who had taken the house of Húrin, thereby endangering the very people he had sought to help. Fleeing from the vengeance of the other Easterlings, Túrin made his way to the forest of Brethil, where the remnant of the house of Heleth dwelt. There he learned that the captives from Nargothrond, including Fionduilas, had been pursued by the men of Brethil, but in their desperation, the orcs had slain their prisoners rather than risk their rescue. Fionduilas had been pinned to a tree with a spear, crying out Túrin's name as she died. The men of Brethil had buried her in a mound that they called Hodin Elath, the mound of the elf maiden. Overwhelmed by grief and guilt, Túrin asked to be led to this place. There, in his sorrow, he was offered a home among the men of Brethil. He accepted, taking yet another new name, Turambar, Master of Fate, in defiance of the doom he felt pursuing him. He laid aside his black sword Gurthang, seeking to live a simple life among the woodsmen and to escape the doom that had followed him all his days. For a time, it seemed that he might find peace. He became a respected leader among the Elethrim, defending their borders against the increasing incursions of orcs, and he met a young woman called Ninio, who had been found by the men of Brethil at the mound of Fionduilas, suffering from complete amnesia. Not knowing her true identity, Túrin grew to love her, and eventually they were wed. But the doom laid upon the children of Húrin could not be escaped. What Túrin could not know was that Ninio was in fact his sister Nienor. She had come with their mother Morwen to Doriath, seeking news of him, only to find that he had left. Against the council of Melian, they had set out with an elven escort to seek news at Nargothrond, arriving only to find it sacked by Glaurung. The dragon, emerging from the ruins, had slain their escort and used his power to cast Nienor into a state of complete amnesia before sending her fleeing in terror through the wilderness. It was in this state, with no memory of her identity or past, that she had been found by the men of Brethil and given the name Nino, Tear Maiden, for her constant weeping. As the 3rd year of their marriage approached, with Nino now pregnant with Túrin's child, word came that Glaurung had left the ruins of Nargothrond and was making his way toward Brethil, burning the forest as he came. Determined to protect his new home and people, Túrin took up Gurthang once more, and set out to confront the dragon. Glórin had come to the ravine of the river Teglin, intending to cross at a point called Caibed in Aras, where the river flowed swiftly between high cliffs. Recognizing that the dragon would be vulnerable while crossing, Túrin conceived a desperate plan. He would hide at the foot of the cliff on the far side of the river, and when Glórin crawled overhead, he would strike from beneath with Gursing, hoping to find a weak spot in the dragon's armored hide. The plan was perilous in the extreme, but Eärendil was determined. As Glórin began his crossing, the heat of his body turned the waters of the Teglin to steam, and the stench of his passing nearly overcame Túrin, but he held firm, and as the dragon crawled directly above him, he drove Gursing with all his strength into Glórin's soft underside. Mortally wounded, Glórin convulsed in agony, his thrashings nearly dislodging Túrin from his precarious position on the cliff face. A jet of the dragon's fiery blood scalded Túrin, and the venomous fumes caused him to fall into a death-like swoon beside the body of his foe. Meanwhile, Nino, unable to bear the waiting and the fear, had followed Túrin against his explicit instructions to remain safely in the village. She came to Caibed in Aras and found Túrin lying senseless beside the dragon, appearing dead. In her grief, she cradled his head in her lap, weeping over him. At that moment, Glórin, not yet dead, opened his eyes one last time with his dying malice. He broke the spell of amnesia that had clouded Níl's memory. "Receive joy, Nienor, daughter of Húrin," he said, "for you have found your brother at last, and now you shall know him. A slayer of his friend, an outlaw without pity, a betrayer of his kin, but the worst of all his deeds you shall feel in yourself." With these cruel words, Glórin revealed to Nienor the full horror of her situation, that she was the sister of Túrin, that she had married her own brother and was carrying his child. The dragon then died, but his last act of malice was perhaps his most terrible, for it completed the doom that Morgoth had laid upon the children. Overwhelmed by horror and despair, Nínior fled to the edge of the precipice, above the raging waters of the Teglin. There she cried out, "Farewell, twice beloved, a Túrin Turambar Túrin, ambassador of doom by doom, mastered." With these words she cast herself into the churning waters and was lost. Túrin, eventually recovering from his swoon, learned of these events from a witness who had followed Nínior, but had been too far away to prevent her suicide. The full weight of his doom now fell upon him. In utter despair, he returned to the body of Glórin and drew Gurthang, addressing the sword directly. "Hail, Gurthang, iron of death, thou alone now remainest. But what lord or loyalty dost thou know, save the hand that wieldeth thee? From no blood wilt thou shrink. Wilt thou take Túrin Turambar? Wilt thou slay me swiftly?" And it seemed to him that the sword responded, "Yea, I would drink thy blood, that I may forget the blood of Delig my master, and the blood of Brandi, slain unjustly. I will slay thee swiftly." For Túrin had earlier slain Brandi, a lame woodsman who had loved Níniel. When Brandi had brought him the news of Níniel's true identity and fate, believing in his madness that Brandi was lying, Túrin then cast himself upon the point of Gurthang, and the black blade took his life. Thus ended the tale of Túrin Turambar, the most tragic figure of the First Age, a man of exceptional courage and prowess, brought low not primarily by any fault of his own, but by the inescapable doom laid upon him by Morgoth. The men of Brethor raised a great stone over his grave, which bore the inscription Turambar Dagnura Glaurenga, meaning Túrin, master of fate, slayer of Glauweng, and beneath that they wrote also, No Man Tuel, though her body was not there, It is said that Morwen, Túrin's mother, eventually came to this place after long wandering. There she found Thorin, who had at last been released from captivity by Morgoth after the death of his children. As a final twist of cruelty, the long years of witnessing the suffering of his children had left Thorin aged beyond his years, a shadow of the mighty warrior he had once been. Morwen died that night in Thorin's arms, her last words being a question about the fate of their children. Thorin then carried the body of his wife to the grave of his children, and laid it there. On the stone he carved one more word, Wanwan. Then he departed, and no man saw him alive again. But the tale of the children of Thorin was not forgotten. It was recorded in the Lúthien Thorin, the tale of the children of Thorin, one of the great tales of the elder days. And in later ages, the tragedy of Turambar would be remembered as one of the most sorrowful chapters in the long history of Arda, a testament to the malice of Morgoth and the heavy price paid by those who opposed him. Yet even in this darkest of tales, there are glimpses of light and nobility. Túrin, for all his flaws and the doom that pursued him, never surrendered to despair. Until the very end, he fought ceaselessly against the forces of darkness, defending the weak and confronting evil wherever he found it. He slew Glaring, one of the most terrible weapons in Morgoth's arsenal, thereby preventing the dragon from causing further destruction and suffering. And in his relationships with Belegi, Findulas and others, he showed himself capable of deep friendship and love, however tragically these connections might end. Similarly, Ninur, though her life was short and filled with sorrow, displayed remarkable courage and resilience. Even without her memories, she built a new life among the people of Brethil, bringing joy to those around her and demonstrating a quiet strength that matched her brother's more violent prowess. Belegi Cuthurian, the faithful friend, whose death was perhaps the greatest tragedy in Túrin's life, embodied the best qualities of the Eldar: steadfast loyalty, exceptional skill, and a willingness to sacrifice himself for those he loved. His pursuit of Túrin, after the latter's flight from Duriath, and his later quest to rescue him from the Orcs, stand as examples of friendship that transcends boundaries of race and circumstance. Even Brandir, the lame chieftain of the Helathrim, who loved Nerniel in secret and was slain by Túrin in a moment of blind rage, had his own quiet heroism. Unable to be a warrior due to his disability, he became a healer instead, using his knowledge to alleviate suffering rather than to cause it. His gentle wisdom provided a counterpoint to Túrin's fierce temperament, suggesting another path that, in a world less marred by Morgoth's influence, might have led to different outcomes. These points of light in the darkness remind us that even in the most tragic circumstances, valor and love can still flourish. They suggest that while Morgoth's curse shaped the lives of the children of Thorin in profound and terrible ways, it did not wholly define them. Their choices, relationships, and moments of courage and compassion were their own, not merely the working out of Morgoth's malice. Indeed, there is a sense in which Túrin, by slaying Glaring, struck a significant blow against Morgoth's power, even as he himself was destroyed by the consequences of that victory. The dragon had been one of Morgoth's most effective weapons, responsible for the fall of Nargothrond and countless other atrocities. Its death weakened Morgoth's grip on the southern regions of Beleriand and prevented further destruction that it might have caused. In this, we can perhaps see a foreshadowing of the pattern that would recur throughout the history of Arda: apparent defeat concealing a seed of ultimate victory, sacrifice leading to salvation, darkness giving way, however slowly and painfully, to light. Túrin's life was a tragedy, yet his death was not without meaning or impact on the greater struggle against the shadow. As we reflect on the tale of Túrin Turambar, we might consider the words attributed to LOTR in the Eärendil, the creation myth of Arda. And thou, Melkor, shalt see that no theme may be played that hath not its uttermost source in me, nor can any alter the music in my despite. For he that attempteth this shall prove but mine instrument in the devising of things more wonderful, which he himself hath not imagined. In the end, not even Morgoth's greatest acts of malice could undo the fundamental goodness of creation, or the courage of those who opposed him. The curse laid upon the children of Hurin brought them great suffering, yet it could not prevent them from fighting against the darkness in their own ways, nor could it negate the impact of their deeds upon the world. The story of Túrin Turambar thus stands as both a tragedy and a testimony, a tragedy of lives blighted by malice beyond their control, and a testimony to the enduring power of courage, loyalty, and love, even in the darkest circumstances. It reminds us that while evil may seem ascendant for a time, it cannot ultimately triumph over the deeper patterns of light and hope woven into the very fabric of existence. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you not just the sorrow of Túrin's tale, but also the memory of his courage in facing the dragon, of Beleg's steadfast friendship, of Ninor's resilience in building a new life from the fragments of her shattered memory. Remember that even in the darkest tales of the elder days, there remained a light that no shadow could wholly quench, a courage that no curse could entirely break, a hope that endured beyond all expectation. Sleep now, and dream not of the shadow that pursued the children of Hurin, but of the moments when they defied that shadow. Túrin standing before Glaurung with Gurthang in his hand, Ninor caring for the wounded despite her own confusion and fear, Beleg tracking his friend through countless perils out of love and loyalty. In these moments, despite all their suffering, they achieved a victory that transcended their tragic end, a victory of the spirit that affirmed, against all evidence to the contrary, that light is stronger than darkness, that love endures beyond death, and that courage in the face of overwhelming odds is never truly wasted, however bitter its immediate consequences might be. As the First Age continued toward its conclusion, with Morgoth's power extending ever further across Beleriand, there remained one last great elven realm, hidden from his sight, Gondolin, the secret city of Turgon, son of Fingolfin. In our next chapter, we will explore the story of this remarkable place, its founding, its years of prosperity, and its eventual fall. Another tragic, yet inspiring chapter in the long struggle against the shadow in Middle-earth. But for now, rest beneath the stars that witnessed both the sorrow and the glory of the elder days, and know that even in the darkest times, hope remains, waiting like a seed beneath the snow for its moment to flower into new life. Chapter 9. The Fall of Gondolin and Journey of Eärendil. Deep within the protective embrace of the encircling mountains, known to the elves as Eärendil, lay Gondolin, the hidden kingdom, perhaps the most beautiful and enduring of all elven realms in the First Age of Middle-earth. Founded by Turgon after the guidance of Olmo in the years following the Dagor Bragollach, Gondolin rose as a mirror of ancient Tyrion upon Tuna, a memory of Valinor preserved in the mortal lands. For nearly 400 years, this secret city flourished, undisturbed. Its white towers of marble reached toward the sky, adorned with gold and silver that caught the light of sun and moon. 12 noble Harsies dwelled there, the house of the white wing, the house of the heavenly arch, the house of the pillar, the house of the tower of snow, the house of the tree, the house of the golden flower, led by golden-haired Glorfindel, the house of the fountain, under the lordship of Exile, the house of the swallow, the house of the harp, the house of the mole, led by Turgon's nephew, Maeglin, the house of the hammer of wrath, and the royal house of the king. In the city's heart stood the tower of the king, rising above the fountain square, where the white tree Galingol and the golden tree Belthil grew, crafted by Turgon himself in memory of Telperion and Laurelin, the two trees of Valinor. The music of countless fountains blended with elven voices in song, while birds of many colors brought secretly to the valley, soared between towers, and nested in gardens where flowers bloomed in every season. Outside the city, the hidden plain of Tunleiden stretched green and fertile, with farms and orchards providing bounty for the city's needs. All this remained concealed from unfriendly eyes, guarded by the sheer mountain walls and by the vigilance of eagles that patrolled the skies above, servants of Manwë, who kept watch over this last stronghold of elven might in northern Beleriand. Yet even as Gondolin thrived in its isolation, the shadow of Morgoth deepened across the outer lands. Slowly, inexorably, his creatures hunted down and destroyed the remaining elven realms. Nargothrond fell to the dragon Glorung. Doriath was twice ravaged, first by dwarves, and then by the sons of Fëanor. In their terrible pursuit of the Silmaril, the scattered bands of elves, who still resisted, were driven ever southward toward the mouths of Sirion, or the Isle of Balar. Although the Lord of Waters, alone among the Valar, maintained his direct concern for the children of Ilúvatar in Middle-earth. Through the flowing of all waters, his power and awareness reached even to the wells and fountains of Gondolin. He perceived that doom approached the hidden city, for Morgoth's hatred for Turgon had grown ever greater, and his desire to discover the hidden realm consumed his thoughts. Thus Olmo chose a messenger, not an elf, but a mortal man. Torgor, son of Hor, was this chosen vessel, a descendant of the house of Haedor, tall and fair among the race of men. Hor, his father, had briefly visited Gondolin with his brother Horin many years before, brought there by the eagles during the aftermath of a battle. There, before departing, they had sworn oaths of secrecy to Turgon. Yet Hor prophesied that from his house and Turgon's would come hope for elves and men. Little did he know how true his words would prove. Tuor grew to manhood as a thrall of Easterlings who had taken the lands of his people, until he escaped and lived as an outlaw in the wild. Guided by the unseen hand of Olmo, he came at last to the abandoned elven havens at Vunimor upon the shores of Belegader. There, in the ancient halls where Turgon had dwelt before founding Gondolin, Tuor found armor and a shield bearing the emblem of Olmo left centuries before. As he stood upon the shore, clad in these tokens, Olmo himself rose from the sea before him, terrible and beautiful in his majesty. The Lord of Waters spoke to Tuor directly, charging him with a grave embassy to find the hidden city of Gondolin and warn Turgon that the curse of Mandos now hastened toward its fulfillment. The time had come to abandon the city and retreat to the Mothers of Sirion, where a new hope might take root from the remnants of the elven kingdoms. Say to Turgon, Olmo commanded, that the evil of the north has defiled the springs of Sirion, and my power withdraws from the waters of the Vale. Say to him that the years of his abiding wane, and the time of his fall draweth nigh. Upon his journey, Tuor was joined by Voronoi, an elf of Gondolin, who had been shipwrecked, returning from a failed mission to seek the aid of the Valar. Preserved by Ulmo's will alone, from the wreck that claimed all his companions, Voronoi recognized the divine purpose that moved through Tuor. Though reluctant to break his oath of secrecy, he acknowledged the greater authority of Ulmo's command, and led Tuor through secret ways toward the hidden kingdom. Their journey was long and perilous. Through winter's bitter cold, they traveled, evading the spies and servants of the enemy, following ancient roads and hidden passes known to few. At last, they came to the dry river, the secret approach to Gondolin, guarded by vigilant elves, who brought them blindfolded through the hidden way, a tunnel bored through the mountain's heart that emerged finally into the splendor of Tumladen, where Gondolin gleamed like a jewel in the valley's center. When at last Tuor stood before King Turgon in his high hall, resplendent in the armor of Vinyamar, with Ulmo's cloak about his shoulders, he spoke with power beyond his mortal frame. The words of Ulmo flowed through him, echoing with the deep music of the sea. In the silent chamber, the doom of Gondolin approaches swiftly. The malice of Morgoth sleeps not, and evil finds ever the cracks in your armor of secrecy. Now the curse of Mandos hastens to its fulfillment, wherein all the works of the Noldor shall perish. If you would endure and save your people, then abandon this fair city and seek the havens of Sirion, where some hope may yet endure by the sea. Turgon sat long in silence, weighing the warning in his heart. At last he rose, pride and uncertainty warring in his features. Despite the favor he bore Ornamo, who had guided him to Gondolin's founding, he could not find it in his heart to abandon this city built with centuries of labor and love. Too many memories dwelled in every stone. Too much of his people's spirit was embedded in its graceful towers and quiet gardens. Moreover, his counselors reminded him that no place in Middle-earth now remained truly safe from Morgoth's reach. Where could his people flee that offered greater security than these encircling mountains? I will not abandon Gondolin, Turgon declared at last. Here we have dwelt in bliss, while nation after nation has fallen. Here we shall endure until the end, come what may. Yet he welcomed her to remain among them, recognizing in him something remarkable among mortals. In Gondolin, Tuor found wonders beyond his imaginings, and a people both wise and fair. But of all the city's marvels, none captured his heart like Idril Celebrendor, the king's daughter, whose golden hair shimmered like captured sunlight, and whose grace and wisdom were renowned throughout the kingdom. Unlike many of her kindred, Idril bore no scorn for mortals, perhaps because the blood of the Vanyar ran strong in her veins through her mother, who had perished crossing the Helcaraxe. Something in Tuor's spirit, his courage, his humility, the echo of Ulmo's favor that still clung to him, called to her own heart. Their growing love was looked upon with favor by most, though some whispered that such a union between mortal and elf was unseemly. Chief among those who frowned upon their closeness was Maiglin, Turgon's sister son, lord of the House of the Mole. Long had he desired Idril, though she had given him no encouragement, sensing the shadow that sometimes moved behind his eyes. Now, seeing her heart turn to Tuor, Maiglin's hidden desire curdled into jealousy and hate. Despite such shadows, love prevailed. Istora and Idril were wed in a celebration of unparalleled splendor that temporarily lifted the hearts of all Gondolin's people. Their union was blessed with a son they named Eärendil, a child in whom the bloodlines of all three houses of the Eärendil merged with that of the Noldor and Vanyar elves, a being unique in all the history of Arda, destined for greatness beyond imagining. As Eärendil grew from infancy, Idril's heart became increasingly troubled by premonitions of danger. Though she spoke little of her fears, She quietly began making preparations for disaster. Under her direction, a secret tunnel was excavated from their house on the northern wall, leading out through the mountains to provide an escape route should the unthinkable occur. She gathered provisions and supplies, storing them in hidden caches along this route, actions that some deemed excessive, but which would eventually prove the salvation of many. The catalyst for Gondolin's doom came, ironically, through its most stringent security measure, the law forbidding anyone from leaving the valley, once established for protection, became the instrument of betrayal. Magdalene, defying this decree, ventured out secretly to mine for precious ores in the Icariath. During one such expedition, he was captured by Morgoth's servants who had been patrolling the mountains. Brought before the Dark Lord himself in the pits of Angband, Magdalene faced unspeakable terror. Yet, where greater spirits had defied Morgoth to their destruction, Magdalene broke swiftly. The promise of lordship over Gondolin and possession of Idril overcame whatever loyalty he had to his people. He revealed everything: the location of the hidden city, the strength of its defenses, the routes by which it might be approached most effectively. In return for these betrayals, Morgoth promised him not only his life, but rulership of Gondolin once captured, and Idril as his wife. Thus was the doom of the fairest elven realm sealed by jealousy and weakness. Magdalene returned to Gondolin with none suspecting his treachery, save perhaps Idril, whose disquiet in his presence grew ever stronger. He resumed his place in Turgon's council, all while knowing that the armies of Morgoth were preparing for an assault unprecedented in scale and fury. The attack came during the festival of the Gates of Summer, when the entire city gathered to greet the dawn from the eastern walls, singing to welcome the sun as their voices rose in harmony. Fire appeared suddenly on the northern mountains. Dragons came first, cold drakes and fire drakes of many kinds, including Urloki with their breath of flame. Behind them marched Balrogs with whips of fire, and countless orcs and wolves, and newer horrors bred in the dark pits of Angband, creatures of metal and flame that crushed all before them. The 7 gates of Gondolin's defenses, each more beautiful and formidable than the last, named for precious metals and guarded by towers and archers, fell one by one despite the desperate valor of their defenders. The gate of bronze, the gate of silver, the gate of iron, the gate of steel, the gate of stone, the gate of wood, and finally the gate of gold, each collapsed under the onslaught, opening the way to the city proper. The battle within Gondolin's walls was terrible beyond description. The elven defenders fought with desperate courage, knowing there would be no retreat, no quarter. Each of the 12 houses rallied around its lord, fighting as cohesive units through the streets and squares they had once walked in peace. The fountain squares ran red with blood, gardens were trampled under iron feet, towers crumbled in flame and ruin. Among many acts of valor, 2 stand immortal in the songs of the elves. Ecthelion of the Fountain, his right hand useless from earlier wounds, faced Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, upon the king's square. With the spike of his helmet, Ecthelion drove himself against his foe, and both fell into the depths of the king's fountain. There, locked in their fatal embrace, they perished together, fire quenched by water, water evaporated by flame. King Turgon fought until the bitter end, rallying his people from his tower until it was surrounded by enemies. Recognizing the futility of further resistance, he cast his crown at the foot of Glengol and declared, "Great is the fall of Gondolin." Then he perished as the tower collapsed around him, burying the last High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth beneath the ruins of his greatest creation. Meanwhile, Tuar fought desperately to reach Idril and Eärendil, cutting through swaths of enemies with his great axe, Dramborleg. Finding his family threatened by Magdalene, who had seized Eärendil and was attempting to flee with her and Eärendil to claim his promised reward. Tuar engaged the traitor in single combat atop the walls. Their struggle was brief and terrible, ending with Megalon cast down from the ramparts to his death upon the rocks below, a fitting end for one whose heart had turned from light to darkness. Tuar gathered what survivors he could find, Eärendil, their son, and others who had heeded the princess's warnings, and led them toward the secret tunnel she had prepared. Their escape was harrowing, pursued by enemies through passages too narrow for effective defense. Many would have perished had it not been for the unexpected aid of Glorfindel, Lord of the Golden Flower, who remained behind with a small company to guard their retreat. Upon a high mountain pass, known as the Eagle's Cleft, Glorfindel faced a Balrog that had pursued the refugees. Their battle raged along the narrow path, until both fell from the precipice, tumbling down the mountainside into a deep abyss. Thus perished Glorfindel, whose golden hair had been his house's emblem, sacrificing himself that others might live. His body was recovered later by eagles and buried under a mound of stones, with yellow flowers growing ever after upon that lonely grave. The survivors, led by Tuora and Eärendil, numbered perhaps only 800 from a city of many thousands. Their journey south through the ruins of Beleriand was long and grievous. Harried by wandering bands of orcs and other perils, many more perished on this trek. But at last they reached the mouths of Sirion, where the great river emptied into the sea. There, the refugees from Gondolin found others who had escaped the successive disasters of the First Age, survivors from Doriath, led by Elwing, granddaughter of Beren, and Lúthien, who carried with her the Silmaril that her grandparents had wrested from Morgoth's crown. Survivors from Nargothrond were there as well, and scattered remnants of the followers of the sons of Fëanor, who had grown weary of bloodshed and their lord's terrible oath. Together, these disparate groups established a new haven by the sea, a mingling of cultures and bloodlines unprecedented in elven history. Ships sailed between this settlement and the Isle of Bala, where Círdan the Shipwright maintained a refuge with Gil-galad, who would become the last High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth. In this twilight community by the sea, young Eärendil grew to manhood, his gaze often turning westward toward the horizon, where Valinor lay beyond sight and reach. Something in his mixed heritage called him to the ocean, a yearning for lands never seen yet. Somehow remembered in his blood, he learned the craft of shipbuilding from Círdan's people and became a mariner of extraordinary skill. Eärendil married Elwing, creating a union that joined the bloodlines of the most remarkable figures of the First Age, men and elves alike. Their household became the heart of the haven, and to them were born twin sons, Elrond and Elros, in whose veins flowed the blood of all three houses of Eärendil, of the three kindreds of the Eldar, and even the divine essence of Melian the Maya through their descent from Lúthien. Yet even in this last refuge, peace proved fleeting. The surviving sons of Fëanor, Moidros, and Maglor, learned of the Silmarils' presence at the havens of Sirion. Driven by their unbreakable oath to recover their father's creations, they sent messages demanding its surrender. When these were refused, they attacked the haven in the third kinslaying, the most grievous of all. Many perished in this assault, including most of the remaining Gondolindrum who had survived so much only to fall defending their new home. In desperation, Elwing, rather than surrender the jewel to those whose hands were stained with kindred blood, cast herself into the sea with a Silmaril bound to her breast. But here Olmo intervened one final time in the affairs of elves and men. He prevented Elving from drowning, transforming her into a great white bird, with the Silmaril shining upon her breast. In this form, she flew out over the sea, seeking Eärendil, who had been away on one of his voyages, seeking a passage to Valinor. For years, Eärendil had sailed the western seas in his ship Thingilite, seeking to reach the undying lands and beg the Vela's intervention in Middle-earth's suffering. Each attempt had been thwarted by enchanted winds or impenetrable mists that guarded Valinor's approaches. But now, as his wife found him upon the waters with the light of the Silmaril illuminating the darkness, everything changed. The power of the jewel, created from the light of the two trees before the sun and moon existed, parted the shadows that concealed the straight road to Valinor. With the Silmaril bound upon his brow, Eärendil sailed into the west, crossing the boundary between mortal lands and the blessed realm where no mortal had stepped since the changing of the world. His arrival caused great consternation among the Valais, for the burning of the Noldor remained in effect, and moreover, no mortal was permitted to set foot upon the undying shores. Yet, Eärendil had come, not for himself, but as an ambassador of both kindreds. Leaving his ship and companions at anchor, he walked alone into Túrin, and thence to Valimar, where the Valais sat in council. Before the powers of Arda, Eärendil knelt in humility and awe. Though their radiance nearly overwhelmed his mortal senses, he found the courage to speak, pleading for mercy, not for himself, but for the two kindreds of his parentage, elves and men, who suffered under Morgoth's cruelty. He recounted the tragedies of Beleriand, the fall of Nargothrond and Doriath, the destruction of Gondolin, the three kinslayings, and countless other sorrows. Laying aside pride and fear, he begged their intervention before all was lost to darkness. The eloquence of his plea, the light of the Silmaril upon his brow, and the clear doom that had led him to this moment, moved even the sternest of the Valar. After long deliberation, they granted his request, though the matter of his own fate and that of Elwing, who had followed him to Valinor in her bird form before regaining her elven shape, remained to be decided. As half-elven beings, Eärendil and Elwing were given a choice that would extend to their children as well, to be counted among elves or among men, with all the consequences of immortality or mortality that such a choice entailed. Elwing chose the fate of the Eldar, and for her sake, Eärendil made the same choice, though it is said that his heart remained with his father's people. As for their sons left behind in Middle-earth, Elwyn chose the life of the Eldar, while Elwyn's embraced mortality, becoming the first king of Númenor, an ancestor of a line that would extend through the ages to Aragorn Elisar. But Eärendil would never dwell in elven lands again. The Valar hallowed his ship Vingilot, transforming it with their power, and set it to sail the ocean of heaven with the Silmaril secured to its prow. Thus Eärendil became a star, brightest in the night sky, a sign of hope, visible to all in Middle-earth. Gilesdol, the star of high hope, a light in dark places, when all other lights go out. With the decision to aid the mortal lands made, the Valar mounted the greatest military expedition in the history of Arda. The host of Valinor assembled under the command of Arnwe, herald of Manwe, with the Vanyar elves marching beneath the banners of Ingwe, and many of the Noldor of Valinor joining them, led by Finarfin, who had never left the Blessed Realm. When this host landed upon the shores of Middle-earth, their trumpets announced the beginning of the War of Wrath. For decades, the conflict raged across what remained of Beleriand, as the servants of Morgoth were driven back toward Angband. Dragons filled the sky, led by Ankalagon the Black, greatest of all winged fire drakes. Balrogs emerged from their deep hiding places to join the battle. Armies of orcs and trolls and other foul creatures fought with the desperation of those who know defeat means annihilation. The precise details of that war are lost to history, for its violence reshaped the very land itself. Mountains were thrown down, valleys were raised up, and rivers changed their courses. We know that Eärendil descended from the sky to join the battle, fighting Eärendil in a duel that lasted a day and a night before the dragon fell, his vast bulk crushing the towers of Thangorodrim as he died. At last, Angband was broken open, its pits exposed to the light. Morgoth was dragged from his deep throne, in chains forged by Odin himself. Chains no power in Arda could break. The two remaining Silmarils were recovered from his iron crown. The Dark Lord was taken in humiliation back to Valinor, where the Valar passed judgment upon him. They cast him out beyond the walls of night, into the timeless void, where he remains imprisoned until the end of days, and the last battle that is prophesied to come. The Silmarils, now recovered, presented a final dilemma. Inwë, as Manwë's herald, summoned Maedhros and Maeglo, the last surviving sons of Eärendil, and told them that their claim to the jewels was void because of the crimes they had committed in pursuing their oath. Yet when the heralds of the Valar departed, the brothers gave in to the compulsion of their oath. One last time, under cover of night, they crept into the camp of the Valar and stole the two jewels. But the Silmarils, made of holy light and blessed by Vada herself, would not suffer the touch of hands stained with innocent blood. When Mos grasped his prize, the unbearable pain of its burning touch revealed the depth of his fall from grace. In despair, he cast himself and the jewel into a fiery chasm, ending his long torment. Maeglo endured the agony longer, carrying his Silmaril to the sea, where he finally cast it into the depths. It is said that he still wanders the shores of Middle-earth, singing songs of lament that move even the stones to tears, the last of the mighty princes of the Noldor, who followed Fëanor to exile and ruin. Thus, the three Silmarils found their final homes, one sailing the heavens with Eärendil, one burning in the earth's fiery heart, and one resting in the ocean's depths, one in air, one in earth, one in water, as Fëanor's widow Nerdanal had once prophesied. The War of Wrath brought other consequences beyond the defeat of Morgoth. So great was the tumult of battle that much of Beleriand sank beneath the waves, reshaping the western coastline of Middle-earth forevermore. Only fragments remained above water. Lindon, where Gil-galad established a new realm, and Tol Morwen, a small island where the memorial stone of Túrin and his family still stood as a remembrance of their tragic tale. Many of the Eldar, weary of the sorrows of Middle-earth, accepted the Valar's pardon and departed for Valinor. Great ships were built to carry them westward, beginning an exodus that would continue through the later ages. Others remained, reluctant to leave the lands they had defended at such cost, or bound by love and duty to those who could not leave. But no mortal was permitted to set foot upon the shores of the Undying Lands, and even the Eldar who had rebelled against the Valar were still under the ban of the Noldor. Eärendil, being half-elven, was not fully bound by either prohibition, but he still approached with caution and reverence. Leaving Elwing at the shore, he made his way inland alone, seeking the dwellings of the Valar to deliver his plea. He came at last to Tirion, the city of the elves that had once been home to the Noldor before their exile. There he found it empty, for it was a day of festival, and all the inhabitants had gone to Valamar, the city of the Valamar. Undaunted, Eärendil continued his journey, and he came at last to the feet of Tanicatil, the highest mountain in Arda, upon which stood the halls of Manwë and Vardar. There, before the elder king and queen, Eärendil knelt and delivered his message, speaking on behalf of both elves and men, the two kindreds of Iluvatar. He asked for pardon for the Noldor, mercy for their sufferings, and aid against Morgoth, whose power had grown until it threatened to engulf all of Middle-earth in darkness. The Valar were moved by Eärendil's plea, recognizing in him the fulfillment of ancient prophecies and the union of the kindreds that had been sundered by the different dooms laid upon them. But the matter of the Silmarils complicated their response, for these jewels had been the catalyst for much of the suffering in Middle-earth, and they were hallowed by the light of the two trees, making them sacred treasures beyond price. While the Valar deliberated, Eärendil returned to Eärendil's shore, and they awaited the judgment that would determine not only their own fate, but that of all the free peoples of Middle-earth. The judgment, when it came, showed both mercy and wisdom. Eärendil and Elwing were given a choice. They could live as elves in Valinor, immortal, but separated from their kin in Middle-earth, or they could return to Middle-earth to live as mortals among their people, eventually to die as all men must. But there was a third option, unique to their circumstances. Eärendil would sail his ship, Vungidil, with the Silmaril bound to its prow, into the sky, where it would become a star, a sign of hope for Middle-earth. Elwing would dwell in a white tower by the shore, where she would learn the speech of birds, and from which she could sometimes fly in bird form to meet her husband as he sailed the ocean of the sky. They chose this third path, and so Eärendil became the evening star, the most beloved star in the sky, a beacon of hope that would shine long after the War of Wrath had ended, and the First Age had drawn to a close. As for their sons, Elrond and Elros, they were also given a choice, for in them the blood of the three houses of the Aedin mingled with that of the Eldin and even the divine Maiar. Through their descent from Lúthien, Elrond chose to be counted among the elves, accepting immortality and the sorrow of watching the world change around him while he remained unchanged. Elros chose the gift of men, mortality and the freedom to shape his own destiny beyond the music of the Aedinur. He was granted a lifespan many times that of ordinary men, and he became the first king of Numenor, the land that was raised from the sea as a reward for the men who had fought alongside the elves against Morgoth. The Valar, moved by Eärendil's plea, and perhaps by the light of the Silmaril he bore, decided to march once more against Morgoth. They prepared a great host, the host of Valoran led by Eärendil, the herald of Manwë. Elves who had remained in Valoran or who had returned from the rebellion joined the host, including all of the Eärendil, led by Ingwer, and many of the Noldor of Túrin, led by Finarfin, who had been king of the Noldor in Valoran since the departure of his brothers. This mighty army crossed the sea to Middle-earth, their coming heralded by the new star in the west, the Silmaril bound to Eärendil's ship. In Middle-earth, the few surviving elves and their allies among men and dwarves rallied to the banner of the host of Valinor, and thus began the War of Wrath, the final conflict of the First Age. The war lasted for decades, during which much of Beleriand was broken and reshaped by the powers unleashed in the fighting. Morgoth unleashed all his remaining strength, armies of orcs, trolls, Balrogs, and most terribly, winged dragons that had been bred in secret in the depths of Angband. These dragons, led by Ancalagon the Black, nearly turned the tide of battle against the host of Valinor. But Eärendil descended from the sky in his ship Vengelert, accompanied by the eagles of Manwë, led by Thorondor, in a battle above the ruined towers of Thangorodrim. Eärendil slew Ancalagon, whose falling body destroyed the triple peaks of Morgoth's fortress as it crashed to the earth. With the fall of his dragons, Morgoth's remaining forces were defeated, the Balrogs were slain, or fled to hide in the deep places of the earth. The orcs were scattered or destroyed. Angband itself was broken open, and Morgoth was dragged from his throne in the deepest dungeon where he had hidden himself in fear. Brought before the heralds of the Valar, Morgoth was made to kneel. The 2 remaining Silmarils were taken from his crown, which was beaten into a collar for his neck. His feet were cut from under him, and he was bound once more with the chain Anganor, which Allah had forged. Then, after a council of the Valar, he was cast out through the door of night into the void beyond the circles of the world, there to remain until the last battle at the end of time. The War of Wrath ended with a complete victory of the forces of Valinor, but at a terrible cost. The conflicts had so changed the face of Middle-earth that much of Beleriand was broken and sank beneath the waves of the Great Sea. Only a small portion of East Beleriand remained above water, along with the Blue Mountains that had formed its eastern border. In the aftermath of the war, the Valar offered the elves of Middle-earth the chance to return to Valinor, lifting the ban of the Nordor and extending pardon to all who had followed Fëanor into exile. Many accepted this offer, weary of the sorrows of Middle-earth and eager to see again the light of Valinor. Others chose to remain, either out of love for the mortal lands, or because they felt their tasks there were not yet complete. The 2 remaining Silmarils were given into the keeping of Onwe, herald of Manwe, but the last surviving sons of Onwe, Madras and Maglor, were still bound by their terrible oath. They sent a message to Onwe, requesting that the jewels be returned to them as their rightful inheritance. Eärendil refused, stating that the sons of Fëanor had forfeited any right to the Silmarils through their many crimes, particularly the kinslayings. He advised them to return to Valinor, where they might seek the judgment and possibly the forgiveness of the Valed. Driven by the compulsion of their oath, Madros and Maglor instead stole into the camp of the host of Valinor under cover of night and seized the Silmarils. When they were discovered, Eärendil ordered that they not be harmed, for the War of Wrath had been fought to end the cruel dominion of Morgoth, not to exact retribution against his enemies. But the Silmarils themselves exacted a form of justice. When Madros and Maglor took the jewels in their hands, they found they could not bear to touch them. The hallowed light of the Silmarils, which Vardar had blessed so that no evil or unclean hand could touch them without being burned, now scorched the hands of the sons of Fëanor. Their many crimes committed in the name of recovering these very jewels had rendered them unworthy of the treasures they had sought for so long. In despair, Madros cast himself and his Silmaril into a fiery chasm, thus ending his life and his torment. Madra, unable to bear the pain of the jewel, but equally unable to give it up, threw his Silmaril into the sea. He then spent the remainder of his days wandering the shores of Middle-earth, singing songs of lament for all that had been lost, his father, his brothers, his honor, and the jewel that had been the cause and focus of so much suffering. Thus, at the end of the First Age, the 3 Silmarils were distributed as Vardar had perhaps foreseen, one in the sky, borne by Eärendil as a star, one in the earth, taken by Madros into the fiery depths, and one in the sea, cast there by Maglor. They would remain thus until the remaking of the world, when they might be recovered and reunited, and the light of the 2 trees might shine again in a remade Arda. For men a different reward was granted. To the Idian who had remained faithful, fighting alongside the elves against Morgoth, the Valar raised up a great island in the western seas, Númenor, a land of gift, situated between Middle-earth and Aman, but closer to the latter. Under the leadership of Elros, son of Eärendil and brother of Elrond, they sailed to this new home, establishing a mighty civilization that would last for thousands of years until pride and the deceptions of Sauron led to its downfall. The elves who chose to remain in Middle-earth established new realms in the lands that had survived the cataclysms of the War of Wrath. Gil-galad, son of Fingim, became High King of the Noldor, ruling from Lindon, the coastal region that was all that remained of Beleriand. With him stayed Círdan the shipwright who founded the Grey Havens, from which elves would depart for Valinor in the ages to come. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, remained with her husband Celeborn, establishing realms in Eärendil and later in Lothlorien. Glorund, son of Eärendil and brother of Ellos, served as Gil-galad's herald and would eventually found the refuge of Imladris, or Rivendell, a valley hidden among the foothills of the Misty Mountains. And what of Tuar and Idril, who had led the survivors from the ruin of Gondolin? It is said that in their elder years they built a ship called Erame, the Sea Wing, and sailed into the west, departing Middle-earth forever. Unique among mortals, Tuar is believed to have been accepted among the Eldar because of his great deeds, and the love of Idril granted the immortal life his cousins Beren and Turar were denied. As for Sauron, greatest servant of Morgoth, an architect of much evil during the First Age, he had survived the War of Wrath, when Ordu's who had served Morgoth to submit to the judgment of the Valar. Sauron initially obeyed, but fear of punishment, or perhaps pride, led him to flee before his case could be heard. He hid in Middle-earth, biding his time, nursing his malice, and eventually emerging to continue the work of his master, bringing darkness and corruption to the lands and peoples of Middle-earth. His rise to power, the forging of the Rings of Power, the corruption of Númenor, and his ultimate defeat during the War of the Last Alliance would form the major events of the Second Age, a story for another time. Thus ended the First Age of Middle-earth in both victory and sorrow. Morgoth was banished beyond the reach of Arda, but at terrible cost. Countless fair realms had fallen, and many noble lives had been lost. The world was reshaped, and the time of the elves began its long, slow decline. Yet from these sacrifices and sorrows came a renewed world, where, for a time at least, people might live in peace under starlight and sun, and always in the evening sky shines Eärendil's star, carrying the light of the Silmaril, a reminder of courage in darkness, of hope when all seems lost, and of the enduring power of sacrifice made in love. It would shine still through ages yet to come, a beacon for sailors lost at sea, and for all those who look upward, seeking light in times of shadow. For though Morgoth was defeated, his lieutenant Sauron escaped the ruin of Angband, and would in time rise again, assuming his master's mantle. The struggle between light and darkness would continue in new forms, through the Second Age and beyond, with new heroes arising from the bloodlines of those who fought in these earliest battles, distant descendants of Tuar and Idril, of Beren and Lúthien, carrying forward their legacy of courage and hope. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you these images from the First Age of Middle-earth, Fëanor holding aloft the Silmarils, their light illuminating the darkness after the death of the two trees. Fangorfin riding in desperate valor to challenge Morgoth before the gates of Angband, Beren and Lúthien standing before the throne of the Dark Lord, their love a defiance against his hatred, Húrin shouting, Oriaam Tuluva, day shall come again, as he slew the trolls of Morgoth at the fen of Serech, Tuor standing before the gates of Gondolin, bearing the message of Ulmo, Eärendil sailing his ship into the sky, the Silmaril upon his brow, a beacon of hope for all the free peoples of Middle-earth. In these images, there is a kind of magic that transcends even the enchantments of the Eldar, the magic of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, of beauty that endures despite the shadow, of hope that persists beyond reason or expectation. These are the gifts that the first age of Middle-earth offers to us, reminders that the struggle between light and darkness, though ancient, is never truly decided, and that each of us, in our own small way, has a part to play in that ongoing story. Rest now beneath the star of Eärendil, which still shines in our sky as a reminder of ancient heroism and enduring hope. Sleep and dream of a world where the light of the Silmarils still gleams in earth, air, and water, where the music of the Ainur still echoes in the deep places of the world, and where the courage of elves and men still stands as a bulwark against the encroaching shadow. Dream, and perhaps, in your dreams, you may catch a glimpse of the shores of Valinor, the light of the two trees, and the faces of the heroes whose deeds we have recounted in these tales of the elder days of Middle-earth. And so concludes our journey through the first age of Middle-earth, from the celestial harmonies of the Inulindale to the world-changing cataclysms of the War of Wrath. We have witnessed the highest achievements and the deepest sorrows of both elves and men in their long struggle against the darkness of Morgoth. The first age ended with profound transformation, Beren sunken beneath the waves, Morgoth cast into the void, and the remaining elves and men establishing new beginnings in a reshaped world. The Silmarils, those jewels of fate that sparked so much beauty and tragedy, found their resting places in the sky, the earth, and the sea, where they would remain until the world is remade. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you carry with you the echo of these ancient tales, the light of the two trees in Valinor, the courage of Fingolfin before the gates of Angband, the enduring love of Beren and Lúthien, or the star of Eärendil shining as a beacon of hope in the darkest night. These stories remind us that even in times of deepest shadow, light persists, courage endures, and beauty can emerge from the most unlikely places. In our next episode, we will explore the second age of Middle-earth, the rise and fall of Númenor, the forging of the Rings of Power, and the first defeat of Sauron. Until then, may your dreams be filled with the light of the Silmarils and the music of the Ainur, guiding you to peaceful rest beneath the same stars that once witnessed the awakening of the firstborn children of Iluvatar. Sleep well, and remember that like the star of Eärendil, hope remains even in the darkest nights.